accident in Saudi. Okay, Aishwarya is joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, this is an initial report we're getting, but it's a very unfortunate one because a horrific bus accident happened in Saudi Arabia. It's led to multiple casualties. Aishwarya.
Yes, so what we're learning is that most of the people who are feared dead in the accident are from Hyderabad, mostly consisting of women and children. The initial numbers that we're getting is 42, though the official statement from the government is yet to come on how many are feared dead on this particular accident. What we're also learning is that the government has taken note of this accident and they are in touch with the embassy, and immediate relief measures and immediate action is said to be taken, and they are also seeking the details of the passengers so that the bodies can be taken back to Hyderabad. So there are initiatives that have been undertaken is what we are learning. The initial why was this particular accident taken place? It was occurred due to because of a diesel tanker. The bus collided with a diesel tanker is what initial probes have revealed. Though this particular accident took place at the night around 11:15, and it came to light in the morning where almost 42 people have been dead. With the Telangana government being in touch with the embassy, we are like more details are awaited about the passengers list. Officially the number of passengers who are died, and we are also learning that most of them were women and children. So how many were women and children? How many were men? What was the action taken against the culprit is what we are yet to be known.
Aishwarya, if you could help our viewers understand about the assistance which is being given to the families and the relatives of these pilgrims who were in Saudi Arabia, they were in Mecca. Any kind of update on that? Any kind of update on any help desk which has been activated?
The control room numbers have been announced by the Telangana government, as well as Mr. Chief Minister of Telangana, Mr. Revanth Reddy, has also said that they are being in touch with the embassy and has been in touch with the embassy to provide relief measures as well as information to the government, so that the people who are here, the relatives, the kin who are in Hyderabad, will get to know the details of the passengers. So what we are about learning right now is that the embassy, the Telangana government is in touch with the embassy there, so that for more information about the passengers who are feared dead is what we are learning.
Yes, just recapping for our viewers, over 40 Indian pilgrims have been killed in Mecca, and the passenger bus was traveling from Mecca to Medina, collided with a diesel tanker. Many of these deceased are from Hyderabad and Telangana, including women and children. The group had completed their rituals and they were on their way to Medina when tragedy struck. Aishwarya, I'm just coming back to you once more because we have to also understand what the situation is looking like. What kind of action are the Saudi authorities taking?
The authorities are saying that they are also working towards to understand why the accident has first taken place, what were the measures, what led to this particular accident. We're learning that it collided with a diesel tank, which is why this particular accident occurred. So they are in touch with the families here, and they are trying to make them get to know the details of the passengers so that they can reach up to the families who are still in Hyderabad, because what we are learning is that most of the victims they are burnt beyond recognition is what we are learning. So to make them to get the information of these passengers so that they can initiate the process of bringing them back to Hyderabad to Telangana, and the families here are also very agitated and they have with no information. So they have also opened control rooms for inquiries, and the government is saying that they are in touch with the embassy so that to understand what led to this particular accident.
Right. We also are getting a statement coming in from Asaduddin Owaisi. Let's go ahead and play out that statement.
ये मुझे भी खबर अभी मालूम हुई है कि हैदराबाद के दो ट्रैवल एजेंसी, एक फ्लाई जोन टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स और मक्का हज एंड उमरा के 42 हाजी मक्का से मदीना जा रहे थे बस में, और बस को आग लगने से मालूम हुआ कि सिर्फ एक शख्स की जान बची है, कंफर्म नहीं है। बास कह रहे हैं कि पूरों का इंतकाल हो गया। तो मैंने इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद में जो DCM है अबू मैथन जॉर्ज साहब से मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि कौंसल जनरल जिद्दा भी और वो ख़ुद इस पर मालूमात हासिल कर रहे हैं और जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करना है वो करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ मैंने इन तमाम उम्रा पैसेंजर्स के दोनों ट्रैवल एजेंसी से वीज़ा डिटेल्स लेकर कौंसल जनरल ऑफ इंडिया जिद्दा को और DCM इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद को और साथ ही साथ फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी को मैंने ईमेल किया है। मेरी भारत सरकार से और ख़ास तौर से एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से जयशंकर साहब से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इमीडिएटली इस पर देखें और अगर जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनके परिवार ये चाह रहा है कि उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ जल्द से जल्द इंडिया को लाई जाए और अगर कोई उसमें ज़ख्मी है तो उनको अच्छी से अच्छी वहाँ पर उनको इलाज हो सके। ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से और भारत सरकार से।
सर, दिल्ली में अभी हाल ही में जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है, मुफ्ती जी कह रही हैं कि भारत बता रहा है कि कश्मीर कितना सेफ़ है, लेकिन दिल्ली के में जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है दिल्ली भी अब सेफ नहीं है। जो केंद्र की पॉलिसीज़ है वो पॉलिसीज़ ऐसी है कि कश्मीर नहीं, दिल्ली भी अब
देखिए, वो मेरा मानना ये है कि जो टेररिस्ट एक्शन दिल्ली में हुआ, अब तो NIA ने कहा कि सुसाइड बॉम्बर था, हम उसका कंडेम करते हैं। टेररिज्म की कोई जगह नहीं है, इसका पूरी तरह से कंडेम करना है। और जिस तरीके से उन्होंने प्लानिंग की, कॉन्स्पिरेसी की, एलिज कॉन्स्पिरेसी की, ये सब बातें आ रही हैं, तो इसमें खुली साफ तौर पर हम उसका कंडेम करते हैं।
सर, इसी पे कश्मीरी मैन को भी अरेस्ट किया गया है NIA के थ्रू, जिसने बॉम्ब को वहाँ पे।
Okay, there was a reaction coming in from Asaduddin Owaisi, the Hyderabad MP. I just want to go back to Ashwarya. Ashwarya, coming back to you right now, and there's a lot of focus on repatriation of the mortal remains and medical care for the injured pilgrims. So that is one of the focus that's the next step now, and we saw that Asaduddin Owaisi was also speaking on that.
So the main focus here is to understand who the pilgrims are who went from Hyderabad to this religious pilgrimage that the Muslims over here Hyderabad take every year around this time. What we're learning is that the number is almost 42 are feared dead is what we are learning, but the official number is yet to be confirmed by the Telangana government. They're saying that they are in trying to make all the arrangements for the repatriation, also to be give immediate medical care to the pilgrims who are injured. Only one person has escape this particular accident is what we are learning, but however that is also not confirmed yet. But out of 43, there was 42 are feared dead, and one person is survived this accident is what we are learning. But the official confirmation about this is yet to come. But the embassy is also trying in touch with the Telangana government to immediately repatriate it to Hyderabad and to Telangana. And as we earlier saw that. Even Owaisi, the Owaisi Hyderabad MP is also in touch with the Telangana government as well as the Mecca Madinah there to immediately initiate the process as well as to get an official confirmation of the about the death of the pilgrims, the number of death that has occurred, as well as the reason behind this particular deaths.
Ashwarya, we're getting our reactions which are coming in right now. I just want to take our viewers through the latest. Telangana government said it is in contact with the Indian embassy in Riyadh. And the Telangana CM Revanth Reddy has expressed shock over the bus accident. The government is in contact with the Indian embassy in Riyadh. So that's the latest coming in, Ashwarya.
Yes, sir. So what the embassy is also in touch. What we're learning is that the families here are very agitated with no particular information, because what we're learning is that there was all the pilgrims there are burnt beyond recognition. So they have to be repatriated first for the DNA test for the confirmation whether for the DNA test so that the bodies can be handed over to the families. But for initially the repatriation process is the be mandatory there. So the Telangana government is in touch with the embassy so that to understand how the entire process should be taken, because it is the number of passengers who are dead is a very huge number. 42 is a very big number. So how is the process is to be undertaken? How many are actually dead is yet to be confirmed. What we're learning is that one person has been has escaped the entire accident, but that is also yet to be confirmed. The number of deaths is also yet to be confirmed by the government. The Telangana government has only let out control numbers, as well as they officially confirmed that they are in touch with the embassy. They have taken note of this particular accident, and they will get back to the families of the pilgrims who are in Hyderabad and Telangana very soon.
A control room has been set up in the Secretariat. That is also one of the top updates we're getting for our viewers. Ashurya, I'm coming to you, but I just want to tell our viewers once more about what the CM has said. CM has immediately ordered the police to find the full details. How many people are involved? He's advised them to speak with the officials from the Central Ministry, from the MEE and the Saudi Embassy. So right now, a lot of effort is going to make sure that there is coordination between the MEA, the Ministry of External Affairs, and the Saudi authorities, Ashurya. So, if you could help us understand how this entire process will pan out next.
So the Revanth Reddy has also, Telangana Chief Minister Mr. Revanth Reddy has also reached out to the MEA, to our External Affairs Minister Mr. Jaishankar, and to as well as the embassy. This is a coordination between the as you correctly pointed out, between MEA, the Telangana government, as well as the Mecca Madinah Masjid. The Saudi Arabia embassy as well. Even Hyderabad MP Owaisi is also earlier said that he's in touch with the government of Telangana to offer any help that he could, to talk with the embassy there, or to get involved in the process, and to bring back the deceased bodies back to Hyderabad, and to make for them to meet their families. So what we're learning is that this is a coordinated effort among the Telangana government as well as MEA and the embassy to understand the reason behind this accident, as well as repatriate the dead bodies, the deceased pilgrims back from Saudi and Mecca, Medina to Hyderabad and Telangana. That is the main concentrated point of view right now.
Yes, there's some helpline numbers which have already been provided by the authorities. Also, the Consulate General of India, Jeddah, there's a control room, Ashurya, which already has been set up, and the contact details of the helpline number are already given. Apart from that, we see that the families of those who have unfortunately lost their lives, they would be looking for more information. What are the resources that they have right now, Ashurya, as the investigation continues?
The control room number has been 24/7 set up. Control room helpline has been set up by the in the Secretariat, the Telangana Secretariat. So the families can contact the control room numbers there and get an update about their family member who is feared dead in this accident in Saudi. But apart from that, the Telangana government has promised to constantly keep updating about the updates in this particular repatriation process, as well as what they're saying is that the families can contact the control room numbers anytime, and this particular control room setup helpline number will be open 24/7 for the families to contact and to get any details about the information.
Yes,
about the required information from their person from their family member who is feared dead in this particular accident.
Yes, Ashurya. And Hyderabad MP Asaduddin Owaisi has given a statement, and he showed concern about the tragedy, and he also spoke about the focus which should now shift to the repatriation of the mortal remains and providing proper medical care for any injured pilgrims. I just want to go ahead and play out that statement.
ये मुझे भी खबर अभी मालूम हुई है कि हैदराबाद के 2 ट्रैवल एजेंसी, एक फ्लाई जोन टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स और मक्का हज एंड उमरा के 42 हाजी मक्का से मदीना जा रहे थे बस में, और बस को आग लगने से मालूम हुआ कि सिर्फ एक शख्स की जान बची है। कंफर्म नहीं है, ये बात कह रहे हैं कि पूरों का इंतकाल हो गया। तो मैंने इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद में जो DCM है अबू मैथन जॉर्ज साहब से मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि कौंसल जनरल जिद्दा भी और वो ख़ुद इस पर मालूमात हासिल कर रहे हैं और जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करना है वो करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ मैंने इन तमाम उम्रा पैसेंजर्स के दोनों ट्रैवल एजेंसी से वीज़ा डिटेल्स लेकर कौंसल जनरल ऑफ इंडिया जिद्दा को और DCM इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद को और साथ ही साथ फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी को मैंने ईमेल किया है। मेरी भारत सरकार से और ख़ास तौर से एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से जयशंकर साहब से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इमीडिएटली इस पर देखें और अगर जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनके परिवार ये चाह रहा है कि उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ जल्द से जल्द इंडिया को लाई जाए और अगर कोई उसमें ज़ख्मी है तो उनको अच्छी से अच्छी वहाँ पर उनको इलाज हो सके। ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से और भारत सरकार से।
Right now, viewers, the reports say victims were residents of Hyderabad. A lot of those who have lost their life, according to the latest update we're getting, all those who were killed, unfortunately, in that bus accident in Saudi were residents of Hyderabad. The accident occurred when a bus carrying Indian pilgrims from Mecca to Medina collided with a diesel tanker. All but one person on the bus died. Like we just heard the Hyderabad MP Owaisi say that it's very likely that one person has survived so far, even though that's not confirmed yet. Let's go to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, like we are telling our viewers that most of these who have lost their life, it's very unfortunate. They were from Hyderabad, so that is one of the top updates that we're getting. More than 40 people have died. Do we have any number on how many were injured? Because we just heard the Hyderabad MP Owaisi say that it's a possibility that one person could have survived. Do we know how many people are injured? Any number on that, or we are yet to know that?
What we're learning is that all the passengers who were on board on that bus are feared dead, except but one. But this is yet to be confirmed, as the Hyderabad MP Owaisi has also said, because the official statement on this particular how many are dead and how many are injured, how many survived this particular accident is yet to be confirmed by the Telangana government. But what numbers, alleged numbers, we have is that 42 are dead and one survived. But almost all the passengers are burnt beyond recognition. So this is what we have. But how many are injured is a number that is yet to come out, because what we learn, the embassy and what the Telangana government is fearing is that no passengers except one has survived this particular accident. But this is yet to be confirmed by the Telangana government, and we are waiting for the official confirmation from the government as well as the embassy, so that we'll get to know the exact number of how many pilgrims are dead and how many are injured.
All right. Aishwarya, I'll be coming back to you in a moment. We also have to understand what is happening when it comes to the Ministry of External Affairs. Any update coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs? Because we see that there's a request which has been made from the Telangana government to the MEA to bring the bodies back, the mortal remains back to India, and to make sure that those who are injured receive the right care and treatment in Saudi.
What we're learning is that the Telangana government has reached out to the MEA, to our External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jayashankar as well. But this is a coordinate. What we're learning is that the Telangana government, as well as in coordination with MEA, is in touch with the embassy.
Okay.
That is what is
yes,
confirmed to us.
We're getting some updates coming in. Now, finally, we have an update from the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jayashankar, and he said, we are deeply shocked at the accident involving Indian nationals in Medina, Saudi Arabia. Our embassy in Riyadh and consulate in Jeddah are working and giving the fullest support to Indian nationals and families affected by this accident. Sincere condolences to the bereaved families. Prayer for the speedy recovery of those injured. This is the latest statement. Finally, we have got a statement coming in from the MEA on the bus tragedy. Just repeating it once more, S. Jayashankar, External Affairs Minister, says deeply shocked at the accident involving Indian nationals in Medina, Saudi Arabia. Our embassy in Riyadh and consulate in Jeddah are giving full support to Indian nationals and families affected by the accident. So that has been confirmed that the embassy and consulate are giving support to the Indian nationals and their families. Now, sincere condolences to the bereaved families. I want to go back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, there's a statement out from the MEA from S. Shankar where he is saying that full support is being given to the families of the affected.
Yes, so this is what we are also learning, that the Telangana government is in coordination with the MEA, and they are both together are in touch with the embassy to understand the reason behind this accident. And the main focus right now is to repatriate the few bodies or repatriate the deceased back to Hyderabad, because what we are learning is that most of the pilgrims were from Hyderabad, and most of them were women and children as well. So except it is not confirmed yet, but one has survived this particular accident is what we are learning. So the MEA isn't in touch with the embassy now. The External Affairs Minister has himself confirmed it for the public, and the Telangana government has also earlier said that they are in touch with the MEA. They have approached the MEA and the embassy so that this particular so that they get a confirmation on the number of pilgrims who are dead, and they get a confirmation on how many are injured and how many survived this accident and what led to this cause of accident, and to take forward to the next step, to proceed to the next step, to repatriate the deceased back to Hyderabad, back to Telangana, and to understand how many are dead and how many are injured. So now an official confirmation has also come from the MEA saying that they are in touch with the embassy, and they are providing full support to the embassy, to the Telangana government, and they are taking all the efforts that they can to rescue these particular deceased persons, and to also all this particular statement has also given hope to the families of the deceased pilgrims who are in Hyderabad. This particular message has also given a little bit of relief to the people of Hyderabad here who are waiting for a confirmation from the MEA, so that they can also get though the control lines are open, but this is from the statement from an MEA. It's like it's hopeful for the people that they will get an information about their families who are pure dead in Mecca.
All right. Okay. Also, we were getting our viewers all the angles because we want to understand what is happening when it comes to the action that the Telangana government has taken, what action is the MEA taking, and what is happening in Saudi Arabia as well. So let's talk a little bit more about Saudi Arabia. Do we have any updates about how they are coordinating with the Indian authorities? Because there will be a lot of coordination we'll expect between the Indian authorities and Saudi Arabia to make sure that the repatriation, rescue relief efforts, and taking care of the injured happens in a very smooth manner.
So what we are learning is that the embassy is in touch with the Saudi Arabia officials. They are also coordinating with the Telangana government as well as the MEA. They are responding and the rescue, as the MEA was also asked the Saudi Arabia officials as well as the embassy to initiate rescue operations, repatriation, as well as provide medical support immediately if there is any injured persons, injured or the dead or injured people, anybody on the platform can be provided any medical help at the moment. So what we're learning is that the embassy, though there's no official statement from the embassy, but the Telangana government as well as the MEA has confirmed that they are in touch with the Saudi Arabia officials. They are in touch with the embassy, who are cooperating with them for this to understand the reason behind the accident, to help the injured, and in the process of repatriation of the deceased back to Telangana and Hyderabad.
All right, Shura's getting us all these updates coming in. Just going ahead and telling our viewers, whoever's joining in right now, and all the viewers, it's a very tragic incident which has happened when a bus collided with a tanker. That the bus was on their way to Medina. All these pilgrims were on their way to Medina when that happened. 42 Indians, pilgrims, are feared killed in that bus accident. Rescue operations are currently underway. We also are getting many statements. We have got a statement from the Hyderabad MP because a lot of those pilgrims are from Hyderabad. That's what the reports are saying. Now we see that Hyderabad MP Owaisi is seeking sentence intervention for repatriation and medical aid. We just heard Owaisi expressing concern over this incident, and he said he's spoken to the mission at the Indian Embassy in Riyadh, who assured him that officials are gathering detailed information. We are tracking the story very closely, viewers. Very unfortunate news. However, there's a reaction coming in from the MEA saying that all the efforts are on to give help to those affected families. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasti. Let's get started.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Getting you more updates, the Dubai Air Show will begin today in the United Arab Emirates. India will showcase its defense strength at the two-day event. The Indian Air Force will participate in the air show with the Surya Kiran Aerobatic team and the LCA Tejas. Minister of State for Defense Sanjay Seth will lead the Indian delegation. National capital woke up to dense smog as the average air quality index stood at 359 at 7 a.m., falling under the very poor category. This despite the graded response action plan in effect across Delhi and the National Capital Region. Bhavana recorded the highest AQI level at 427 at 7 a.m., falling under the severe category. An encounter broke out between the police and a pair of wanted miscreants near the canal. This happened in the Kodor police station area. 2 accused were arrested and have more than a dozen cases registered against them and were preying on innocent passengers travelling by train and bus. Police recovered a pistol, a motorcycle and a large number of items belonging to their victims.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है। और इस फ्रंट पे हम
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers, and thanks for tuning into Republic TV. We are getting the biggest news story right now is that of a tragic bus-tanker collision in Mecca in Saudi Arabia that has left over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more. Here are the headlines first that we're tracking for you. A tragic bus-tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room set up by the Indian Embassy in Jeddah. Days after ED rejects Anil Ambani's virtual appearance request after he skips questioning Anil Ambani to appear before the ED today. NIA arrests Umar's aide from Delhi after search operations. 73 witnesses have been examined so far. Robert Vadra sparks controversy, calls Bihar poll results manipulated and unfair. BJP slams Vadra for insulting the people of Bihar.
जिस घर में भाई हो, भाई लोग का ही योगदान होना चाहिए। काहे सारा बलिदान बेटी लोग दी, और जब बेटी कुछ सवाल पूछे तो आप बोल दीजिएगा कि आप ससुराल में जाओ, तुम्हारा शादी हो गया। मैंने सिर्फ अपने भाई को अपने घर से निकाला है। मेरी बहनें, मेरे माता, मेरे पिता मेरे साथ हैं।
After Rohini Acharya, Lalu Yadav's 3 more daughters move out of their Patna residence. Bangladesh court to deliver verdict today in crimes against humanity trial of ex-Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. And Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar camp in Delhi amid Karnataka cabinet reshuffle buzz. Siddaramaiah to meet Prime Minister Modi and Mallikarjun Kharge today. Right, the biggest top story that we are tracking, at least 42 Indian Umrah pilgrims from Hyderabad were killed when the passenger bus that they were travelling in caught fire on Monday morning in Saudi Arabia. The accident happened after the bus, which had left Mecca and was heading to Medina, collided with a tanker truck. Initial reports confirmed that the Umrah pilgrims, that included women and children, were all the residents of Hyderabad. The group had successfully completed their religious rituals in Mecca and they were on their journey to visit Madinah when the accident took place. So 42 Indians feared dead in a bus-tanker collision near Medina in Saudi Arabia. The bus was reportedly on its way from Mecca to Medina when the incident happened. And all of the passengers who were on that bus were from Hyderabad in Telangana. So tragic incident happening in Saudi Arabia, and many are believed, of course, to be Indian nationals. The crash happened at around 1:30 p.m. Local time. And all right, my colleague Aishwarya is now joining us live from Hyderabad for more details. Aishwarya, what are the updates coming in? Has there any been confirmation on the number of dead at the moment?
For this, the number of dead is yet to be confirmed. However, the initial reports are saying that the 42 passengers, 42 devotees have been feared dead in this particular accident. All these pilgrims were taken by a private travel transport from Hyderabad to this Mecca and Madinah pilgrimage from Telangana and Hyderabad. What we are learning is that most of them were women and children. And except one who has escaped this particular accident. However, that is not yet confirmed. But what we are learning is that 42 are feared dead in this particular accident. And there is no official confirmation about the number of people who are dead. But what the Telangana government has confirmed is that it is in touch with the embassy and it's in touch with the Minister of External Affairs and Mr. Jayashankar to give us more update, give more updates on the pilgrims, on how many are dead, on the official confirmation, on the medical support being provided, as well as for the next step of repatriation of the deceased bodies back to Telangana and Hyderabad.
All right, Aishwarya, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Meanwhile, Hyderabad MP Asaduddin Owaisi has also reacted to this tragedy that has happened in Saudi Arabia. Let's listen in.
ये मुझे भी खबर अभी मालूम हुई है कि हैदराबाद के दो ट्रैवल एजेंसी, एक फ्लाई जोन टूर्स एंड ट्रैवल्स और मक्का हज एंड उमरा के 42 हाजी मक्का से मदीना जा रहे थे बस में, और बस को आग लगने से मालूम हुआ कि सिर्फ एक शख्स की जान बची है, कंफर्म नहीं है। ये बात कह रहे हैं कि पूरों का इंतकाल हो गया। तो मैंने इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद में जो DCM है अबू मैथन जॉर्ज साहब से मेरी बात हुई, और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि कौंसल जनरल जिद्दा भी और वो ख़ुद इस पर मालूमात हासिल कर रहे हैं, और जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करना है वो करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ मैंने इन तमाम उमरा पैसेंजर्स के दोनों ट्रैवल एजेंसी से वीज़ा डिटेल्स लेकर कौंसल जनरल ऑफ इंडिया जिद्दा को और DCM इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद को और साथ ही साथ फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी को मैंने ईमेल किया है। मेरी भारत सरकार से और ख़ास तौर से एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से जयशंकर साहब से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इमीडिएटली इस पर देखें, और अगर जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनके परिवार ये चाह रहा है कि उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ जल्द से जल्द इंडिया को लाई जाए, और अगर कोई उसमें ज़ख्मी है तो उनको अच्छी से अच्छी वहाँ पर उनको इलाज हो सके। ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से और भारत सरकार से।
All right, let's go back to Aishwarya, my colleague who is joining us from Hyderabad. Aishwarya, also give us details of how the government is, helping coordinate the entire helplines, because Telangana government has said that it is in touch with the Indian Embassy in Riyadh, and we understand that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has also been in close coordination with the officials in New Delhi to coordinate with the embassy authorities.
The Chief Minister Revanth Reddy had immediately responded on this particular accident, and he opened a control room in the Telangana Secretariat as well for the families of the pilgrims who are feared dead in this particular accident. He said these families can contact this particular helpline 24/7. The helpline will be open 24/7. Apart from that, he's also said that he's in touch with the embassy in coordination with the MEA, in coordination with our external affairs minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and he's in touch with the embassy for updates about this particular accident, about the names of the pilgrims who are dead, and also for the exact number of pilgrims who are dead and who are injured, and what the medical provide them at that particular area, and what led to this accident, whose fault it is. And immediately the main focus of the Telangana government, as the MEA, is to repatriate the bodies, repatriate the who are dead back to Telangana and Hyderabad as fast as they could, initiate the particular process so that the families who are here who are feared or who are dead are here, or here are dead, who are feared dead here are not very agitated, because what the families are here asking is that when will they could meet their family members, when they could feel that they are deceased, when they could feel that get any update about their family member who had gone for a pilgrimage to Mecca and Masjid.
Right. And also, has the authorities, Aishwarya, been able to get information really from the Saudi officials or the authorities there? Are they giving any details as far as the relief and rescue operations are concerned? And also maybe the Hajj or Umrah committee, local committee there that are helping the families of those who might be traveling on that bus?
The Saudi Arabia embassy, although there was no official confirmation, what we're learning is that they are in cooperation. They are cooperating with the Telangana government as well as the MEA here. They're responding, and they are also giving them updates on the constant medical support, as well as the medical support as well as the rescue operations that they are undertaking. And here the Telangana government has also announced a high-level inquiry about about what led to this particular accident. So what we're learning is that though there's no official confirmation from them, but what we're learning is that they are also in cooperation with the MEA, and they are responding and they are undertaking rescue operations, and they are doing whatever they could to also repatriate the bodies back from Mecca to Hyderabad and Telangana.
And we understand, Aishwarya, that Foreign Minister S.J. Shankar has also reacted. He has also, sent in the condolences for the families of the victims. What more is the MEA doing to ensure more support to the families?
The MEA's main focus here is to, as I earlier mentioned as well, to understand how many pilgrims are dead, because though the accident took place in the night around 11:15 p.m., until now there's no official confirmation of how many pilgrims are pure dead. What we are only learning is that most of the pilgrims who are pure dead are from Hyderabad, because this particular travel agency, private travel agency, which had taken the pilgrims to this particular pilgrimage, was from Hyderabad. So what we are learning is that most of the pilgrims, most of the passengers were belonging to Hyderabad and Telangana. That is the only information.
All right. Right. Thank you so much for getting us all those details, Aishwarya. We'll keep coming back to you for that big story from Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, we have another big statement really coming in from Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. He says the movie had not even begun. It was just a trailer. If Pakistan gives us an opportunity, we will teach them how a neighbor should behave. So this is a big statement by COS Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, indicating more action as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. He says that the movie had not even begun. It was just a trailer. And if Pakistan gives us an opportunity, we will teach them how a neighbor should behave. Remember, this coming in even as government has indicated that Operation Sindoor is not yet over. And now an important statement coming in by COAS Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. All right, Army Chief Upendra Dwivedi clearly indicating that Operation Sindoor is not yet over, something that the government has also been reiterating time and again. And in fact, earlier the Army Chief had compared Operation Sindoor akin to playing a game of chess, and we saying that we don't know what will be the enemy's next move, but it could be the next step would depend on how Pakistan reacts. And a similar statement coming in today as well, where he has. All right, GD Baksh, defense expert, is now joining us for more on that. Very good morning, sir, and thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. Major General, how do you react to the new statement coming in by General Upendra Dwivedi, clearly saying that it was just a trailer, which means that there are indications that Operation Sindoor is not yet over, it is going to continue?
Of course, the chief is dead right, and I fully endorse his views, right? Pakistan, as was put on notice by no less than our Prime Minister, that any act of terror will be deemed an act of war. Despite this, what has Pakistan done? A dramatic escalation of the asymmetric attack against India, this time by a coalition of state actors led by Pakistan, includes Bangladesh, Turkey, financing from Qatar. You know, they have virtually declared war. About 3,000 kilograms of explosives stored up in Delhi. I'm given to understand that 15,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate have been sent in from Bangladesh. Right? They are planning an all-out offensive. the Muzammil and Muzaffar, they met their handler, Pakistani handler, in Istanbul, in Turkey. Their communication protocols on Telegram, on so many other of these hush-hush channels were all tied up. The funding has been coming via Qatar, via the Bitcoins, so that the FATA, the Financial Action Task Force, FATF can't trace the transaction points, the deal which they have done with the United States. Pakistan has declared war against India. Their plan was to create such mayhem, bomb blasts, biological, radiological attacks, so that to bring the government of India, the government of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, into hatred and contempt by the people of India. They hold it up to ridicule that it can't defend its people. Yeah, you think so? We'll show you what we can do, is what the army chief has said. We'll teach you how to behave. And it's about time somebody said that. It's about time somebody said that.
Absolutely.
And you forget about saying it. It's about time that it is now done.
Absolutely.
Pakistan has declared war against India. They want to change our regime. We should equally pay back the compliment and work for regime change in Pakistan. The stupid Mullah Munir has gone stark raving mad. He needs to be brought to heel.
Right. Major General, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. And viewers, let's listen in to what Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi said.
देखिए, मैं तो ये कहना चाहूंगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया था। तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए। कि मैं तो ये कहना चाहूंगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया था। तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
All right, let's go back to Major General G.D. Bakshi. Major General, the timing of this statement is also very significant, considering the fact that India's tri-service military exercises were on in full swing on both the western and the eastern borders. And of course, India has shown time and again that it is combat ready.
Absolutely. The most significant statement by the army chief is, and Pakistan.
All right, we'll try to connect back to defense expert G.D. Bakshi, Major General. But let's listen in to the COS once again. What exactly did he say on Operation Sindoor?
मैं तो ये कहना चाहूंगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया था। तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
All right, the big statement there by COS on Operation Sindoor. Right now, we also joined in by Major Samar Pal, who are retired, who's a defense expert. Major, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, your reaction on what Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi today has said on Operation Sindoor, saying that the movie had not even begun, it was just a trailer.
Well, I certainly feel that the army chief has given this statement keeping in mind whatever has unfolded regarding these serial blasts and at what magnitude the neighbor has been, plotting all these attacks against India. So I think this is the ultimatum. This is the last statement which he's made it amply clear that beyond this, it will be a mayhem that Pakistan will not be able to, tolerate or take it. And I think with exercise Trishul, which is still going on as we all speak with NOTAMs in place, I think it's a clear message that at any point of time, we are, ready to go in for hitting the enemy in the face. So it is now totally on the Pakistan political diaspora and the military establishment whether they want to take a path of peace and tranquility and development, or they want, they want unrest and they want sour relations, which they already are. So the only thing is we are just holding ourselves back, but not after this. After this, when I say, I mean any, untoward or any imminent attack plotted by Pakistan against India, against our citizens or our soldiers will be given a befitting reply. And that is all that I want to say. And it is better that Pakistan reads between the lines regarding this statement and takes a conscious call and opts for the option for peace, which I really do not feel they will go in for it, keeping in mind the war that they are, undergoing in Balochistan against Afghanistan. So I certainly feel that Pakistan, a better sense should prevail in the Pakistan military establishment because in control. And we just hope that nothing happens in the coming few months.
Sir, but at the same time, India also making it very clear that its action on terror is going to continue. That is what we are witnessing, what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir, across many other states as well. So that is a very, very clear warning coming up from India to Pakistan that Operation Sindoor may have been halted, but it is not over.
See, it is still going on. As we speak, there are intelligence inputs which are coming in. There are satellite imageries and satellite live feeds that we are getting. We are monitoring and keeping in view the actual high-value targets. Saeed Salahuddin, Hafiz Saeed, Dawood Ibrahim and the whole network, the people behind the network. So we are keeping a close eye. And when the chief says that Operation Sindoor is still on, you never know. We might get a news that, unmanned combat aerial vehicles just, a drone took down one of these high-value targets or the terrorists. So it is still on. There's nothing on hold. And we are just, warming up. Exercise Trishul is just, opening up and checking and validating things and the new technology that we have in place. And there are new innovations that we have created. We have to see how effective and efficient they are going to be in an actual war scenario. So this is what is going to happen. And I certainly feel that, yes, the next Op Sindoor 2.0 is going to come without warning. There's not going to be any speaking. There are only going to be visuals that are going to come in and things unfold accordingly. There are going to be no telltale signs. There are not going to be any rhetorics, narratives, or anybody talking. It will be only action this time. Because the time for talking is gone. It's too late for that now. So either Pakistan mends its ways, which is very unlikely. So it's better that India is, we are forecasting and we are now pre-prepared that anything happens, we will go in for the kill.
But at the same time, sir, How do you look at the fact that Pakistan has been sending the nuke threat time and again, and with Asim Munir set to control Pakistan's arsenal, how do you think that is going to change the equation?
See, I certainly feel that the Americans need India geopolitically. They have no choice. They made a choice with Pakistan. They are suffering with the consequences and their decisions. President Trump knows about it. The American advisors to President Trump know about it. The political diaspora in United States of America knows about it. And moreover, you see, Quad will be irrelevant without India. Because, if they have to counter, see, the Americans' main motive is to counter China. And we Indians are happy with that if that happens, because ultimately it is the Chinese who's arming the Pakistanis. So for us, it's a win-win situation. But sadly speaking, the greed and whatever has been offered to US in terms of, rare earth metals, precious gemstones, gold, in whichever form they've been offered by Asim Munir, I certainly feel that the Americans should not fall for this. They should stick to their morals, dignity, self-respect as a world leader.
Right.
And they should actually side with the largest democracy because US itself is the oldest democracy in the world. So it is illogical if they side with Pakistan, because you see they've done that in the past.
Right, Major. Absolutely. Major, stay with us. So we are also right now joined in by Major General Sanjay Soi, who's also a defense expert. Thank you so much, Major General, for joining us. Sir, your views on this big statement by COS saying that the movie hadn't even begun. It was just a trailer, of course, and continuing that Pakistan, if it gives us an opportunity, we will teach them how a neighbor should behave.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for taking my views. In fact, absolutely right. I'm fully endorse the views of our Chief of Army Staff. We say that it was only a trailer. Frankly and honestly, the way things are happening, if the kind of terrorist activities continue in India, can we tolerate? Can any Indian citizen tolerate? So he is speaking on behalf of all Indians, the feelings of all more than 140 crore Indians, and we cannot accept loss of life of innocent civilian or any innocent Indian due to their philosophy of propagating terror. Now, it comes how it will happen. Now, I feel that the surprise factor, which just now my previous speaker had said, has to be there, because ultimately we will take action, and we will take as per time and place of our choosing. And the target has to be totally different what it was last time. We have seen what happened after Uri. We did surgical strike when they thought we'll stop cricket matches. And after Pulwama, we did Balakot. And after Pahalgam, we did Sindoor. And now it has to be something different which should shake them up. I'm fully, what Chief has said is, which should shake them up, and they must understand the price they have to pay for the continued terror activities inside India. So I feel is it is their armed forces, their ISI, which is behind all these activities, and unless they feel the pinch, unless they get hurt, unless they feel threatened, unless their chief Asim Munir feels threatened, unless their head of ISI feels threatened, in their own house, in their own bunker, till then these things will continue. Ultimately, if they feel threatened, then only they will automatically, the terror activities will reduce. So we have to give punishment in a manner that the head of the strategic level thinking has to be destroyed, so that they cannot think of. We cannot accept these kinds of losing lives because of terror activities. Yeah, sure.
Right, Major General. Thank you so much, Major General Sanjay Soi and Major Samar Paul for joining us and sharing your insights on that big story. Thank you so much. All right, viewers, time to take a short break, and coming up ahead, a tragic bus-tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room set up by the Indian Embassy in Jeddah. And also coming up ahead, big story from Bangladesh. The court there is to deliver a verdict today in crimes against humanity trial of ex-Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते।
Big statement by Chief Awami Staff General Upinder Dwivedi. He says that Operation Sindoor wasn't just a trailer and that the movie has just begun. Tragic bus tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room set up by Indian Embassy in Jeddah. Bangladesh court to deliver a verdict today in crimes against humanity trial of ex-PM Sheikh Hasina. Days after ED rejects Anil Ambani's virtual appearance requests after he skips questioning Anil Ambani to appear before ED today. After Rohini, Acharya Lalu Yadav's 3 more daughters move out of Patna residence. Siddaramaiah, DK Shivakumar camp in Delhi amid Karnataka cabinet reshuffle bus. Siddaramaiah to meet PM Modi and Mallikarjun Kharge today. Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We're getting some updates coming in. Sajib Wazid, son and advisor to former Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has declared that Awami League, I repeat, Awami League supporters will disrupt February's national election unless the ban on the party is lifted. Wazid stated that the protest would intensify and could turn violent if the interim government does not reverse its decision, underscoring heightened tensions as the International Crimes Tribunal prepares to deliver its verdict against Hasina for alleged crimes against humanity during last year's crackdown on student-led protests. This is huge coming in because, like we're telling our viewers, it's just minutes before Hasina verdict, violence across Bangladesh. Latest coming in from Dhaka. Let's put out those pictures. This violence just across Bangladesh ahead of key verdict on Sheikh Hasina. And we are also getting our viewers back-to-back updates to help our viewers understand what exactly is happening. Bangladesh is on edge as violence has also been reported ahead of the verdict on former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina over violence during street protests last year. I want to go across to my colleague. We're being joined right now by Abid, live from Dhaka, Bangladesh. Abid, what we see are pictures coming in live from Dhaka, and at the same time, there are multiple key charges against Sheikh Hasina. The judgment will be pronounced today in the high-profile crime against humanity case involving the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Abid.
Yes, actually, the whole scenario is more like that.
All right, we'll go to Abid in a short while from now, but at this time, what has happened is that the son and advisor of the Bangladesh's ousted Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, Sajib Wazir, the son, has said that if a ban on the political party, Awami League, is not lifted, their supporters would block the February national elections and warned that protests could escalate into violence. So Bangladesh is on the edge as we see that there's a very important judgment which will be out today itself, and that will be the judgment in the high-profile crimes against humanity case. Also, just taking our viewers to the 5 key charges against the accused in this case, the former PM Sheikh Hasina and others. Hasina's speech on July 14 allegedly incited and coordinated attacks on unarmed student protesters, so provocation and abetment. Also, prosecutors saying that Hasina ordered the use of helicopters, drones, and live ammunition against demonstrators, and many more. There are a lot of charges, especially when it comes to mass killings. So this is a lot of charges which has been put against Sheikh Hasina. Now, pictures coming in of the violence in Bangladesh because the situation is very sensitive there. Abid, yes, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, the situation is quite complicated because of the declaration of that Hasina, what actually she did with the people of this country and another aspects. So the supporters of Awami League, they are actually trying to some sort of create problems, but it is not that much problem. As a citizen, or also as I have actually monitored the overall city, there is nothing that I saw very unnatural, something like that. Yes, there are some people that are coming and they're having some sort of support, but they are the support with Bangladeshi people. It's about the people who are general people. They are not like that they're supporting Hasina. So we actually predict, or the people actually predicts that I have talked with other people as well, and they said that they just want to see what is the verdict is, and there is a kind of coldness here in the city because there are some short occurrences of violence, cocktail and everything like that. Just some people, just 1 or 2 or 3 people, they are just occurring this occurrence basically. So overall the situation is normal or good.
Yes. Abid, I'm coming back to you in a moment. We'll fix that audio for you. But Abid is live from Dhaka, and we'll go across to him. Now, ahead of this court verdict, Bangladesh court verdict on the alleged crimes against humanity committed during her tenure, we see that Sheikh Hasina has said the allegations against her were false and that she did not care about such verdicts. There was an audio message that she has put out to her supporters ahead of the ruling of the International Crimes Tribunal. The Awami League leader says that the interim government under Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus wants to finish off a party. She said it's not so easy. Awami League has come up from the grassroots, not from the pocket of some usurper of power. This is what Sheikh Hasina has said ahead of that verdict, which is expected, viewers. So we're getting all these updates coming in. Let's go back to Abid. Abid, I just want to come back to you because the situation, like you were saying, is quite complicated. However, I was telling our viewers that Sheikh Hasina has spoken to her supporters, and in a message to her supporters, she has said that she will keep working. She will keep working for the welfare of the people. I will do justice on Bangladesh's soil. So she's sending this message just moments before that verdict.
Yes, I actually know that, but there is not that much, supporters of that team, political team in our country right now. And the number is very less, and they are not actually very significant in number. I saw the clips, and also I saw the overall news of the city. It is actually more like that people are not actually supporting her from the perspective of them, and they actually want the verdict to come against her. So yeah, she told a lot of things in everything, and she got a lot of prediction as well. But it is not something that the people are supporting in our country.
That's right. Abed, also, I just want our viewers to understand what the situation is looking like and what could be the verdict. What could be the verdict? Of course, we have to wait for that. But it looks like that the verdict could not be very positive for Sheikh Hasina, because the son, like we're telling her, the son of Sheikh Hasina has warned of violence if the ban on party stays. And that means that the situation could get a little more complicated. You're saying it's complicated, but do you really foresee that the situation will get more complicated and the protests will be escalating further, situation in the country will get more fragile?
Yes, it cannot be positive, right? Because the way she dealt with things in the back of the years, and many people actually are not with her. Basically with her team, and also with the person as Sheikh Hasina was, because of her many wrong deeds and everything. But yes, her son also told that the people actually are not against them, which is actually true, because what they did is not actually supported by the country and the people also at the same time. So we can actually predict that the verdict is not going to getting in favor any kind of Sheikh Hasina. But yes, it is something that is more related to the justice system. So we should wait and watch what happens next.
Yes. And just to help our viewers understand what are the key charges, Abid, against Sheikh Hasina. So there are a couple of key charges. Many of them are very serious. Abid. Just if you could list the charges against Sheikh Hasina currently.
There are many charges, such as like murdering people and corruption and many other. Those are the things that actually are very major in the perspective of justice and everything. So, because she really did a lot of violence out there when she was in the reign or in her kingdom and whatever we can say. So yes, there are many charges, but the key charges is violence. Those actually are murdering people and corruption and all of those things.
All right. Well, thank you, Abid, for getting us those updates which are coming in. I will be coming back to Abid. He's reporting live for us from Dhaka as we await the key verdict on Sheikh Hasina and the allegations against her. Okay, let's move ahead. We're getting some more updates coming in right now, viewers. There's a very unfortunate incident which came in a short while back. At least 42 Indian pilgrims from Hyderabad were killed when the passenger bus they were traveling in caught fire. And this happened in Saudi Arabia. The accident happened after the bus, which had left Mecca, was heading to Medina, collided with a tanker truck. And many of these Indians are feared dead in that accident. We are putting out those pictures for you, viewers. These are pictures which are from that accident site which took place. Also, initial reports confirmed that the pilgrims, who include women and children, were all residents of Hyderabad. The group had successfully completed their religious rituals in Mecca, and they were on their way to Medina when the incident took place. So we're just getting our viewers these updates. 42 Indian pilgrims have unfortunately lost their life in this incident. Short while back, we also had got you the reaction and what the MEA has said. Dr. S. Jaishankar has said that deeply shocked at the accident involving Indian nationals in Medina, Saudi Arabia. Our embassy in Riyadh and consulate in Jeddah are giving fullest support to Indian nationals and families affected by this accident. Sincere condolences to the bereaved families. Pray for the speedy recovery of those who are injured. Okay, let's go to Shaurya, who's joining us. Shaurya, you know, we have been tracking this story since morning. Very unfortunate news which is coming in. Helpline numbers are flashing on our screens, and they have also been put out on social media, so the family members of those who have lost their lives can reach out. Just to help our viewers understand what the latest information we are getting as rescue operations continue.
The latest information what we're getting is that the Saudi Arabia embassy has also confirmed that they are in touch with the Indian embassy, the MEA, as well as the Telangana government to initiate the rescue operations as well as the repatriation facilities so that the embassy there, so that those who are deceased can be repatriated back to Telangana and Hyderabad. As we have earlier said that almost 42 are feared dead in this particular accident, and how many are injured, the number is yet to be confirmed. What we are learning is that all the passengers are burnt beyond recognition, and the Telangana government, what they have said is that they are for an official confirmation from the embassy, official confirmation on what triggered this particular accident. As we're learning that the bus collided with a diesel tanker, and which resulted in a very huge fire, and the entire bus got gutted into the fire, resulting in this accident. What we are understanding is that nobody is feared alive, is what the
all right, Shaurya, I have to stop you there. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. Let's go to what is happening in the Delhi blast case. All right, NIA has brought the arrested Amir to the Patiala House Court. Amir is being produced before the NIA court, viewers. A big update coming in on Republic TV, and just getting to these updates, because remember that the Delhi blast case is being investigated. Omar's key aide Amir is produced in Delhi court. This is the latest update we're getting for our viewers. NIA brings arrested Amir to the Patiala. I repeat, the Patiala House Court. Pictures there on your screen.
क्योंकि आमिर जो है उसने गाड़ी खरीदी थी i20 कार, उमर के साथ मिलकर वो गाड़ी जो है वो खरीदी गई थी। और उसके बाद आपको मैं ये बता दूं कि पहले जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने आमिर की जो गिरफ्तार डिटेंशन है वो किया गया था, और उसके बाद गिरफ्तारी जो है वो NIA ने की है। ये पहली गिरफ्तारी है NIA की जो कि आमिर की गई थी। और अगर विजय इरफान आपको अंदर की तस्वीर दिखाएं तो वो बस भी मैं आपको यहाँ पर दिखाता हूँ जिसके जरिए आमिर को यहाँ पर लाया गया। ये बस आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बस के अंदर आमिर यहाँ पर पहुंचा और वॉक करते हुए पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट की जो NIA की स्पेशल कोर्ट है पहली मंजिल पर, वहां पर अब आमिर को लेकर जाया गया और संभवतः तमाम डॉक्यूमेंट जो है अभी तक की अरेस्ट को लेकर NIA के द्वारा सबमिट किए गए हैं। कुछ ही देर में जो सुनवाई है इस पूरे मामले में शुरू की जाएगी। सबसे बड़ी बात कि आमिर इस पूरे मॉड्यूल के बारे में क्या कुछ जानता है। आमिर को पता था ये जो गाड़ी खरीदी जानी है इसका इस्तेमाल फिदाइन हमले के तौर पर किया जाना है। ये तमाम ऐसे सवाल जवाब है जो कि आमिर से पूछे जाएंगे। आपको बता दें कि इस केस में मैक्सिमम 1 महीने तक की जो कस्टडी है वो ली जा सकती है, लेकिन 1 महीने में आज कितने दिन की कस्टडी मांगी जाएगी और उसके बाद कितने दिन की कस्टडी जो है वो NIA को दी जाएगी, ये अपने आप में बड़ा सवाल है और थोड़ी देर में कुछ क्लियरिटी होती हुई भी नजर आएगी। लेकिन कोर्ट की तरफ से इतना बिल्कुल बोला जा रहा है कि तमाम दलीलें NIA जो देगा उसको एग्जामिन किया जाएगा। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि आमिर की गिरफ्तारी के बाद उसको कोर्ट में पेश करना, अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में NIA इस पूरे मामले में जानकारी देगी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि आमिर क्या कुछ जानता है इस पूरे मॉड्यूल के बारे में। आमिर ने क्या दूसरी गाड़ियों को खरीदने में भी अपना जो नाम है वो दिया, और बाकी जो इको स्पोर्ट गाड़ी है, ब्रेजा गाड़ी है, क्या इसके बारे में भी आमिर जानता था। इसका इस्तेमाल भी इसी तरीके से फिदाइन हमले के तौर पर किया जाना है। ये तमाम ऐसे सवाल हैं जो कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी और यही कारण है कि आमिर की कस्टडी लेने के बाद, आमिर से पूछताछ के बाद ये तमाम सवाल खड़े होते नजर आएंगे। अब से कुछ देर में जो सुनवाई है इस पूरे मामले में अंदर शुरू कर दी जाएगी और संभवतः जब कोर्ट का जजमेंट आएगा तो वो भी अपने दर्शकों को बताएंगे। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि कोर्ट में आमिर की पेशी, NIA ने इस पूरे मामले में पहली गिरफ्तारी की दिल्ली ब्लास्ट केस में, उसकी मैक्सिमम डेज की कस्टडी मांगी जाएगी और अब जो सुनवाई है कुछ देर में अंदर कोर्ट के अंदर शुरू होती हुई नजर आएगी। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Right, okay, that's Jatin, and he's at the Patiala House Court where Umar Zaid is brought to court. We're getting those pictures also. You see the pictures, exclusive pictures coming in. Just getting you a little bit of a recap. The NIA had arrested Amir, who had conspired, the allegations he conspired with the prime suspect, Umar, to carry out that blast at Red Fort. Amir is a resident of Sambura, and in his name, the car was the car was registered. So this is that key point we have to mention here. And at this point of time, viewers, those pictures are coming in of Umar's aide being brought to the court. Delhi blast case, NIA brings arrested Amir to Patiala House Court, and Amir is being produced before the NIA court, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. And this is, like we said, the investigation has really picked up speed when it comes to the Delhi blast case. We'll try to go back to Jatin in a short while from now. But the NIA has been going ahead conducting the investigation, especially the forensic investigation, to establish the identity of the driver of the vehicle-borne IED as Umar, who is a resident of Pulwama district, who worked as an assistant professor. Jatin is there. If we have Jatin, let's go to Jatin. Jatin, yes, go ahead. What is happening?
बिल्कुल देखिए तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ ये पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट के बाहर की तस्वीरें हैं और वो बस अगर मेरे विजय इरफान आपको दिखाएंगे जिसके जरिए आमिर को लेकर जो पुलिस है एनआईए की टीम है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है और कोर्ट के अंदर अब से कुछ देर में आमिर को पेश किया जाएगा। आमिर ये पहली गिरफ्तारी है इस पूरे मामले में जो कि एनआईए के द्वारा की गई है। आमिर वही शख्स है जिसने उमर के साथ मिलकर वो i20 कार खरीदी थी, वो i20 कार जिसके जरिए लाल किले के बाहर जो ब्लास्ट है वो किया गया। आमिर की मैक्सिमम डेज ऑफ कस्टडी जो है वो पुलिस मांगेगी और एनआईए की तरफ से ये दलीलें दी जा रही है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा दिन की कस्टडी जो है वो दी जाए, लेकिन इस केस में तकरीबन 1 महीने तक की जो कस्टडी है वो कोर्ट से ली जा सकती है और यही कारण है कि एनआईए की कोशिश है कि मैक्सिमम डेज ऑफ कस्टडी इस पूरे मामले में आमिर की ली जाए ताकि इस मामले में जो पूरा नेक्सस है, पूरा मॉड्यूल है, उस बारे में आमिर क्या कुछ जानता है, उस बारे में जो जानकारी है वो जुटाई जा सके। आप देखेंगे कि रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स के जवानों को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है, दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान यहाँ पर तैनात हैं, लेकिन आमिर की गिरफ्तारी इस केस में पहली गिरफ्तारी इसलिए क्योंकि तमाम जो कड़ियाँ अभी तक निकलकर सामने आ रही थी ये वो स्टेप्स है जो कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के अंदर सामने आ रहे थे और उसी स्टेप्स के बीच में ये आमिर को लेकर अब जब एनआईए कोर्ट यहाँ पर पहुंचा गया तो कोशिश यही है कि मैक्सिमम डेज ऑफ कस्टडी मिले। सवाल ये भी खड़ा होता है कि आमिर दरअसल इस पूरे मॉड्यूल के बारे में क्या कुछ जानता है। आमिर को पता था कि जो i20 गाड़ी वो अपने नाम से खरीद रहा है उमर के साथ मिलकर, उसका इस्तेमाल जो है वो फिदाइन हमले के तौर पर किया जाना था और क्या कुछ आमिर जानता है इस बारे में जो जानकारी है वो दिखाई जाएगी और इस मामले में जो जानकारी है जो है वो कोर्ट के सामने रखी भी जाएगी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि एनआईए की तरफ से जो तमाम दलीलें थोड़ी देर में कोर्ट में रखी जाएगी उसमें अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन का जिक्र भी किया जाएगा। जो सोर्सेज हमें जानकारी दे रहे हैं कि अभी तक 73 लोगों के स्टेटमेंट जो हैं वो इस पूरे केस के मामले की इन्वेस्टिगेट करते हुए एनआईए ने रजिस्टर्ड किए हैं, जिसके बाद आमिर की गिरफ्तारी की गई। आमिर की गिरफ्तारी के बाद इस कड़ी से जुड़े जो दूसरे लोग हैं उनको पकड़ने का भी जो काम है वो एनआईए की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। लेकिन आमिर इस मॉड्यूल के बारे में क्या जानता है, आमिर ने क्या सिर्फ ये i20 गाड़ी खरीदी, इसके अलावा कुछ और गाड़ियां भी खरीदी गई थी क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ब्रेजा गाड़ी हो, इको स्पॉट गाड़ी हो, वो स्विफ्ट गाड़ी जिसके अंदर से असॉल्ट राइफल और लाइव कार्टेजेस बरामद किए गए थे, उस बारे में आमिर क्या जानता है, उमर को वो कब से जानता था, अपने नाम पर गाड़ी क्यों खरीदी, ये तमाम ऐसे सवाल हैं जो कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है और यही कारण है कि मैक्सिमम डेज ऑफ कस्टडी जो है वो कोर्ट से मांगी जाएगी। देखना होगा कि कोर्ट कितने दिन की कस्टडी देखता है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि सिक्योरिटी खड़ा किया गया, पटियाला उस कोर्ट का गेट कभी बंद नहीं होता, लेकिन इस बार जब एनआईए आमिर को लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंची है तो पटियाला उस कोर्ट के गेट को पूरे तरीके से बंद कर दिया गया। आप देखेंगे कोई भी आवाजाही यहाँ से नहीं है, लोगों की आई कार्ड देखकर ही अंदर जाने दिया जा रहा है, गाड़ियों की मूवमेंट पूरे तरीके से रोकी गई है। दूसरी तरफ रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स के जो जवान है वो यहाँ पर तैनात कर दिए गए थे सुबह से ही। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि आमिर को कोर्ट में पेश किया जा रहा है। ये पहली गिरफ्तारी के बाद एनआईए की स्पेशल कोर्ट में आमिर की पेशी और तमाम नेक्सस से जुड़े जो सवाल हैं वो संभवतः आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पूछे जाएंगे। लेकिन कोशिश ये कि अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या कुछ निकला वो कोर्ट को बताया जाएगा। दूसरा, आमिर की कस्टडी मांगी जा रही है ताकि आमिर इस नेक्सस के बारे में, इस मॉड्यूल के बारे में क्या जानता है, उससे क्या कुछ लीड मिल सकती है ताकि और लोगों को पकड़ा जा सके। इस बारे में भी कोर्ट जो है वो अपना जो एनआईए जो है वो कोर्ट में अपना पक्ष रखती हुई नजर आएगी। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Yes, Jatin. Well, Jatin is getting us updates. Jatin, I'm coming back to you right now. You were mentioning about 73 witnesses which the NIA has examined, and also the focus would be shifting to the multiple leads. The focus is on unearthing the larger conspiracy behind the bombing and identifying the others involved in this case. Yes, Jatin.
बिल्कुल देखिए ये जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी है ये सिर्फ अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी तक ही सीमित नहीं है। इसके तार जम्मू कश्मीर से जुड़ते हुए नजर आए, इसके तार यूपी एटीएस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है क्योंकि डॉक्टर परवेज जो कि शाहीन का भाई है, कानपुर से उसको डिटेन किया गया, लखनऊ में उससे जो लगातार है वो पूछताछ की जा रही है। इसके तार उत्तराखंड से जुड़ते हुए नजर आए क्योंकि शाहीन वहाँ पर अपना एक पैरेलल नेक्सस खड़ा करने की कोशिश कर रही है। इसके तार अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी से क्योंकि मुजम्मिल वहाँ से था, उमर वहाँ से था, जो शाहीन है वो वहाँ से थी, और 10 तारीख को जो पास आउट हो चुके डॉक्टर्स हैं अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी के वो भी सवालों के घेरे में है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात ये पूरा मॉड्यूल किस तरीके से काम कर रहा था, 2021 में इसकी शुरुआत होती है। ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि शाहीन का पाकिस्तान कनेक्शन, वो पाकिस्तान गई थी 3 बार उसके जो पासपोर्ट है 3 अलग अलग बरामद किए गए और तीनों पासपोर्ट अलग अलग जो स्टेट्स हैं, जो अलग अलग जिले हैं वहाँ से बनवाए गए थे। तो काफ़ी ऐसे सवाल है जो कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लीड दे रहे हैं। लेकिन आमिर इस लिहाज से सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी ये क्योंकि जिस गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल फिदाइन हमले के तौर पर किया गया और एनआईए की रिलीज में साफ लिखा है सुसाइड बॉम्बर, तो एनआईए की इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी इस और चल रही है कि एक शख्स जो कि डॉक्टर उमर है उसने खुद को उड़ा लिया एक I-20 गाड़ी के अंदर एक्सप्लोजिव के साथ, और इसी एंगल पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। और वो गाड़ी जिसके नाम पर थी वो गाड़ी दरअसल आमिर के नाम पर थी, और यही कारण है कि आमिर को लेकर पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट में इस समय टीम पहुंची है। दलीलें संभवतः दी जाएगी, लेकिन ये मॉड्यूल सिर्फ जम्मू कश्मीर, फरीदाबाद, दिल्ली, हरियाणा, यूपी, उत्तराखंड तक सीमित नहीं है। इसके तार साउथ में कहाँ है उसकी भी खंगालने की, उसकी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है साफ तौर पर की जा रही है। लेकिन प्राइम एजेंसी इस पूरे मामले में एनआईए, क्योंकि एनआईए को इस पूरे मामले की जांच पहले दिन से सौंप दी गई थी। गृह मंत्री ने खुद एक बैठक के बाद ये ऐलान किया था कि इस पूरे केस की जांच एनआईए करेगी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि एनआईए इस पूरे मामले में सबूतों के आधार पर गिरफ्तारी कर रही है। यही कारण है कि 5 दिन बाद या यूं कह लीजिए कि 6वें दिन जो पहली गिरफ्तारी की गई वो आमिर की गई, और ये वही शख्स जो कि I-20 गाड़ी को फरीदाबाद के डीलर से जिसने खरीदा, और उसके बाद इस पूरे मामले की जांच जो है वो शुरू हुई और तस्वीरें लगातार सामने आई कि कैसे पेट्रोल पंप पर उसका बाकायदा पॉल्यूशन चेक कराया गया। वो गाड़ी अल फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी से अंदर जाती हुई और बाहर निकलती हुई अगले दिन नजर आ रही है। वो गाड़ी चाहे वो मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे पर नजर आ रही है, वो गाड़ी नूह में नजर आ रही है, और वो गाड़ी बदरपुर से दाखिल होती हुई दिल्ली, और अमूमन पूरी दिल्ली का उसने चक्कर लगाया। चाहे वो सेंट्रल दिल्ली की बात कर लीजिए, नई दिल्ली की बात कर लीजिए, नॉर्थ वेस्ट की बात कर लीजिए, नॉर्थ ईस्ट की बात कर लीजिए, लाल किले की बात कर लीजिए, जामा मस्जिद की बात कर लीजिए, दरियागंज की बात कर लीजिए, अरुणाचल वाली रोड की बात कर लीजिए, तुर्कमान गेट की बात कर लीजिए। ये तमाम ऐसे लोकेशन है जहां पर इस गाड़ी की मूवमेंट साफ तौर पर देखी गई। लेकिन अब आमिर इस नेक्सस के बारे में क्या जानता है? आमिर को पता था कि इस गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल सुसाइड बॉम्बर के तौर पर किया जाना है। आमिर ने अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स को सबमिट किया। आमिर को क्या कुछ बताया गया? वो दिल्ली जब आया तो उसको क्यों बताया गया कि ये गाड़ी खरीदनी है, और उसने गाड़ी आमिर ने ना चला के बल्कि उमर को क्यों दे दी? ये सवाल ऐसे हैं जिनके जवाब अब एनआईए खंगालने की कोशिश कर रही है, और यही कारण है कि मैक्सिमम डेज ऑफ कस्टडी आमिर की मांगी जाएगी। और उसके बाद इस पूरे केस की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो जो कि एनआईए पहले दिन से कर रही है, इसमें जो लीड्स मिलती नजर आएंगी उसमें आने वाले दिनों में कुछ और गिरफ्तारियां होती हुई भी नजर आएगी। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
All right. Well, thank you for getting those details. Jatin, I'll be coming back to you for more. Taking a short break right now. Do not go anywhere. The NIA has brought arrested Amir to the Patiala House Court as the Delhi blast probe continues at full speed. Viewers, we are getting you the biggest and the fastest updates only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has
Getting you much for coming up, viewers. Umar Zaid produced in court in the Delhi blast case. Viewers, fastest updates only on Republic.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है
अरे मेरे राजा
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sane Takaichi,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. The Army Chief, General Upendra Dwivedi, has sent out yet another big warning message to terror state Pakistan. He has said that Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that bigger things are in store. We'll get you the details of that full statement and a lot more. But first, the headlines, 12 p.m.
और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
Big statement by Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi. He says that Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that the movie has only begun. Tragic bus tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room set up by Indian Embassy in Jeddah. Bangladesh court to deliver verdict today in crimes against humanity trial of ex-Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. NIA, after arresting Umar Zaid yesterday from Delhi, produces him in court. Days after ED rejects Anil Ambani's virtual appearance request after he skips questioning Anil Ambani to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today. Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar camp in Delhi amid Karnataka cabinet reshuffle buzz. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is set to meet Prime Minister Modi and Mallikarjun Kharge today. Our viewer Sajid Wazid, who is the son and advisor to former Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has declared that the Awami League supporters will disrupt February's national election unless the ban on the party is lifted. He said that the protests would only intensify and could turn violent if the interim Yunus government does not reverse its decision
looking at the heightened tensions. All of this while the International Crimes Tribunal prepares to deliver its verdict against Sheikh Hasina in absentia for alleged crimes against humanity during last year's crackdown on student-led protests. These are the latest details that we are picking up moments before the Dhaka court delivers its verdict on Sheikh Hasina. All right, we have Abid, who's joining us live on this broadcast. He's live from Dhaka, the capital city of Bangladesh. Abid, if you can hear me, give us a sense of what's happening on ground, because we understand that there is a heightened sense of security as we speak, and violence has been reported in several parts across the country.
Yes, I mean, the overall situation of the country is not like that we have a lot of violence out there, but yes, there are some incidents that actually indicates that there is some sort of violence. For example, cocktail and many other problematic situations are happening around the city, but it's not that much. And the police and the army, they are actually controlling it very carefully. And also because of the reason that actually every people or the people are against the person, Sheikh Hasina, because the verdict is more likely to be negative from her end or from her narrative, anything like that. So yes, I guess that the overall situation of Dhaka city is not that much, I mean, cold at right now, but it's not that much good also at the same time.
Right. Abid, I request you to stay on with me because we also have a guest joining us live. We have Shafiul Alam Chaudhry Nadil, who's a former Bangladesh MP, joining us live on the broadcast. Shafiul, my question to you is, what are you expecting from the court hearing, which is set to happen in a short while from now? What are the expectations of the Awami League?
Look, Yunus has announced this verdict out of this unfold. We are not afraid of this illegal, unconstitutional verdict. We are not surprised because we know that the verdict is premature decision against the Awami League. Look, we already in our country, in Bangladeshi people, shown their mandate in last 13 November. In peaceful lockdown, they tried to, this is not the legal process, because the Act of International Criminal Act Tribunal created in 1973 for 1971 in freedom situation of purposes they are who are killing, looting, and forcefully they tried to in very religious and against the humanity. There are specific allegations of those criminals. In this code and this act, we cannot export Bangladeshi peoples, cannot accept this tribunal is lawfully, and it is totally illegal, unconstitutional, and this court's most of judges and law officers, they are in last against the humanity code, the war criminal lawyer. They are now, they try to against this law for Awami League, Sheikh Hasina, Awami League leaders, or some army officers and IGP, Police Inspector of Bangladesh, and former Chief Justice. So in Bangladesh people, they cannot accept the verdict, and we think after some day we throw out the Yunus and we reinstitute our constitution, and we think that in Bangladesh, the state without our people in spirit of the liberation war, we demand democracy and Bengali nationalism in reinstitute in Bangladeshi people. They want in our country. In last 15 months, so many people killed in Bangladesh, in international media, they publish this. But in our country, our journalists, our electronic print media, they every time they face the mob. And in our country, human rights totally in last 15 months is gone.
Yes. Shafiul, I request you to stay on with me. Let's also get in a word from Abid, who's joining us live from Dhaka. Abid, just hours before the verdict, there's a tape that has been released by the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She has confirmed that she will return to the country and that Yunus is facing national anger, for his the way he has governed the country ever since her ouster. If you can give us a sense of what's happening on ground as we speak, because we understand that there has been a lot of tension that has been reported from various parts of Bangladesh just before the verdict is set to come out.
Okay, so I guess that the people of this country or the overall general people are not actually supporting this narrative. As I go to the ground place and everywhere, the people are never actually in support of the former president or anything like that. And we cannot see that narrative as a whole. We cannot actually judge, because at the same time, that the verdict is what we don't know, that what the verdict will be happen and what actually will take place. But the thing is that there is nothing like that in terms of natural tension or anything like that I can see, because people are more like that they are just waiting for the verdict and they actually want some sort of justice from their point of view. They actually try to have that. So I actually don't think that is the possible manner. As I talk with other people and also at the Bangladeshi other people as well. So I guess that pretty much sums up the overall narrative here.
Okay. Shafiul, I'd like to take the next question from you. How would the Awami League really respond to these allegations that were put across against Sheikh Hasina, that excessive force was used on the protesters at the time when Dhaka was on the boil? This is a period of time that we're talking, about a year ago in July and August, which ultimately led to the fall of the Awami League government. How would you respond to these allegations that have been imposed against the former Prime Minister?
Looks in July, August 2024, law enforcement agencies use extended force in some areas are they are not lawfully, but it is law enforcement authority agencies work. It is not liable for Prime Minister or Awami League leaders. And at this time, the high-level investigation committee was also formatted by the government. And in our country, last 15 years, we tried to build a nation who are not developing country, middle-level country. We are in our economic and social all indicates, and everywhere we are advanced in previous position. Not only our mega project, some rural area with development, but in last 15 years, Jamaat, BNP, Islamic terrorists, they are tried to several times, lots of time they try to instable in the country. So law and order forces, they are tired. And in last July, August, you look in our TV station, Metro Rail, High Court, Judicial, some office, and government, so many infrastructure. They attacked, they burned, they looted. And more than 450 police stations, they burned, looted, and in this situation, law enforcement authority, they are for controlling situation. They somewhere, maybe it is not up to the law and order situation authorities, their job is not satisfactory. But we are not liable for Awami League government. But we every time we say 800 people killed in this time, we are sorry, and we try to judicial inquiry for this killing. And in UNO report, more than 1,500 people killed in July, August, and up to the 15 August. After 5th, then 900 to 1,000 people killed. And Mr. Yunus, is fascist Yunus, they in indemnity for this killing and unlawful every activity. So in Bangladesh now there is not a law making and fascist Yunus illegally, unconstitutionally, he rules in Bangladesh and looks in our port, hill tracks, our burning issue, in corridor, everything, and in our police is damaged, answer damaged. Now Yunus tried to damage our military forces and so many military officers against various vintage cases, charges against them, and we hope very short time we throw out the Yunus and we in our country we try to and new government the inclusive election, then the situation and this unlawfully change, I think, in this process.
Right. All right, Shafiul, you mentioned the issue of law and order in the country, and that's exactly what I want to go across to Abid for. Abid, if the situation were to take a reverse turn today, if the verdict is not in favor of the former Prime Minister, how do you see the ground situation really unfolding? I mean, violence, as I was mentioning, has been reported. The situation could only escalate and take a turn for the worst.
Yes, I actually can say that the verdict is all about the justice, and it is all about that what can happen because of what the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister did in this country. So it totally depends on the judicial system and the justice that what they would do. And as I already reported you earlier, that the people of this country, or as I talk to general people and anyone like that, they actually never have a very positive narrative with Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, because of the deal that she done with everything, and the accusation that people are giving is not something that is giving any kind of national anger. It is not actually any kind of indicating that as a persons or mass people are with the support of Awami League or Sheikh Hasina. The mass people are always in terms of the students and all the general people, they're likely to support the national people and national responsibility that they are facing right now. And according to the verdict, we cannot say that what will happen in next time, but the verdict, we don't actually predict something positive for the former Prime Minister and her team.
All right. Shafiul, from the party's point of view, what would be the next steps for the Awami League if the verdict were to go against Sheikh Hasina today? What are the legal and political steps that the party is looking at?
Look, we are not surprised. I mentioned it because we know that the verdict is premature and decision against the Awami League. So we call our leaders supporters. We taught them they are sometime patience, and we wait for our pupils. They already knows it is a pre-planned, premature, and meticulous designed by fascist Yunus, because almost all judges and legal officers with the court in the fight for the legal battle in court of behalf of the war criminals in the past war criminal tribunal. They all are in this trial, and they all are judges and law officers against the Awami League, against the Sheikh Hasina. So in 1971, they just tried to vindicate ordered, and we think in our country, our people, they cannot accept it, and sometimes it's our party leaders, workers, and voters. They discriminate, but we think we against the in this in legal way after when they reinstitute the constitution and law and order situation in our country, then we fight it against the legal.
Right. Abid, it's very critical allegation that has been made by Sajib Wazid, who is the son and advisor to Sheikh Hasina. He has essentially gone on to say that if the harassment against Awami League leaders and your MPs do not stop, as we've seen over the last 1 year, the kind of crackdown that has happened in Bangladesh against the Awami League, then the protests will only intensify and that the party is not going to back down. There's a direct confirmation, direct statement that has come from the son of Sheikh Hasina itself. How do you see the Yunus government responding to this? Because as we saw that there is anger that is simmering across the country against the Yunus government and the way that the law and order situation has unfolded over the last 1.5 years.
So I think that in terms of having that kind of intensity, you just need to have mass people, and the mass people are not, as I said previously, and as I said earlier, that the mass people are not in favor of the Awami League and also the former Prime Minister. And the situation is not actually going on their favor in anyhow. And I cannot see that what kind of, national anger that people are referring to, because as I go to the ground and any other places, there is no other people that we can see that Awami League supporters are gathering or anything like that, because the political team is not here existing in this country. In this country, the political team has not gathered, and they actually cannot do any political activities right now, because that's also done by the legal or judicial systems, because they have done something in the past that actually caused this consequence. So we actually don't face like that, and the national anger and anything like that. And in this at this present moment, we actually cannot say that and what her son or the Prime Minister's son, former Prime Minister's son said is not something that actually is very relatable to the general people, because we actually cannot say, as a political party, you should have a mass people, and you just need to have a lot of support from the other people, general people as well. But it is not visible at this moment, and this moment after 5 August, because Awami League has not gathered that much support from that. From the time on. So yes, that's pretty much sums up it all. And the claim that he did in his life, that the intensify, but we actually cannot see that the violence is too so much intensified or anything like that. So the general people are not actually having any kind of interest, and also they're not showing any kind of support towards the former Prime Minister. So I would summarize like that. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. My next question goes to Shafiul sir. How does the party really view the fairness of this trial that has been initiated, this crimes against humanity trial against Sheikh Hasina? Because this is a group that has been backed by the Jamaat, which we know have been involved and have been reported to have orchestrated a lot of the unrest that we have seen in Bangladesh ever since the August 2024 fall of the Awami League government.
The illegal fascist unit government will announce the vindictive against the Sheikh Hasina minded party. So we think in our country, when rule of law comes, then we legally action against it, and we hope that will happen very soon in Bangladesh. And after 5 August, so many people's media and the Awami League is finished. But you think in last 15 months, thousands of Awami League leaders are arrested, and more than 500 killed. They burned so many Awami League leaders, residents, office, business, and in our country, in some mandir, masjid, even they burn out the graveyard. And I think in last 15 months, Awami League popularity increased, and basically grassroots level people, they face the new economical inhuman condition. They feel when Awami League is returned, Sheikh Hasina will return, they feel better, and they say in Bengali, agei bhalo thilam. So many people called this. So in our country, most of half Omens in Islamic terrorists, Jamaat Islami, they tried to in our Omens to put into the house. In last 15 years, women empowerment is increasing. In last previous 2006 to 2024, it's minimum 100% increase. And our economical situation, social, all index are in up. And in our manpower, our youth, our education, everything, every segment for people. Awami League work for Awami League build Bangladesh. In liberation war, Awami League in leadership. After last 15 years, Awami League build a country new in Bangladesh. But in last 15 years, it's become a Islamic terrorist. There is no law. Everywhere looted. In democracy and speech of freedom is out of Bangladesh. So Bangladeshi people expect when Yunus out of the country and they feel like better.
Right. Abid, how do you see the impact of today's verdict, no matter what it is, on the elections that are set to take place in February next year?
I think that the election actually will take place as the judicial system and everything is related to it. It will be according to the law and everything like that. The political teams that are actually are legalized, or legalized means that they're legally can actually run their movement. They actually can take part in their election very peacefully, and everything is positive there. And the verdict which will happen, we don't know that what the judicial system, what is the process that they will actually happen. We actually cannot know as a general people. But what we know is that it's something that what a killer should actually do. Actually, what a killer, actually someone who murdered someone. Right, so what we expect that there is something, the negative consequence will happen, will take place eventually. And also, if you are doing some sort of crime and it is backed by evidences, so it actually should be the matter of the justice, and it is nothing that actually general people are worried about. They are actually more worried about that. It's not about wording, it's more about that they're actually supporting the whole concept, or they're actually supporting in the country, and they're actually not actually that much concerned about what happens afterwards. They actually want a peaceful country. And as we saw earlier, the economic status is quite good here right now in this country. After 1.5 years, you can see the prices, and you can actually see the differences, that the price of the necessary goods were very high in the previous time. But now the price is very low, and people are actually having a lot of advantages over it, and the economic aspect is going well right now. So yes, I think that pretty much sums up it all, and the election actually will take place as the government or the system is according to it. It will happen to the law. Thank you so much.
All right, Abid and Shafiul, thank you for joining us this afternoon, giving us your perspective on what's set to unfold. Keeping a close eye on that, viewers, we'll get into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll come back to the live visuals from Dhaka, minutes away from that key verdict on former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by
Hello viewers, a very, very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Army Chief General Upendra Trivedi has sent a very, very strong message on terror, and he says that Operation Sindoor was just a trailer. Big statement coming in. We'll get you all the details, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
Big statement by Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Trivedi. He says the Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that the movie has just begun. Tragic bus tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room set up by Indian Embassy in Jeddah. Bangladesh court to deliver verdict today in crimes against humanity trial of ex-PM Sheikh Hasina. NIA, after arresting Umar Zaid yesterday from Delhi, today produces him in court. Days after ED rejects Anil Ambani's virtual appearance request after he skips questioning Anil Ambani to appear before ED today. Siddaramaiah, DK Shivakumar camp in Delhi amid Karnataka cabinet reshuffle. Siddaramaiah to meet PM Modi and Mallikarjun Kharge today. We're getting updates coming in right now. The big story is that there's a key verdict on Sheikh Hasina. International Crimes Tribunal proceedings are underway and they're reading out the charges. We'll take our viewers to latest coming in. The court is saying there's enough evidence against the accused Sheikh Hasina and others. Live now, proceedings against Sheikh Hasina. We just put those pictures out for you as well because it's a special tribunal in Bangladesh's capital. It will announce a verdict against the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who's facing charges of crimes against humanity involving a crackdown on the student-led uprising that ended her 15-year rule. In August 2024, she has been in exile in India since then. So proceedings against Hasina are live. We'll just tell you what is happening as those proceedings come in, viewers. But also, there has been a statement coming in from the court that there are enough evidence against the accused Sheikh Hasina and others. Big update coming in on Republic TV. And we are getting those live pictures. These are the live pictures.
Under Section 3, subsection 2, under Section 4, subsection 1, clause B, and Section 4, clause 3, subsection 3, read with Section 28 of the International Crimes Tribunal Act 1973. Charge number 2. Order to use lethal weapon, drones, and helicopters to kill the protesters and execution of the order. During the July uprising, 2024, accused Sheikh Hasina held a conversation over telephone with Dr. A.S.M. Maksud Kamal, the then Vice Chancellor of Dhaka University from Gaurav Bhavan on 14th July 2024 at about 11 p.m., wherein she mentioned that she already ordered to kill the protesters like the Rajakas, who have been hanged before. Again, on July 18, Sheikh Hasina conversed over telephone with Sheikh Fazlur Taposh, the mayor of Dhaka South City Corporation, mentioning that she had already given direction to the law enforcement agencies to use helicopter and lethal weapons to kill and eliminate the peaceful unarmed civilian protesters, and also ordered them to use drones to locate the protesters. She also told him that she passed orders to arrest and torture the protesters across the country. As a result of above statement, directions, the Home Minister Asaduddin Owaisi and the Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Mahmood successively implemented the directions through their journeyings, that is, law enforcing agencies, by deploying drones and helicopters in the sky, killing about 1,400 protesters, including women and children, indiscriminately. And
all right, we were getting you those live proceedings coming in of the Sheikh Hasina verdict. Just want to go across to our guest who's joining us. We are being joined by Shafiful Alam Chaudhry, Organizing Secretary, Central Committee, Bangladesh Awami League, and former Member of Parliament, joining us live from Kolkata. Thank you for joining us here. You have been a former Member of Parliament and the Awami League right now, and we saw that Sheikh Hasina's son has made it very clear that if the verdict is very harsh, they will be holding protests. This is what the plan is. Of course, we're waiting for the verdict to come out. Yes, Mr. Shafiful Alam Chaudhry.
Looks, I several times says, and everybody know this act and tribunal, especially for against the humanity crime, and this crime in our country, 1971, and this trial. Those war criminal lawyers, now they are judges in against the Sheikh Hasina and Awami League leaders in this trial. And they are now conducting this trial in a rightful manner. So this verdict is totally unconstitutional, illegal, and fascist use for his safety and his crimes for safety and indemnity, the killer Jongis, and they bring out the Islamist terrorists in July, August in lots of in our in Bangladeshi jail. It's a student pupil joint situation. Not. It is a terrorist against the Bangladesh government. So law and order forces, they try to control this situation. It is not rival to Sheikh Hasina or Home Minister or Awami League leaders of Awami League governments. It looks in Nepal there is a create a situation, but after 2-3 days they control and interim government they declare after 3 months election. But in Bangladesh, 15 months goes. We don't know when is next election. In our constitution, after dissolve the parliament, within 90 days must be election process and next election government reinstitute. But in Bangladesh, you looks everywhere after 5th August, in the leadership of fascist Yunus, in our country, there is no law and order. So many people killed, burned, and 450 police station looted, burned, and in Yunus government, his home advisor says more than 15,000 firearms looted in last 15 months. How many? How much in arms recovery? So everybody know it's a totally pre-planned. They are invited. So Bangladeshi people cannot believe in Yunus and this trial. I think in international community, they already ensured that there is some unlawfully activities, and they are an European, some of parliament member, Australian parliament member, American congressmen, they already litter for this criminal activity against their criminal activity.
Yes, Mr. Chaudhary, I want to go across to. I really request Mr. Chaudhary to stay on with us. Mr. Chaudhary, I'm coming back to you. We also have Abid, who's joining us live right now. Abid, just take our viewers through what the court charges are. The live verdict is coming in from Dhaka. We just want our viewers to understand what is that court saying. They are saying there are enough charges, enough evidence against the accused Sheikh Hasina and others. Abid.
Yes, I mean the court is saying that there are many charges, major charges against Sheikh Hasina, and because of that reason, they're actually considering that what can happen next. And the verdict, we don't know the verdict yet, but we can see that the charges are proved legally, and that the charges are solidified because of the reasons and the evidences and everything.
That's right. Okay. Let's go straight across to, let's go to Mr. Chaudhary, because we have a guest live with us, Mr. Chaudhary, Organizing Secretary, Central Committee, Bangladesh Awami League, and former Member of Parliament. We are, of course, waiting for that verdict to be out, so we will go to that. But Mr. Chaudhary, how about you tell us what the situation is looking like in Dhaka? We know it's very sensitive, and the Dhaka police has warned that anyone who will try to attempt arson, attempt blast, there will be action taken against them. We have seen the situation really, really sensitive. How do you really see this situation evolving before the verdict comes out and after, perhaps?
Look, in DMP commissioner, they declared in road, they in police order to police forces to kill any demonstrator, and not only Dhaka, same to Chittagong, Sylhet. So if now they kill demonstrator and open declared, so before July, August, when they burned the government property, people property, then control to law and situation order, the police take necessary action. So if there is a unlawfully, they liable for this police officers on law and order forces, agencies officers and their commander, not only head of the state.
Right. Yes. Oh, I also have that we have for our viewers the message that Sheikh Hasina has given. She has spoken about the fact that they will not be backing down anytime soon. She says that I will keep working for the welfare of the people. This is the audio message of Sheikh Hasina to all her supporters. It came out a short while ago. Let's play it out.
আমরা কর্মসূচি দিয়েছি। আমি 13 তারিখের কর্মসূচিতে জনগণ স্বতঃস্ফূর্তভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন। আমরা তো ঢাকায় দিয়েছিলাম, কিন্তু সেটা সারা বাংলাদেশ সেটা পালন করে আমাদেরকে অন্তত একটু বলবো যে একটা আস্থা বিশ্বাসের ঠিকানায় পৌঁছে দিয়েছে। আজকে 16, কালকে 17 তারিখ আমাদের যে কর্মসূচি, আমি আশা করি এই কর্মসূচিও বাংলাদেশের মানুষ এটা পালন করে এই সুদখোর খুনি জঙ্গি ইনুস আর তার সাথে এই যারা দোষর তাদেরকে দেখিয়ে দেবে যে বাংলাদেশ জানে কিভাবে তাদের দাবি আদায় করতে হয়, কিভাবে বাংলাদেশ ঘুরে দাঁড়াতে পারে। অন্যায় অবিচার যারা করে তাদের বিচার একদিন বাংলার মাটিতে জনগণই করবে। কাজে আমি সবাইকে বলবো যে কোনো ঘাবড়ানোর কিছু নেই, বেঁচে তো আছি, বেঁচে থাকবো, দেশের মানুষের কল্যাণ আবার করব, আর এই অপরাধীদের বিচার ইনশাল্লাহ বাংলার মাটিতেই করব।
Right. Okay, let's go to Mr. Chaudhary. He's a former member of parliament. Mr. Chaudhary, we heard that message of Sheikh Hasina, and it's a message directly to her supporters. Speaking of her supporters, what kind of messages is Awami League trying to send to its supporters regarding peace and stability just ahead of that key verdict? We know that the situation is quite sensitive.
In this situation, we are not afraid. Look, it happens against the Sheikh Hasina, not only first time. It's 20 to 22 times the killer and government agency involved in this time. They tried to kill Sheikh Hasina. And last, in 2004, 21 August, in their time, BNP, Jamaat in government, they tried to kill Sheikh Hasina in Bangabandhu Avenue, in Granite Church. And there is 28 Awami League leaders are died. It's not the first time against the Sheikh Hasina. They continue. They try to kill Sheikh Hasina. They destroy the Awami League. Look, in this situation, we have requested our leaders and activists to deal with this situation with patience, because we are the political force who independent in Bangladesh. In our leadership, we try to build Bangladesh again a democratic nation, not terrorist. ये आतंकवादी के लिए बांग्लादेश नहीं. Bangladesh is a peaceful, beautiful country. In 1971, our 30 lakhs people die. 2 lakhs, our mother, sister, they raped. More than 1 crore people in India, Tripura, Assam, Meghalaya. Look, in our Sheikh Hasina, we call mother of humanity. More than 10 lakhs Rohingya refugees, we sheltered them. We fooding their health. You look, Bangladesh is a small country. Most of peoples are many challenges in our government, but we try to. We have more than 70 crore people. Direct or indirectly, 8 crore people in last 15 years economic and safety net in Sheikh Hasina government, lots of program. 36 crore books in free with delivery our students, school level. Most of all district level, we try to build university. Awami League built to Bengali nation and secular, progressive nation. But after the 5th August, in leadership of fascist Yunus, you looks in Bangladesh, there is a police officer in just like a Jesus Christ. In burnout, them looted Thana, and our lots of Awami League leaders, they killed, they burned our houses. Not only houses, they cut out our crops in the field, in our various...
Yes, yes, Mr. Chaudhary, I'm very curious also about how this verdict is going to shape those elections, so-called free and fair elections that Bangladesh is planning to hold in February 2026. But before that, I really want to go back to Abid, who's joining us live from Dhaka. Abid, just take our viewers through the latest coming in from the court. The court has made some statements. Abid.
Yes, direct orders were actually given by Hasina to kill the people. That is the one kind of statement that the court made. And also, there were many lethal weapons that were used in the lockdown during those times to kill people and the students. And we can also see that there is a number that actually says that there were many people, like 1,400 people were killed during July 2024 crackdown during that time, basically. So those are the things that actually the court said right now.
Okay. So we're getting these updates coming in from the court. Just telling our viewers what is happening. The court is saying government attempted to intimidate. They collaborated with the police forces. Police in Bangladesh initiated the attacks on protesters on the order of the government. Then we see that lethal weapons were used for a crackdown on the protesters. This is the International Crimes Tribunal proceedings which are happening. The court saying 1,400 people were killed during the crackdown in July. So I just want to go back to Mr. Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary, as the tribunal proceedings are coming in, we will, of course, be getting those updates, and those updates are flashing for our viewers. But I also want to understand what the Awami League is thinking, because we understand that the elections are coming up in 2026. Now, the Awami League doesn't want to remain banned or restricted. And what does Awami League really understand about the timing of this verdict? Do you think this is a tactic to sideline the Awami League completely from those elections which are coming up?
Okay, please give me 1 minute. For killing July, August, in Jatisangha report, not only Jatisangha, it is a Volga Turk report, 1,400 killed. Looks, in July to 15 August, Awami League ruled the country before 5th August. So after 5th August to 15 August, more than 800 people killed. Who are liable for this killing? It's a big question. And looks, there is no possibility of election in our country because the law and order situation, and there is a big stakeholder is Awami League voters. In Bangladesh, more than 40% voters, Jatiya Party and others voters, if they cannot participate the election. So this is one kind of, it's a funny election. There is no inclusive election. This is a no legal side of in our people because only BNP and Jamaat, if they only these two party participate and some of signboard or just president, secretary, they have no followers, they have no voters. You know, in our election commission, there is a 52 affiliated party. There is a 24 or 25 parties are joined to Yunus Oikomat Commission. So, in more than 55% out of the voting system or out of the election. So it's not a election expected for our people or abroad because it's a one-party election.
All right. Okay.
But I think there is no situation in last February election. It's a just joke from Yunus.
All right. Okay. So now we are getting more updates from the proceedings. Abid, I'm coming across to you right now. The court is saying human rights have been seriously violated. There have been targeted killings, and this is after the order of the then Bangladesh government. Good number of videos have been seized by the investigation agencies, which provide that enough evidence has been given of violating the human rights. There are also many questions which are being raised by the Awami League and the supporters about whether this entire tribunal process is fair. Yes. Abid.
Yes, I mean, you can see that everything is based on evidence, and the court is actually shaping the narrative, or you can say that the whole verdict is happening because that there are proper evidences to back those things. Like you can also see that there are many evidences like videos, photos, and many other people that are saying that those things actually took place at that time. So it is actually, we cannot say that it is something that is very designed or anything like that. It is because of the evidence, and the people actually have the evidence, and they actually can see that the attack on protesters really took place. The government actually attempted to intimidate the protesters, and actually they wanted to suppress them, and they actually used lethalized weapon and weapons to actually stop that protest. And it was happening because of the order of the government, and the police and the law forces actually helped the government at that time. And it was actually the order was given by the former prime minister.
All right. Abid, I wanted to hold on. Also, we thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, also for joining us on Republic TV. We are still continuing this coverage live from Dhaka. Attack on... These updates are coming in right now, viewers, where the court is listing the charges against Sheikh Hasina. Now, Sheikh Hasina has also spoken to her supporters. It's an audio message that she has put out saying that she will keep working for the welfare of her people. Let's play it out.
আমরা কর্মসূচি দিয়েছি। আমি 13 তারিখের কর্মসূচিতে জনগণ স্বতঃস্ফূর্তভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন। আমরা তো ঢাকায় দিয়েছিলাম, কিন্তু সেটা সারা বাংলাদেশ সেটা পালন করে আমাদেরকে অন্তত একটু বলবো যে একটা আস্থা বিশ্বাসের ঠিকানায় পৌঁছে দিয়েছে। আজকে 16, কালকে 17 তারিখ আমাদের যে কর্মসূচি, আমি আশা করি এই কর্মসূচিও বাংলাদেশের মানুষ এটা পালন করে এই সুদখোর খুনি জঙ্গি ইনুস আর তার সাথে এই যারা দোষর তাদেরকে দেখিয়ে দেবে যে বাংলাদেশ জানে কিভাবে তাদের দাবি আদায় করতে হয়, কিভাবে বাংলাদেশ ঘুরে দাঁড়াতে পারে। অন্যায় অবিচার যারা করে তাদের বিচার একদিন বাংলার মাটিতে জনগণই করবে। কাজে আমি সবাইকে বলবো যে কোনো ঘাবড়ানোর কিছু নেই, বেঁচে তো আছি, বেঁচে থাকবো, দেশের মানুষের কল্যাণ আবার করব, আর এই অপরাধীদের বিচার ইনশাল্লাহ বাংলার মাটিতেই করব।
Take a short break, viewers. Key verdict on Hasina. Next, we're getting you the live updates from Dhaka. Bangladesh's tribunal's verdict against ex-PM will be out very soon.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
So coming up, viewers, big update coming in. Court to decide the former PM Sheikh Hasina's fate today. Security heightened in Dhaka. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, I'm breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Now, the top story we're tracking right now is that Anil Ambani has been summoned by the ED, but he has not got the permission for a virtual hearing and a virtual presence that he had asked for. That's the top story. We'll get to all those details. The headlines first. Let's get started. Big statement by Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi. He says that Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that the movie has just begun. Tragic bus tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 controlled room set up by Indian embassy in Jeddah. Bangladesh court to deliver a verdict today in crimes against humanity trial of ex-PM Sheikh Hasina. NIA, after arresting Umar Zaid yesterday from Delhi, today produces him in court. Days after ED rejects Anil Ambani's virtual appearance request after he skips questioning Anil Ambani to appear before ED today. Siddaramaiah, DK Shivakumar camp in Delhi amid Karnataka cabinet reshuffle. Siddaramaiah to meet PM Modi and Mallikarjun Kharge today. All right, we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV. This is our searches at Jammu railway station, viewers. Live pictures that we're getting for you here on Republic TV. And remember that on the security situation, anyways, has been tightened. Security forces are conducting search operation at Jammu railway station. Those are the visuals that we are getting for our viewers. These visuals are showing the security forces. And we can see the police conducting these searches. They are searching bags. We can see they're searching passenger bags. And they are looking through passenger bags of those at the Jammu railway station. So these are live pictures that we see right now, which are coming in. Now, the situation in Jammu and Kashmir particularly has been such that the security forces have tightened their security ring around multiple places. To understand exactly what is happening at the Jammu railway station, I want to go across to my colleague Gursimran. If we have Gursimran, let's go to Gursimran if we have Gursimran.
वो तैनात कर दी गई हैं। ये बेहद ज़्यादा ज़रूरी इसलिए हो जाता है क्योंकि यहाँ पर पिछले कुछ समय में अगर आप बात की जाए तो ये अति संवेदनशील इलाका रहा है, लगातार जो है वो सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के टारगेट पर रहा है। दूसरी तरफ मैं सरजीवन से कहूँगा मेरे साथ यहाँ पर आते रहें और आपको दिखाएं कि किस तरह से सर्च हो रहा है। सर्च को 2 हिस्सों में बांटा गया है, एक प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 1 और प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 2 पर सर्च किया जा रहा है। अगर प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 1 की बात की जाए तो यहाँ पर GRP और एग्जीक्यूटिव पुलिस है और दूसरी तरफ भी जो स्पेशल ऑपरेशंस ग्रुप और बाकी जो टीम्स हैं वो यहाँ पर हैं। दूसरी तरफ आप देखेंगे अब एरिया को जो है रिवर्स करके कॉम्बिंग किया जा रहा है। उस तरफ आप देखिए अब पुलिस अथॉरिटीज जो हैं वो वापस यहाँ पर आ रही हैं। एक साइड को क्लियर किया गया है, उसके बाद ट्रूप्स को दूसरी तरफ मूव किया जा रहा है। ये इसलिए बेहद ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है क्योंकि अब कुछ और ट्रेन्स यहाँ पर आने वाली हैं और हर आने जाने वाले वाहन की, हर आने जाने वाली ट्रेन्स में आने वाले लोगों की तलाशी करना बेहद ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है क्योंकि जिस तरह से दिल्ली में हमने देखा कि जैश-ए-मोहम्मद की तरफ से एक बड़े आतंकी हमले को अंजाम दिया गया, उसके बाद यहाँ पर पूरे जम्मू तवी रेलवे स्टेशन की अगर बात की जाए तो यहाँ पर सुरक्षा जो है वो चाक चौबंद कर दी गई है। किसी भी व्यक्ति को बिना जिसके पास या तो प्लेटफॉर्म पास नहीं है या फिर टिकट नहीं है उन्हें यहाँ पर आने की इजाज़त नहीं दी जा रही। ये जो है ये मेन प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसको अब सर्च किया जाएगा, जिसके लिए अब आप देखिए कि वहाँ से फोर्स को जो है इस तरफ भेजा जा रहा है। पूरी फोर्स इस तरफ आएगी और यहाँ पर जो लोग बैठे हैं, जो लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं उन्हें जो है यहाँ पर सर्च किया जाएगा। यहाँ पर जो है CRPF आप देखिए, CRPF की यहाँ पर तैनाती है। मैं सरजीवन से कहूँगा आपको दिखाएं, हर एक डाटा जो है वो यहाँ पर CRPF के जवान मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। तो CRPF की तरफ से अलग चेक पॉइंट्स जो हैं वो यहाँ पर लगाए गए हैं जहाँ पर वो हर आने जाने वाले जो संदिग्ध यहाँ पर उन्हें यात्री लगता है उसकी यहाँ पर डिटेल्स जो हैं वो काउंट की जाती हैं क्योंकि CRPF एक बेहद महत्वपूर्ण जो है रोल यहाँ पर निभाती है इस कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन और इस पूरे इलाके की सुरक्षा में। और यहाँ पर क्योंकि ये आप देखिए ये प्लेटफॉर्म यहाँ से शुरू हो जाता है और प्लेटफॉर्म पर ही सभी वाहन आते हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए आप महिला जो पुलिस है उन्हें भी यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। हर एक तरह से यहाँ पर डिप्लॉयमेंट इतनी जो है सख्त रखी गई है और हर एक लोग जो यहाँ पर बैठे हैं जो संदिग्ध हो सकते हैं या फिर जिनसे पूछताछ की आवश्यकता है उनसे यहाँ पर पूरी पूछताछ की जा रही है और पूछताछ के बाद ही उन्हें यहाँ से जाने की इजाज़त है। सरजीवन से कहूँगा इस तरफ तस्वीरें दिखाएं। आप देखिए मेटल डिटेक्टर्स और इसके साथ साथ स्नाइपर डॉग्स, जहाँ पर मेटल डिटेक्टर्स और स्नाइपर डॉग्स की ज़रूरत पड़ रही है उन्हें यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। क्यों? क्योंकि अगर किसी तरह का एक्सप्लोजिव यहाँ पर है या एक्सप्लोजिव के बिना अगर बात की जाए किसी भी तरह की कोई संदिग्ध वस्तु है जिससे कि सुरक्षा को खतरा हो सकता है उसे जो है अथॉरिटीज़, प्रशासन जो है वो पूरी तरह से चेक कर रहा है और चेक करने के बाद ही उन्हें यहाँ पर एक गो हेड या फिर क्लियरेंस दिया जा रहा है। जम्मू तवी रेलवे स्टेशन मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ बार बार कि एक अति संवेदनशील इलाका है। कारण सबसे बड़ा ये है कि यहाँ पर माता वैष्णो देवी श्राइन को जाने वाले कई जो ट्रेन हैं वो आती हैं दिन भर जो है लगातार, और उसके अलावा भी देश दुनिया से जो लोग यहाँ पर जम्मू कश्मीर में दर्शनों के लिए आते हैं क्योंकि यहाँ से आगे अब कनेक्टिविटी जो है कश्मीर तक भी है, तो सब लोग जो वहाँ भी जाते हैं वो जम्मू तवी से होकर गुजरते हैं। यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का रिस्क जो है वो स्थानीय प्रशासन या फिर पुलिस अथॉरिटीज़ नहीं लेना चाहते और तभी अब आप देखेंगे तो प्लेटफॉर्म पर एक एक्सटेंडेड सर्च जो है वो किया जा रहा है। ये कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन है, सर्च ऑपरेशन है, ताकि किसी भी जो घटना है जो कि लगातार देश दुश्मन प्लान कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से सुबह हमने SSP जम्मू से भी बात की तो उन्होंने कहा कि जम्मू पे जो है किसी भी खतरे के इनपुट का हम इंतज़ार नहीं करते क्योंकि थ्रेट परसेप्शन जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। इसलिए अब आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर जो बैग्स लेकर यात्री यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं उन बैग्स को थॉरोली सर्च किया जा रहा है। पुलिस प्रशासन की कोशिश बिल्कुल क्लियर है कि यहाँ पर कोई भी ऐसी वस्तु ना पहुँचे जिससे कि सुरक्षा को खतरा हो सके। यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो वेपन्स के साथ जो जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के कमांडोज और जवान हैं वो भी यहाँ पर अब पहुँचे हैं। तो हर एक जो विंग है उसे यहाँ पर रखा गया है, GRP हो, एग्जीक्यूटिव हो या फिर जो ऑपरेशंस ग्रुप हो, ताकि हर व्यक्ति की जान जो है वो यहाँ पर की जा सके। जी
Yes. Okay, we'll go to Gursimran in a short while from now. Gursimran is getting us top updates coming in. You can see that the security forces have also entered the trains and they're conducting those searches at the railway station We'll try to get Gursimran back with us, but you can see it's a very thorough inspection which is happening of the Jammu railway station as we speak, and this is coming in the backdrop of the security situation which has been tightened in Jammu and Kashmir with anti-terror operations and raids which have been underway simultaneously. So at the backdrop of the situation in Jammu and Kashmir and how we have seen that the security agencies have gone ahead and made sure that
रेलवे स्टेशन पर नहीं देखी गई कि अतिरिक्त जो हैं 100 के करीब फोर्सेस जो हैं उन्हें इन ऑपरेशंस पे इंडक्ट किया जाए और इस तरह हर एक व्यक्ति की जांच की जाए। आप देखिए हर एक व्यक्ति के आईडी कार्ड्स जो हैं यहाँ पर जांचे जा रहे हैं और उसके बाद ही उन्हें जो है बैठने की या फिर आगे की कार्रवाई की इजाज़त है। यहाँ पर मेटल डिटेक्टर्स लगा दिए गए हैं। मेटल डिटेक्टर उसी कंडीशन में लगाए जाते हैं जब किसी एक्सप्लोजिव का खतरा हो। तो इनपुट्स किसी न किसी तरह के स्वाभाविक तौर पर हैं, लेकिन वो क्योंकि पब्लिकली साझा नहीं किए जा सकते किस तरह के इनपुट्स हैं या फिर क्या जो है इंटेलिजेंसेस की तरफ से उनके साथ साझा किया गया है। बट यहाँ पर इतनी बड़ी तैनाती मेटल डिटेक्टर्स और स्नाइपर डॉग्स के साथ आप ये समझिए कि ये नॉर्मल चीज़ नहीं है। ये या तो एक बड़े पैमाने पर जो नॉन काइनेटिक ऑपरेशंस हैं उसका हिस्सा है या फिर ये तैयारी जो है उसके लिए है कि अगर कोई भी अप्रिय घटना करने की कोशिश करे तो उससे जो है कार्रवाई की जा सके। तस्वीरों में आप लगातार यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं कि पुलिस के जवान लगातार पूरे इलाके में, कोई व्यक्ति अगर यहाँ पर बिना पहचान के सोया है उससे भी सबसे पहले उसका आईडी कार्ड, उसकी तस्वीरें जो हैं वो ली जा रही हैं, उसके आईडी प्रूफ लिया जा रहा है और उसके बाद ही उसके जो सामान की चेकिंग और पूरा देखिए आप यहाँ पर पूरे अगर इलाके की बात की जाए तो एक छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया है। इस तरफ आप देखेंगे, मैं सरजीवन से कहूँगा कि साथ साथ सरजीवन आपको तस्वीरें दिखाते रहें क्योंकि तकरीबन जो है 500 से 800 मीटर का प्लेटफॉर्म है और इस पूरे प्लेटफॉर्म की जो है सघन तलाशी, यहाँ पर स्नाइपर डॉग्स और उसके साथ साथ मेटल डिटेक्टर्स और हाथों से भी मैनुअल चेकिंग जो है वो की जा रही है क्योंकि हर एक चीज़ जो है मेटल डिटेक्टर। जी
Yes, so Gursimran, I'm coming back to you right now. So Gursimran is telling us they're sniffer dogs. We can see sniffer dogs which are at the spot. Then Gursimran told us they are metal detectors which are being used. Every suspicious object, even bags are being opened very thoroughly. You can see that metal detectors are being used over these bags of the passengers. Sniffer dogs can be seen. Sniffer dogs are being deployed and they are making sure that there are no suspicious objects in those bags. Gursimran will be back with us in a short while from now. He's right there at the railway station. Live pictures coming in of security forces combing this entire area, making sure that there are no loser ends. Yes, Gursimran, what is happening?
Yes, right now we are at the platform number 1 of the Jammu Tawi railway station and here you will see that the intensified search operations and the combing operations are underway. Not only the troops have been inducted, the additional troops, but I'll request Sarjeevan to come this way so that we can show you that the sniper dogs and the metal detectors have also been looped into the search operations that are being conducted. This is for the first time that this massive scale operations have been launched in the Jammu Tawi railway station. Earlier also we have seen operations, but it was only limited to 20 or 30 troops. But what we are getting to know that additional more than 100 troops have been inducted into the operations and these searches are led by the DYSP rank officer. 2 DYSP rank officers are already here at the ground and this is being monitored by the top brass of the railway. So this entire area is being cleared and though it is not being said that whether there is any specific input, but with the magnitude the search operations are going on here, one thing is very clear that the railway authorities want to ensure that there is no untoward incident that takes place and that's why every train that is coming and the passengers that are coming and going to different parts of the country, they are thoroughly being checked and only then we are allowed, because in the past also, though there is a metal scanner at this very entrance of the railway station, but those who are coming from the different parts of the country to Jammu and Kashmir, that is also being thoroughly searched. The senior officials including the SHO of the railway station, GRP, they are also here and they are searching out and carrying out the intensifying combing operations here in the Jammu Tawi railway station. See, after the recent Delhi blast that has taken place, there have been concerns that have been flagged at every single end that there might be possibility that next target could be some this kind of a place where the people turn up in the large numbers. Today morning when we spoke to the SSP Jammu, Joginder Singh also, he said that for Jammu and Kashmir we need not to have any of the special inputs, reason being that the threat always lies there. So to rule out that threat, they are ensuring that this kind of a massive combing and search operation is launched, and wherever you will see, you will find hundreds and hundreds of the cops that are carrying out the searches in the area. Everything that they see, they check it because they want to rule out the possibility of any sabotage. These are the anti-sabotage checks, the combing operations that have been launched, and this is the largest ever operation as part of the largest ever non-kinetic operations that are underway in the Jammu.
Thank you, Gursamra, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this story. But it's been just less than 24 hours. Nowgam, a police station explosion has triggered nationwide concern after the Delhi blast that claimed 9 lives and left 20 injured. As part of the ongoing probe, raids have been conducted across the state of Jammu and Kashmir to hunt down white-collar terror jihad across the nation. With intel agencies on high alert, largest ever non-kinetic operations have now been unleashed across multiple districts of Srinagar, Pulwama, Shopia, Kulgaon and Baramulla. Take a look.
Just days after the Delhi blast, a deadly explosion ripped through the Nowgam police station in Srinagar, claiming 9 lives and leaving 32 injured. With intel agencies on high alert, the Jammu and Kashmir police have launched a massive non-kinetic operation to bust white-collar terror module, many of whom are doctors.
जम्मू कश्मीर में हम लोग इतने सालों से जो है टेररिज्म को फेस कर रहे हैं, तो हमें नहीं इंतज़ार करना चाहिए कि कोई इनपुट है या नहीं है. हमें ये मालूम है कि यहाँ पे हमें थ्रेट है, और उस थ्रेट को लेके जितने भी किस्म के पैरामीटर्स स्टेप्स उठाए जाने चाहिए, वो J&K पुलिस के साथ साथ हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस हैं, आर्मी एंड हमारी जो इंटेलिजेंसीज हैं, सारे के सारे हम लोग इसके.
As the raids continue, SSP Jammu have revealed exclusive details assuring operational readiness and the ongoing countermeasure initiatives to dismantle white-collar terror jihad.
And viewers are getting you some big updates coming in. Anil Ambani skips ED summons yet again and is set to appear through video conferencing. Huge update. Now, just getting your context, because the ED has issued fresh summons to Anil Ambani to appear before it. In the FEMA case, he skipped his scheduled date earlier. And earlier, we see that after skipping his summons again, this time, the latest update we have got for our viewers is that Anil Ambani will be appearing through video conferencing instead. So these are the top updates coming in on Republic TV, viewers. And this is coming in as we have seen that the ED had asked Ambani to appear before the Central Probe Agency. And these are fresh summons which have been sent to Ambani in connection with the case under the Foreign Exchange Management Act. This is the FEMA case that we are talking about here. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. We'll try to connect to our reporters as well to understand where this case is heading towards. But there are multiple allegations which have been made in this case. Those are the allegations which you can see on your screen about the mass-scale siphoning which has taken place in the case according to the investigation. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. And the ED has been recording statements from many individuals, including alleged Hawala operators, which led to the latest summons. Let's go to Pranav, who's joining us live. Pranav, just help us understand what this case is all about. This is the FEMA case. A little bit more different from the money laundering charges which have already been leveled against the Anil Ambani companies.
Well, yes, the matter does pertain to the FEMA allegations against Mr. Anil Ambani and the company. But he's issued a statement after he skipped the summons and in fact did not attend, the ED meeting or so to say, the respect the summons. After which he's issued the statement, and the companies actually said that he could not come. It's basically they've justified why Mr. Ambani could not attend. It's basically saying that it's a 15-year-old case, and from 15 years, from April 2007 to March 2022. Mr. Ambani served as a high executive director at Reliance Infrastructure and was not, responsible for day-to-day operations. So the company has issued a statement basically just justifying why Mr. Ambani could not attend the summons in person, and has in fact requested for a video appearing.
All right, Pranav, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more. We're getting some more updates coming in. So let's go to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. And this is regarding the Delhi blast case. NIA court has remanded Amir in custody for 10 days. Huge update coming in on Republic TV viewers. Amir is the aide of the prime suspect Umar. And he was appearing at the Patiala House Court. We were getting you these updates a short while back. The latest in the story has just come in. NIA court remanded Amir in custody for 10 days. Those are pictures coming in from earlier when Umar's aide was brought to court. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Just giving you a context. All right, Prem is joining us. Prem, accused in the terror blast case, Amir was arrested by the NIA. Was brought to Delhi's Patiala House Court earlier. Now we see a latest update coming in. NIA court remands Amir in custody for 10 days and he was a key aide of the prime suspect, the bomber Umar. Yes, go ahead. Pray.
So Amir Rashid Ali, who was the owner of the car which was used in the Delhi bombast case, he is given a 10-day remand in the Patiala House Court. We are right outside the Patiala House Court. It was an in-camera proceeding in which only senior NIA officials, lawyers and Amir was there. It is revealed he was arrested from Delhi and he is initially the resident of Pampur who felicitated in purchase of the car which was eventually used in the Delhi bomb blast case. So in his name the car was registered and in that car was used as an IED in the Delhi bomb blast case. So he hails from Pampur, Jammu and Kashmir. NIA arrested him from Delhi and he was presented in the Patiala House Court in the NIA court, and NIA court has given a 10-day custody of him, and NIA will take him to the multiple locations and new revelations will be made through his statements, because he is one of the crucial part of this Delhi bombast case, and his statements will give a breakthrough revelations in the case for the investigators.
Yes, thank you for getting those details. I'll be coming back to you. We're getting some more updates coming in. More updates coming in the Delhi blast case. Viewers, investigating agencies are probing the Delhi blast and say they have gained crucial insights from Dr. Shaheen, also called Madam Surgeon. After recovering her WhatsApp chats, she regularly received messages from two unidentified numbers saved as Madam X and Madam Z, in which the word medicine was repeatedly used as a code for explosives while referencing to an operation allegedly pointed to a terror attack. So this is a huge update which we are getting for our viewers. This is a network. We see the investigators uncovering this entire network in which key suspect Dr. Shaheen was addressed as Madam Surgeon by her associates. We'll try to go to our colleagues in a short while from now. But as we wait for that, let's just tell you what is happening on Republic in terms of the blast case that Republic is getting you all the top updates of. Investigating agencies are probing the Delhi blast. They have gained crucial insights from Dr. Shaheen, also being called Madam, I repeat, Madam Surgeon. Her WhatsApp chats have been recovered by the investigating agencies, and she received two unidentified numbers saved as Madam X and Madam Z. Let's go straight across to Ishan, who's joining us. Ishan, I'm coming across to you just to help our viewers understand what are we understanding in terms of the investigating agencies. They have got the WhatsApp chats, and there were some code words which were used, Ishan. Code words such as medicine, code words such as Madam Z, Madam X. The way they referred to the operation, they used all these code words. Yes, Ishan, go ahead.
The investigation agencies have uncovered a chat wherein they had shown that Madam Surgeon, who was a doctor at Al Falah University, was constantly communicating with two other persons known as Madam X and Madam Z. These two were very important people as they were constantly taking updates from the doctor at Al Falah University. These updates referred to a lot of code words wherein they were showing that the medicine has arrived and that operation is underway. These were all code words for the terror attack that was planned in Delhi. They were constantly communicating, and there was an enticement from Madam Z to Madam Surgeon that they should also focus on recruitment of female operatives in and across the nation. This is a very important update as this shows the unraveling of a larger network across the nation, which clearly emphasized that this was a very deep-rooted and planned operation. We were also coming to know that this information is very important, that the NIA is suspecting that the Madam X or Madam Z may be a part of the Pakistani network or maybe foreign handlers. The identities of Madam X and Madam Z have not yet been uncovered, as there was no photograph on WhatsApp, as there was no other information that showed who this Madam X and Madam Z are. But it is very clear that these are very important to the investigation, and they were constantly in communication with Madam Surgeon, and it showed that the terror network extended all the way from India to maybe even across the border. Back to you.
Yes, Ishan. Well, thank you for getting those details. Viewers are getting big revelations coming in the Delhi blast probe case. We'll be tracking the story extremely closely on Republic TV. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we are tracking. All right, next we are getting you all the updates coming in from across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
36-year-old woman was allegedly gang raped by 4 men. This happened in Karnataka's Koppal district. Reports suggest that the victim was taken on a bike, forced to drink alcohol and then assaulted. She was admitted to Koppal district hospital for treatment. The incident occurred when the woman visited a town and met an acquaintance. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired the 32nd meeting of the Northern Zonal Council in Faridabad in Haryana, bringing together the Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab and Rajasthan, as well as the Lieutenant Governors and administrators of Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh and Chandigarh, along with senior officials from the central state governments. All right, viewers, getting you some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go straight across to what is happening in Bangladesh, viewers, because the verdict on Sheikh Hasina is expected. These pictures are live. They're coming from the International Crimes Tribunal proceedings. Going through the latest coming in, the court has said the accused has committed crime against humanity and deserves the maximum punishment. This is what the court is saying when it comes to the Sheikh Hasina very much anticipated verdict, which we are tracking closely on Republic TV. The verdict is reading the crimes against humanity case, and the situation is also very sensitive in Bangladesh. Now, just giving a context, Sheikh Hasina and her 2 top aides have been accused of orchestrating mass killings of protesters in Dhaka during the student protest. Right now, the International Crimes Tribunal 1 is currently reading its verdict in the case. So we are waiting for the verdict on Sheikh Hasina. Now, we're standing by for that verdict. It is going to come out. I repeat, it is going to come out any time now. The International Crimes Tribunal has begun reading its verdict in the case accusing the ousted Prime Minister and former Home Minister and other aides of Sheikh Hasina for committing crimes against humanity during the student protest of 2024. So just waiting for that. Okay, we're getting more updates coming in. Right now. We'll go to that in a moment. But the key verdict on Hasina will be coming out any time now. Sheikh Hasina is facing about 5 charges. These include murders, attempted murders, torture, use of lethal force on unarmed student protesters, issuance of orders to deploy lethal weapons, helicopters, drones, and specific killings in Rangpur and Dhaka. Those are charges which have already been listed. So, orchestrating mass killings, use of helicopters, murder of student activists, incineration of bodies, and coordinated killings of demonstrators. So we're just waiting for more updates coming in because the situation is extremely sensitive. All right, we're getting more updates coming in, viewers. We see that the International Crimes Tribunal proceeding is saying the evidences against accused are so strong that cannot be ignored, and the punishment will be so hard that no other Prime Minister of any other state will commit such atrocities. Very strong statements coming out right now. Just reading some more. The accused has committed crime against humanity and deserves the maximum punishment. This is what the court is saying. This is the tribunal proceedings. Once again, I'll read it out. The accused has committed crime against humanity and deserves the maximum punishment. The court is saying that the evidences against accused are so strong that they cannot be ignored, and the punishment will be so hard that no other prime minister of any other state will commit such atrocities. We're just also getting all these updates coming in on Republic TV, where the court is building a case to indict Sheikh Hasina. The situation is very, very sensitive in Bangladesh already, because ahead of the verdict, we saw that Hasina's son has said that supporters of a party, Awami League, would block the national elections, which are in February, if a ban on the party is not lifted, and the protests could escalate into violence. Court saying Hasina guilty of crimes against humanity, and Sheikh Hasina's trial is being conducted while she's not there. Remember, Sheikh Hasina has been living in exile here in India since fleeing from Bangladesh in August 2024. I think we have Abid with us. If we have Abid, let's go to Abid. Abid, huge statement coming in. Huge statement coming in. And I just want to read that out once more. The punishment will be so hard that no other prime minister of any other state will commit such atrocities. And, there have been so many speculations and questions being asked that is this verdict timed in a way that the Awami League will be in a very, very...
Notice of some incidents. Number one, accused Sheikh Hasina started making contemptuous and hate speeches in the social media subsequent to the July movement 2024, whereupon she was ordered by this tribunal to be restrained from such speeches of contempt and hatred. Secondly, in a telephonic conversation with a party activist named Mr. Shakib, accused Sheikh Hasina, infringing tribunal's order, made some hateful and contemptuous remarks, asking said activist Shakib to kill 226 persons, as 226 cases have been filed against her, and to burn the houses of the rival people, whereupon this tribunal convicted her for contempt of the tribunal and sentenced her to 6 months imprisonment. Another one, the tribunal has further noticed one of her interviews published in a Daily Star a few days ago. The date has not been noted here, in which she impliedly admitted that atrocities had certainly taken place in July movement 2024. But she denied that she ordered to commit such atrocities. It has further been noticed by the tribunal that in another interview with a YouTube channel named Desh Shama of India, accused Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina admitted her responsibility for the July 24 atrocities in the words within quotation, as the leader of the country, I assume ultimate leadership responsibility. Furthermore, we have noticed that Sheikh Hasina made an interview with Daily Anandabazar of India on 7 November 25, wherein she admitted her superior command responsibility. So you may find the newspaper. Now I will start with our observations and inference. From the foregoing findings, facts and circumstances, it transpires that the students of Dhaka University and other academic institutions had launched a movement on 1 July 2024, demanding reformation in the quota system in the government jobs and continued the same till 5 August 2024. The government did not pay heed to the demands of the students. Instead of listening to the students and fulfilling their demands, the then Prime Minister, accused Sheikh Hasina, undermined the movement and made a derogatory remark pointing towards the students, terming them Rajakars. The term is an objurgation. In Bangla, this is a gali. In her words, Mukti Jodha Natiputira Chakri Pabanato Rajakarer Natiputira Pabe. As the aftermath of aforesaid observation and the derogatory remark of accused Sheikh Hasina, the students, including female students who were at the forefront of Dhaka University, burst into a rage and assembled at the Raju Bhaskarya.
All right, currently underway are the proceedings that's happening inside the Dhaka court. A key verdict on Hasina is expected today. Bangladesh's International Crimes Tribunal has already begun reading its verdict in the case against the deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who is being tried in the absentia over the alleged crimes against humanity committed during the last year's student-led agitation that had led to the fall of her Awami League government. All right, we believe the live proceeding audio is back. Let's hear what's happening inside.
তোদেরও তাই করব, একটাও ছাড়বো না, আমি বলে দিচ্ছি। Razakars have been hanged. Now they also will be hanged. None will be spared. I have already ordered. This is the translation. She again said, রাজাকারদের কি অবস্থা হয়েছে দেখিস না, সবগুলোকে ফাঁসি দিছি, এইবার তোদেরও ছাড়বো না। In the said conversation, Sheikh Hasina further said, আমি বলে দিচ্ছি আজকে সহ্য করার পর অ্যারেস্ট করবে, ধরে নেবে এবং যা অ্যাকশন নেওয়া হবে। And it is crystal clear that Sheikh Hasina expressed her incitement to the activists of her party Awami League and affiliates Chhatro League and Jubo League, and also gave provocation to the protesters, and furthermore she expressed that she ordered to kill and eliminate the protesting students. The concerned pen drive CD containing the above conversation, as well as the transcript thereof, have been submitted in the tribunal. In addition to the above, on 15/7/2024, our League Secretary and Cabinet Minister Ubaidul Qadir made another provocative remark, saying, Andolon Damane Chhatro League is যথেষ্ট. Chhatro League is enough to control the movement. Whereupon the protesting students of Dhaka University burst into anger and vehemently protested against Sheikh Hasina, Ubaidul Qadir and the government. The activists of Chhatro League, Jubo League attacked the protesting students with various deadly weapons and severely injured hundreds of them, whereupon they had to be hospitalized. The attackers impeded the injured students proceeding to the hospital and also impeded their treatment. Moreover, the attackers made further attacks upon the students undergoing treatment in the hospital. In consequence of the above noted incitements of Sheikh Hasina, in the press conference on 14 July 2024, are ordered to kill them as revealed in her conversation on the following night with Dhaka University Vice Chancellor, and also the provocative and aggressive remark of Awami League Secretary Waidul Qadir, the law enforcers and activists of Chhatr League and Yuva League attacked the protesting students at Dhaka University throughout the country, inclusive of Rangpur Begum Rokeya University. And in furtherance thereof, police shot Begum Rokeya University student Abu Said repeatedly at a close range, whereupon he succumbed to the gunshots. The above-mentioned conversation of Sheikh Hasina with the Dhaka University Vice Chancellor S.A.M. Maqsood Kamal has been examined by the experts in the CID Forensic Laboratory, and it appears from the report of the examination that the conversation was genuine and that the same have not been generated by artificial intelligence, AI. The concerned experts deposed in corroboration of the genuineness of the impugned conversation. Furthermore, we find support of such conversation in the reports of daily newspapers. In addition to the above, the concerned CD pen drive containing the conversations has been played in the courtroom in course of the proceeding, and thereupon the conversation seemed to be genuine. The remarks of Sheikh Hasina in the press conference on 14/7/24 has been watched by many people in the television channel and social media. Almost all the witnesses, while deposing in the tribunal, mentioned that they watched the videos in the media. Moreover, the national daily newspapers published the said remarks on 15/7/24. The remark of Awami League was published in the news certification. Over and above said inciting remark and killing and order of killing by Sheikh Hasina and the provocative remark of Awami League have not been denied by them. Although State Defence Council, the Lord and State Defence Council for the absconding accused Sheikh Hasina and Asaduddin Kamal submitted that the conversation between Sheikh Hasina and ASM Kamal, Maqsood Kamal, has not been properly tested, but he failed to show any cogent reasons in this regard. The prosecution witnesses proved the attack upon the Dhaka University students by the activists of Awami League, Chhatr League and Yuva League following the incitement and Sheikh Hasina's order of killing, as well as the provocative remark of Vadra Qadir. Sheikh Hasina ordered the law enforcing agencies to use drone for locating the congregating protesters and thus to use helicopter and lethal weapons to kill them. Such order has been disclosed by Sheikh Hasina in her telephonic conversation on 18/7/2024 with Dhaka South City Corporation Mayor Fazlenur Tapor, as it has been read beforehand, and also with Hassanul Haq Ino. The concerned pendrive CD containing the aforesaid conversations have been submitted in the tribunal. The said conversations have been examined in the forensic laboratory of CID, and the concerned experts found that the conversations are genuine and not generated by artificial intelligence, AI. Moreover, the pendrive CD containing the conversations in question have been played in the courtroom, and we have heard the conversations, and thereupon it appeared to us that the conversations are real, not fake and fabricated. Accused Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, accused Home Minister Asaduddin Khan Kamal, accused Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun acted jointly in connivance and collaboration with each other to commit the atrocities in order to kill the protesters throughout the country. It has been disclosed by Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun in his testimony that a core committee consisting of Home Secretary Jahangir, Additional Home Secretary Political Mr. Tipu Sultan, Additional Secretary Reza Mustafa, SB's Chief Monirul Islam, DB Chief Harun Rashid, RAB DG Barrister Harun Rashid, DMP Commissioner Habibur Rahman, DG of DGB Major General AKM Major General Ashrafuzzaman Siddiqui, DG of Ansar Major General AKM Aminul Haq, NTMC Chief Major General Ziaullah Hassan, DGFI Chief and NSI Chief used to hold meeting every night after 19 July 2024 at the residence of Home Minister Asaduddin Khan Kamal. Accused Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun said that instruction to the core committee used to come from the Prime Minister. He also said that at one stage of the movement, it was decided to use drone to locate the gathering of the protesters and to use helicopter and lethal weapons to control the movement. In a meeting of the core committee, Sheikh Hasina passed a direction to use lethal weapon. Additional DIG Vadra, who was present there, communicated the message to the police officers throughout the country to use lethal weapons accordingly. Furthermore, Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun said that in pursuance of the remark of Obaidul Qadir and Nanak, that Chhatra League and Yuva League are enough to bring the movement under control. He further said that following such remarks, activists of Chhatra League and Yuva League attacked the students of Dhaka University. He also said that a lot of protesting students and public were killed by using drone, helicopter and lethal weapons throughout the country. Accused Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun further asserted in his testimony that he, along with Home Minister Asaduddin Khan Kamal, Home Secretary and DMP Commissioner, went to Nayanganj on 29/7/24 to observe the situation of the movement, and on the way, they stayed for a while in front of the Jatrabari police station, and then DC Iqbal of Wari Zone showed a video to the Home Minister on his mobile and said, "We shoot one, that one dies, that one gets injured, but the others do not move." Therefore, it is perspicuous from the above that all the three accused led the operations against the protesting students and public jointly as a matter of joint criminal enterprise. As the aftermath of Sheikh Hasina's order, as well as the supervision and guidance of accused Home Minister Asaduddin Kamal and IGP Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun, the law enforcers and activists of Awami League, Chhatra League and Yuva League invaded the protesting students and public throughout the country by using drone, helicopter and lethal weapons, causing death to about 1,500, inclusive of 6 protesters at Sankarpur of Dhaka, namely Shahriar Khan Anas, Mahdi Hassan Junaid, MD Yaqub, MD Rakib Hawladar, Muhammad Ismail Haq, Malik Mia alias Shahari, and another 6 protesters at Ashuria of Sabah, namely Sajjad Hussain, Sodor, As-Sabur, Tanzil Mahmud, Sujar, Bayezid Bustami, Abul Hussain, and another unidentified protester near Dhaka, and caused grievous injuries to about 25,000 of them. In Ashulia, the aforesaid 5 dead bodies and another body of an unidentified injured protester were burned with petrol by police. The law enforcers and the activists of Awami League and those of its affiliated organizations named Chhatra League and Yuva League killed and injured the protesting students and members of the public with lethal weapons like SMG, LMG, China rifle, shotgun, 9mm pistol, 7.62 pistol, both on the ground as well as from the helicopters from above the ground. The atrocities were committed by incitement, order, abatement, and failure to take preventive and punitive measures of the accused Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, accused Home Minister Asaduddin Kamal, accused Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun, and by the abatement, aid, and perpetration of the underlings, that is, the subordinates. Some of the injured victims, members of the families of dead and injured protesters, other eyewitnesses from different parts of the country, deposed in support of the atrocities of killing and injuring hundreds and thousands of protesters all over the country. Under the foregoing facts and circumstances, it has ostensibly been substantiated that the atrocities of killing and gravely injuring the protesting students and public took place almost all over the country. In view of the testimony of the investigating officer, the atrocities during the movement, July movement 2024, the atrocities occurred in 50 districts and lethal weapons were used in 41 districts of Bangladesh. We also find that victims witnesses from many districts testified in the tribunal stating that killing and injuring the students and common people took place in their respective districts during July 2024. The was directed against civilian population and it was widespread and systematic. Therefore, in the atrocities of killing and gravely injuring the protesters as apostate, accused Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina committed crimes against humanity by her incitement, order, and also failure to take preventive and punitive measures. Under charge 1, accused Sheikh Hasina committed one count of crimes against humanity by her order to use drones, helicopter, and lethal weapons. Under charge number 2, count 1. Accused Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina committed crimes against humanity on one count under charge 1. Accused Asaduddin Khan Kamal and Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun committed crimes against humanity by their abetment in the use of drones, helicopter, and lethal weapons. Under charge number 2, count 2. Accused Asaduddin Kamal and Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun committed 2 counts of crime against humanity under the same charge by their abetments and failure to prevent the atrocities at Sankarpur, Dhaka, and also committed crimes against humanity by their abetments and failure to prevent the atrocities in Asulia, Sabha, Dhaka under the same charge. Accused Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister and as the President of Awami League and the controlling authority of all affiliated organizations, was the superior commander of the state party leaders and activists, as well as the Home Minister and Inspector General of Police, that is accused Sheikh Hasina and 2 other accused were in the superior and subordinate relationship. On the other hand, the Home Minister was the superior of the Inspector General of Police, that is, they are in the superior and subordinate relationship. As required to be an element as required by the provisions of Rome Statute. In the like way, all the police officers are subordinate to the Inspector General of Police. They worked under him. Thus, it is apparent that accused Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina had superior control status over accused Asaduddin Khan Kamal and accused Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun, whereupon it was her responsibility to take measures to prevent the atrocities in question, which continued for about a month. She did not also take any punitive measures against the perpetrators. In the like way, Home Minister Asaduddin Khan Kamal held superior command responsibility over the Inspector General of Police and other successive other officers. and as such he had the responsibility, superior command responsibility to prevent all of them from committing the atrocities and for taking punitive measures against the perpetrators. Thus, both the accused, Asaduddin Khan Kamal and Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun, they committed crimes against humanity by their abatement, that is facilitation, and their failure to prevent the atrocities committed by their underlings. And hence, they are liable to be punished under section 32A, 32G, 32H, 41B and 43 of the International Crimes Tribunal Act. Accused Sheikh Hasina is liable to be punished under section 32A, 32H, 41B and 43 of the International Crimes Tribunal Act 1973. It is obvious from the facts and circumstances delineated herein before that the law enforcers and the activists of ruling party Awami League, as well as its affiliated organizations, targeted the unarmed civilian protesters countrywide and accordingly attacked them. Therefore, in all the above discussed atrocities, the elements constituting crime against humanity have been fulfilled. The victim witnesses, the other witnesses, and the investigating officer held the accused Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, accused Home Minister Asaduddin Khan Kamal, and accused Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun liable for the atrocities. It may be mentioned here that Mr. Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamun, Inspector General.
All right, getting these live proceedings from the International Crimes Tribunal proceedings, I want to go to Abid. Abid, we are seeing that the court is saying all three accused committed crimes against humanity by abatement and three failures to prevent atrocities. And the failures to prevent atrocities, and hence they are liable to be punished. So these live updates are coming in, and if you could just help our viewers understand what the court is saying. They've accused the Home Minister Sheikh Hasina and the aides for committing crimes against humanity by abatement and prevention of atrocities.
Yes, I guess that all of the evidences are against her, and also the team and also the government of that time, because what they have did in the past. And the situation right now is not actually favorable in terms of Sheikh Hasina and also her team, because you can see that in 328 or 328, it actually gives us some sort of idea that but it is not going to be very great for her, and it is going to be, the punishment is going to be huge because of the accusation and the evidences found out. So I guess that also the Asaduddin Khan Kamal and also other people who actually helped her in this process of killing people, or the violence that she did, and she was the mastermind behind the violence, and also she because of her advice and everything, 1,400 people were killed at the same time. So it was many weapons were used to stop the people, and we can actually understand very easily that the verdict is not going in favor of her, and it is going to be something, the punishment is going to be huge right now.
Yes, Abid. So they did say that the maximum punishment should be given. So that gives us a clue about what the punishment would be looking like. But a lot of prosecutors have sought the death penalty for the accused in this case, all the accused in this case. Simultaneously, we know the situation, like you were telling us, is a little sensitive. The regime there, Yunus regime, has heightened security all across Dhaka and other areas amid violence and crude bomb attacks ahead of the anticipated verdict. Abid, how much longer till the verdict comes out?
I guess it would take more 10 to 15 minutes, I guess, because the verdict is long, and it is, as it is in international tribunal, you know that it actually takes a lot of comprehensive detailing of the overall verdict. So I guess that would be the time, and as you said, the situation right now in this country is not that much actually unnatural or anything like that. And you can also understand that the people are going to even Dhanmondi 32, as we know, and many other places. They're actually having some sort of sense that they are going to celebrate that how actually the justice is going to be served. So the situation is right now, as I got to know about those news, that after the verdict there is going to be something like that, and other situations also as well. So we are that's it from my side, I guess. Yes, I mean we can expect that after 15 to 30 minutes we can get the final words of the verdict.
Yes. Abid, I also want to ask you this, because the Awami League has been saying that the timing of the elections is 2026 February, but the verdict has been given just a few months before those crucial elections. Now, there's a lot of tension that Awami League, which has been banned from all activities pending the tribunal trial, would be in a very bad position if things do not go in favor of Sheikh Hasina when the verdict comes up.
Yes, I guess that it is not about election, it is more about the people and their anger towards the team overall, because whatever they have done is too much for the people to take. And also you can actually understand the number, that it is 1,400 civilians is not just a number, it is more than that. And the students and the other general people.
I'll come back to you in a moment. I'll come back to you in a moment we'll come back to the story, viewers. Just waiting for that verdict to come out. We are standing by for the verdict, but let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. A tragic incident from Uttar Pradesh's Sonbhadra district. Bodies of 5 labourers have been found in the ongoing rescue operation in the Billi Markhundi mining site of Umrah, where a part of the mine collapsed on Saturday evening, trapping many labourers inside.
A stone mine collapsed on late Saturday afternoon in the Billi Markhundi mining area of Sonbhadra district, trapping several workers inside. Rescue efforts have now been underway for over 45 hours, and another body was found as of this morning, taking the death toll to 5. Teams from the NDRF, SDRF, Fire Department and CISF are all on the ground, carrying out searches. A large number of police and PAC personnel have also been deployed at the site to support the ongoing operation. In an interview, top police officials said that on the 15th of November, a stone mine collapsed, trapping many labourers inside. Senior district officials have been camping at the spot, monitoring every stage of the operation. The exact cause of the collapse is still not clear, but initial information suggests a sudden cave-in of the mining patch where the labourers were working. For now, rescue teams continue to work, hoping to find any remaining workers who might be trapped under the debris.
All right, we're getting some updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And a short while back, we just heard the Chief of Army Staff give a very, very strong statement. He was speaking about that Operation Sindoor is just a trailer, and there's more to come if Pakistan tries any kind of misadventure. Big statement of the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, saying the movie has not even begun. It was just a trailer. If Pakistan gives us an opportunity, we will teach them how a neighbor should behave. Let's have a listen into that statement.
1.0 तो देखिए
मैं तो ये कहना चाहूँगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर ख़त्म हो गया था। तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए। जब कोई भी ऑपरेशन होता है उससे कुछ ना कुछ हम शिक्षा ग्रहण कर सकते हैं। तो इस ऑपरेशन में भी हमने कुछ शिक्षा ग्रहण की। जैसे सबसे पहले तो हमने ये लेसन प्राप्त किया कि इसमें सबसे पहले चीज़ ये है कि जो डिसीजन मेकिंग है या जो आपने निर्णय लेना है उसके लिए समय बहुत कम है और निर्णय आपको हर लेवल पे लेना पड़ेगा। क्या आप यहाँ पे निर्णय लें और फिर नीचे पास करें, नहीं हो सकता। तो हर लेवल पे, हर स्तर पे लोगों को समय के हिसाब से तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी और एक्शन लेने पड़ेंगे, कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी। दूसरी चीज़ जो इंटीग्रेशन बोलते हैं, इंटीग्रेशन का ये मतलब है कि चाहे आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स, सीएपीएफ, साइबर, स्पेस कोई भी हो, उसका इंटीग्रेशन हम जितना जल्दी करेंगे उतना हम इस लड़ाई को बड़े साजे ढंग से लड़ सकेंगे, क्योंकि आज की लड़ाई जो है वो मल्टी डोमेन है। अगर मैं बोलूं सिर्फ आर्मी अकेले लड़ सकती, नहीं लड़ सकती, हम सबको मिलकर लड़ना पड़ेगा। जो सैटेलाइट है वो बताएगी कि कौन कहां पर बैठा हुआ है और जो उसी प्रकार से जो हमारे साइबर हैं उसका ये है कि क्या मुझे एक मान लीजिए एक ड्रोन आ रहा है, तो ड्रोन के लिए क्या मुझे फायर करने की ज़रूरत है या मैं उसको इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रम या कहीं लेज़र से किल कर सकता हूं। तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो इतनी आपस में घुल मिल गई हैं कि हमें उसमें साथ में बैठ के सोच विचार करना पड़ेगा। तीसरी चीज़ ये है कि लड़ाई कितने दिन चलेगी ये आज हम नहीं बता सकते हैं। हमने तो लड़ाई तकरीबन मान लीजिए 88 घंटे में की, कल कोई 4 महीने भी चल सकती है, 4 साल चल सकती है। इस चीज़ को मद्देनजर रखते हुए क्या हमारे पास साजो सामान है उस लड़ाई को लड़ने के लिए, क्या उसके लिए शस्त्र हैं? अगर नहीं है तो उसकी हमें तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी। हमें यह देखना पड़ेगा कि हमें 4 साल की लड़ाई तक के लिए भी तैयारी करके रखनी।
And viewers, move away right now. The RAF is participating in exercise Garuda 2025, and this is a very important bilateral exercise between India and France. Take a look.
The Indian Air Force is participating in Garuda 25, the 8th edition of the bilateral air exercise between India and France. The exercise will take place from 16th to 27th November 2025 at Mont-de-Marsan Air Base in France. On 10th November, IAF contingent reached France with its Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft. For the induction and de-induction phases of the exercise, the C-17 Globemaster III will provide airlift support and IL-78 air-to-air refueling tankers will be used to increase the range and endurance of the Su-30 MKI jets participating. In this exercise, IAF's Su-30 MKI fighters will train with French multi-role fighter aircraft in complex and realistic air combat situations, including air-to-air engagements, air defense missions, and coordinated strike operations. The Garuda exercise began in 2003 and is one of the most important bilateral air exercises between India and France. Over the years, it has taken place in both the countries, with each edition specially curated for the mutual improvement, understanding, operational communication, and tactical coordination between the Indian Air Force and the French Air and Space Force. Both air forces have used the exercise to test their fighter aircraft, support platforms, and crew training methods in varied environments. With the 8th edition, the Garuda exercise will mark more than 2 decades of cooperation in air operations between the two countries. The earlier editions of this exercise have seen the Mirage 2000, Rafale, and other multi-role fighters from the French side and aircraft such as the Su-30 MKI and Mirage 2000 from the Indian side. Now, the exercise also includes networked operations, integrated air defense, and large force engagement scenarios. For Garuda 25, the Indian Air Force is using its Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft as the main combat platform. The Su-30 MKI is a twin-engine, multi-role fighter with long-range and high maneuver capabilities. It can perform air superiority, air defense, and ground attack roles. Its advanced radar, electronic warfare systems, and long endurance make it suitable for complex missions. To support the deployment, the IAF is using the C-17 Globemaster III for strategic airlift. The C-17 can carry large equipment, personnel, and supplies needed for overseas exercises. The IL-78 air-to-air refueling aircraft are also part of the contingent. These tankers extend the flight duration of the Su-30 MKI, allowing them to perform long missions during the exercise. On the French side, advanced multi-role fighters are taking part. These include fighters capable of air superiority roles, precision strike missions, and integrated network operations. Both air forces are using ground support teams, mission planners, and maintenance crews to ensure smooth operations throughout the exercise.
Viewers, getting more updates coming in. The sinister plot in the Delhi blast case. We're getting to know that there were some code names which were given. Back-to-back updates coming in Republic TV. And the latest update is that the code name was D6 for the Delhi terror blast. Delhi terror blast was code named D6. That is right. This is one of the most sinister plots which has been unmasked. Investigation is continuing. These investigators are suspecting D6 for the double operational code, a twin-layered attack blueprint. Sources suggest that plan A of D6 was to execute multiple serial blasts across cities on December 6th, Babri anniversary, an attempt to push the country into complete mayhem. If plan A failed, plan B of D6 was activated. Singular, high-impact suicide blast targeting. That is right, viewers. So we're seeing that this is the code name, Delhi Che. Delhi Che, this is what the code name was. Investigators are looking at possible double-coded operation. Major revelation being revealed right now, and this is source-based information coming in as our team is getting us back-to-back updates. Investigation is continuing, and the plot has been unmasked. A code name is out. Let's go straight across to Shravan Sen, our senior editor, who's joining us. Shravan, major revelation, and we've been talking the entire day today about the code names which have been used repeatedly when it comes to the Delhi blast and how the conspirators used multiple code names. If you could just help our viewers understand what is the latest Republic is learning of.
Well, in fact, it was a double-coded entire messaging that was done by the Terror Doctor module. D6 happens to be the code name of the entire operation. It was twin-layered. Plan A was essentially to carry out serial bombings on 6th of December. If this plan essentially failed, then the second plan was to basically carry out a singular attack, and that's exactly what has actually happened. Initially, they also had plans to carry out bombings in other parts of the country. That was in the month of September. In fact, Republic TV has accessed details of the interrogation of terrorist Dr. Shaheen, who's basically revealed much more, which we are going to put out in a short while from now. But we have now got an official confirmation with regards to what was the code name of this entire operation. And the fact that with the arrest of Dr. Muzamil on 30th of October, that's when things went completely haywire for this entire module, because their plan was to carry out the bombings in the month of December, and they always had two plans. One was on 6th of December itself, and if at all it was foiled, then they would have carried out a single attack. That was essentially the plan. But things, it seems that it went out of control after the arrest of Muzamil on 30th of October, when Shaheen started panicking. And of course, Omar, who was basically being handled by the Pakistani handlers Ukasa, who was based out of Pakistan. It was he, along with Adil's brother Muzaffar, who had essentially given the final go-ahead for the attack that took place in the national capital.
Yes, Shravan, and before I let you go, we're talking about code names. If you could help us understand about the plan A, plan B that we are learning about in this case. Secondly, we'll also talk more about this later, but there were multiple code names which the investigation agencies have found out, such as medicine, madam, surgeon. All these code names were used to plan this dastardly attack, according to the latest updates we are getting.
D6 happens to be the overall name of the entire operation. As far as other code names are concerned, this was essentially to ensure that these are encrypted messages that were being sent across, because they were largely using certain applications in which they were basically referring. Each of them had a different name put together. Now, it seems that as far as plan A and plan B are concerned, this was pertaining to the attack that they were finally planning to carry out in the month of December, and they wanted to carry out on 6th of December itself. The target certainly happened to be Delhi. We are being told that Jaish-e-Mohammed had essentially indicated that this time it wouldn't be the symbols of state, but rather financial institutions would be the target. And that is exactly what the communication had actually gone to the terror module. That is the reason why reconnaissance was also done of MNCs, movie halls, as well as hospitals. These were all part of the target list with the singular aim of basically attacking the economy of the country.
Well, Shravan is getting us all these updates coming in. And Shravan, we will be getting our viewers more updates in terms of what the investigation agencies are saying. But I just want to go to the next set of updates. This is about Dr. Shaheen, the terror Dr. Shaheen. So let's go to those updates also coming in. Investigating agencies probing the Delhi blast say that they have gained crucial insights from Dr. Shaheen, also called as Madam, alias Madam Surgeon. Madam Surgeon, after recovering her WhatsApp chats, we were talking about this earlier, she regularly received messages from two unidentified numbers saved as Madam X, Madam Z, in which the word medicine was also repeatedly used. The word medicine, I repeat, was repeatedly used as a code for explosives, while references to an operation allegedly pointed to a terror attack, viewers. So another update coming in, and this is the terror Dr. Shaheen, where we see that there were big revelations which have been made as investigation continues in this case, viewers. And there were multiple chats which have been recovered, and these chats reveal code names. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. We are being joined by Prem. Let's go to Prem. Prem is joining us live. Prem, I'm coming across to you right now, and you've been tracking the story very closely because the Patiala House Court, we have seen a lot of updates earlier when it comes to the investigation and the legal proceedings. But take our viewers through about this Dr. Shaheen, terror Dr. Shaheen, who was using code words like medicines for explosives. This is what the investigation agencies have found out because they've got those WhatsApp chats and they're looking through the WhatsApp chats. Yes, pray.
So what investigative agencies have found out that the code word medicine was used for explosives. So this code word was used by Dr. Madam, who is Alias Shahid Shaheen, who is the accused in the case, and Madam X and Madam Z. They were some other individual whom she was talking to. Some anonymous people were sending her these chats with code name Madam X and Madam Z. So they used to recruit with the code word name Operation Hamdard. These recruitment of the Operation Hamdard was aimed to recruit female.
We're getting big updates coming in, viewers. We have to move ahead. This is huge. International Crimes Tribunal proceedings. They're saying we are giving only one sentence, the sentence of death. We have cut across those pictures coming in, viewers. We were getting you the latest on the verdict, and the verdict is out, viewers. On your screens, you can see death sentence given to Sheikh Hasina. This is coming in the backdrop of the Bangladesh's International Crimes Tribunal, who has found the deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina guilty in the case of the crimes against humanity committed during last year's student-led agitation that led to the fall of our Awami League government. Hasina has been in exile. Now that the three-member tribunal has pronounced its judgment against Hasina's two aides and Hasina. Okay, so we're getting these updates coming in. Death sentence given to Sheikh Hasina. Death sentence given to Sheikh Hasina. Live updates coming in. International Crimes Tribunal proceedings say that Sheikh Hasina is liable on many counts for using drones for crimes. She conducted crimes against humanity. This is what the tribunal proceedings are saying. She also committed same crimes against humanity. Okay, so big update coming in, viewers. Let's go to Abid. Abid, we are seeing that the court has found Hasina guilty on crimes against humanity. The verdict is out. A death sentence to Sheikh Hasina. They say that this is the only death sentence to Sheikh Hasina.
Yes, thank you so much. I guess that is death sentence to Sheikh Hasina is something that you can actually justify by the evidence and everything. And also it's, as far as I know, until now, it's the only death sentence to Sheikh Hasina. And I guess also the other people, they are coming up. I mean, the verdict is going to be more apprehended later on. So we just don't know that what will happen to them. But it is sure that Sheikh Hasina is going to have the death sentence for now, and it is justified because you can understand everything, the evidence, the conclusion, everything were made because of the evidences, strong concrete evidences that we can see that she did the killings. She actually told the government and also the other people to kill people for her own power and everything. So it actually pretty sums up that the death sentence is given to Sheikh Hasina.
Yes, I'm coming back to you right now, and we were also discussing this earlier. You were talking about this, that this was a very, very likely, given the proceedings and the statements which were made in the proceedings. There were some very, very big statements which the court had spoken about all the charges. But I also want to ask you that what next? What next? Because the entire Bangladesh has been on the edge. They're extremely alert for anticipated violence. Is that a possibility now?
No, I guess that the violence, it is not actually, we are hearing a lot from the other sources and everything, but it is not actually happening at the moment, as we can see. And also the other thing is that people and the students are very, kind of happy that the sentence was served and everything is happening because of the reason, because the consequences and everything that she did the early on. So yes, I guess it pretty much sums up it. And police and the government is actually aware of everything, and they're actually trying to maintain the peace in our country.
Right. Okay. So also, right, the interim government was getting a lot of accusations, especially from the Awami League and others, that the trial is politically motivated. Now, we have been speaking about this, and we were speaking to some Awami League leaders earlier. They are saying this could be politically motivated, and it's happening just before the elections in February 2026.
It is, I guess that the problem is that the trial and everything actually happened after the 5 August, and everything was taking place at that time. And it is not something that is very planned or at that this just because of the election. It is just the procedures that was happening, and it happened in a very lawful manner, and the time frame is actually fine for that time frame manner according to the government and everything. And it is actually not designed also at the same time, because you know that it is the evidence actually proves everything in the law. So when you don't have any kind of evidence in case of yourself, you actually cannot say that yes, it was false and it was falsely accused of me. So yes, I guess that much pretty sums it all. And the death sentence is actually justified by it's not by the government, it's by justice system. They actually took a lot of evidence, and they actually justify the whole decision they took because of it.
Yes, Abid, what next for Sheikh Hasina? What options does she have? What next for her? Can she appeal against this?
I guess that it is international tribunal, so I guess that there should be some sort of appeal or anything like that, but I just don't know what will happen to the next. It is quite hard to say, but I guess that she can do that. But in case of doing that, you just need some sort of support or anything like that. In our countries, it's not, the situation is not like that, because there is no kind of political party, and it is banned for our country to have any Awami League supporters. It's not banned for any kind of activities for the Awami League supporters, because you know that the acts they did in the past. So that's it.
Yes, getting these updates coming in. Coming back to you, now also, of course, we will be keeping a close eye on the situation evolving in Bangladesh, because the son, Sajib Wazid, had warned that there will be protests, there will be a lot of protests if there is a situation where a death verdict is given. And that's exactly what has happened now. What next now? What next in terms of the Awami League and what the son of Sheikh Hasina, Sajib Wazid, had threatened and said that they will go ahead and continue protests if a death sentence is given to Hasina. Abid.
Yes, I guess that it was a live in the Facebook or any platform like that. And actually, as I said previously, that there is no kind of supporter on this country and everything. So I actually don't know that how it can happen or take place, but the support actually is not from the people of this country and all those sides. So yes.
All right, Abid is getting us all these updates coming in. Just getting our viewers the latest update. Bangladesh's Sheikh Hasina is found guilty of crimes against humanity, and Hasina has been sentenced to death for crimes against humanity. The special tribunal sentences the ousted former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to death, concluding the trial that found her guilty of ordering a deadly crackdown on a student-led uprising last year. Now, this trial has been going on for many, many months, and there have been many updates. Prosecutors told the court they have uncovered evidence of Hasina's direct command to use lethal force to suppress the student-led uprising. We have seen that Bangladesh has been extremely tense before that verdict. Now the verdict is out. Sheikh Hasina, they say, has been found guilty of crimes against humanity. So back-to-back arrests coming in on Republic TV. And this is coming in as we see that the Yunus government is saying that these trials are not politically motivated. Let's go straight across to Shravan, who's joining us as senior editor. Shravan, this is huge update coming in. But Hasina's son earlier and the supporters had expected a death sentence. This is exactly what has happened right now. Sentence for crime against humanity. A death sentence has been given to the former PM Sheikh Hasina.
Well, it was certainly on the expected lines, because this happens to be a tribunal which the Awami League has now alleged is backed up by the Jamaat. The very fact that there was no representation really coming in from the Awami League is one of the reasons why they've said that there is complete foul play. If you really look at the history of the ICT itself, questions would essentially be raised about the purpose, the mandate of which the ICT was in place to begin with, because this was more to do with the collaborators of the 1971 war, which was again something that was ordered by Sheikh Hasina herself. It is Mohammed Yunus who basically came into the picture and ordered an ordinance following which the 2024 carnage that actually took place was brought into the ambit of the ICT itself. Now, the Awami League is essentially making a direct allegation here that it's the Jamaat-backed court with no representation whatsoever. In a short while from now, I'm also going to be joined by the former Education Minister of Bangladesh, Mohibul Hasan Chowdhury, who also happens to be a close aide of Sheikh Hasina, one of the youngest parliamentarians of Bangladesh, also joining us on this broadcast. Mohibul, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. The verdict is out. We spoke this morning. You said that it is on the expected lines. One certainly does not expect a fair judgment really coming into picture. I want to begin by asking you the mandate of the ICT itself. It was under Sheikh Hasina that the idea of the ICT was to basically look into the 1971 war collaborators.
Yes, absolutely. The court was formed in 1972, in fact, and it was to try the genocidal Pakistani army and their collaborators. That was the original mandate. But Yunus has taken over, and at the behest of Jamaat-e-Islami, they have made certain illegal amendments in the actual law in order to bring what has happened in 2024 into the ICT's remit. So it's an entirely an unconstitutional process. The Yunus regime does not have any authority to pass a fundamental law which was passed in the parliament. There is no parliament right now. So it was just a temporary ordinance which they have passed and brought this entire 2024 incident into the current ICT's remit. There was no representation made by our leader, Sheikh Hasina. Several senior lawyers wanted to represent her in the court, even though the court itself is unconstitutionally formed, but they were all denied. They did not allow proper representation.
Mohibul, if I may ask, I heard the entire proceedings in which there was a constant reference of a audio transcript of Sheikh Hasina, purportedly between the call between Sheikh Hasina and the security forces. And they say that Sheikh Hasina had ordered the killing of civilians, the killing of protesters. Brute force was supposed to be used against the protesters. Now that is an audio call, an audio transcript of Sheikh Hasina that was furnished in the court.
Now, where is this audio transcript coming from? There was no source mentioned. Who gave the evidence? Where have they collected it from? Was it a WhatsApp call? Was it a direct phone call? And there's no source of this so-called conversation. It could be concocted, and also it has to be, even if it was real, it has to be taken in the context of the conversation. If police forces and security forces are being killed, shot and burned to death, then what would the head of state say? I mean, they have to use something in self-defense. And if you look at the police commissioner of Dhaka, the current police commissioner's instruction to the police there right now, he had clearly said, shoot at sight. Recently, even yesterday, he had said that. And recently, Chittagong's police commissioner said you have to do brush fire on any miscreants you think will jeopardize peace and law and order. So security forces have their own manual. What is important is that until the security forces were being killed, the instruction from the top was that no lethal weapon can be used. And you have to understand at what point was that but the bar on the lethal weapon was withdrawn. None of this was considered in this so-called trial. The whole trial is a farce. The process.
You are saying, if I'm to ask you, Mohibul, you're making a serious charge. You are saying that this entire tribunal is a complete farce. If I may ask you, on what grounds are you saying that it is a complete farce? Because here the allegations are also this, that you have not really heard the people of Bangladesh. They say that there was corruption, and that is the reason why she had to face what she had in the month of July. How do you really respond to these direct charges that have been leveled against you as well as your party?
See, the protest was not about corruption. It was about job losses. And therefore, you cannot really include the job loss protest into some kind of a corruption allegation, and specifically in this trial, which is about crimes against humanity, genocidal charges, and instruction to kill a particular group of people. If you are to consider something as a genocide, you have to prove that the instruction was given to kill a particular group of people for ethnic, religious, or whatever reason. None of this has happened in Bangladesh. It was a riot gone wrong. Bad riot management at worst. So it wasn't a planned killing of a particular group of people in the country with a political objective. So that's why it is a farce. And this to bring this amendment in the law, you have to have a sitting parliament. And a future parliament, whoever will be elected in the future, if they do not accept this ordinance as a proper law, it will all just be an illegal process, illegal trial. And it has happened in the past in Bangladesh. Military regimes in the past had passed ordinances and tried people, and after some years, the highest court said this ordinance does not have the will of the people reflected, and it was not passed under any legal authority. So a lot of allegations were brought in. It was entirely one-sided. Our lawyers were not allowed to represent us in the trial. So when you do not even have legal representation, how do you ensure a fair trial? There was no fair trial. Not just that it was an illegal process, the entire trial process was fast-tracked. Usually it takes around a year for criminal proceeding to complete in Bangladesh. Also in Indian subcontinent, because we share the same criminal procedure code and the penal code. There is a proper process in place. None of those processes were followed under this particular tribunal. It was fast-tracked just to give conviction to Sheikh Hasina and her colleagues and the Awami League leadership in order to convict them before the next election. So their objective is to keep the senior leaders out of the election. They're anxious that these leaders might stand independently, even if the party is banned. So they want to close all doors for Awami League leaders and followers from taking part in the next election.
Mohibul, I want to ask you what next for Sheikh Hasina, because in an audio that was released by Sheikh Hasina 24 hours ago, she has basically declared that she wants to return to Bangladesh. With this verdict really coming in that prevents any further movement of Sheikh Hasina, what is her plan? What does your party really essentially wants to do at this point in time when you are saying that you've been barred from the election process itself? So where does it leave Awami League right now?
Well, the only option left for us is to protest. And protests can take many forms. It can be peaceful protest, or if agitated, poked, or stopped, the reactions will be just like what we have been seeing, violent, unfortunately. So this interim regime wants to take the country on the brink of a civil war. They know that Awami League is a large political party with a huge followership. It's not just Awami League, but also many other smaller parties are aligned with us, and including the Jatiyo Party, which is a centrist party, which had ruled Bangladesh for almost 9 years under General Ershad's period. So they just simply want more chaos, further violence, in order to consolidate their grip in power. If they really meant democracy, if they really meant rule of law, they would have given an inclusive election and allowed the next parliament to decide the fate of everyone charged. But they did not wait for it. They wanted to cleanse us. Their objective was to persecute us to the extent that we are totally out of the scene. But they're not going to be successful. We are already out there. We are protesting. We will protest it to our last breath.
Mr. Mohibul, will Sheikh Hasina and Awami League move the International Court of Justice? Because it seems you do not have much option left. In terms of international cooperation also, it seems that there are very limited options apart from India at this stage. So how exactly are you really planning to go about it? Will it be knocking at the doors of the International Court of Justice?
We have already filed an application to ICC, International Criminal Court, for the Yunus regime's violent actions against minorities in our country, against Awami League activists, and also the ethnic communities in the tribal hill region. That application is pending, but international courts, as you know, operate differently than domestic courts. Member states are generally allowed to bring such allegations and conduct investigation and so on. So it is not a straightforward matter where you just file a case and they take it up. It is a long-drawn process. We will continue that, but most importantly, what we need to do and what we are going to do is to hold our protests in the country, on the street, and aim for an ouster of this illegal regime. That is our objective now. There is nothing else that we are aiming for right now. We are aiming for a change of government in Bangladesh. This interim government has lost all credibility and legitimacy.
Mr. Mohibul, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV, and I'm once again on live television. I'm requesting you that you should be back with us. The former Education Minister closed the aid of Sheikh Hasina's first response really coming in on the verdict that has come in from Dhaka. Awami League calls it a complete farce trial that has taken place.
That's right, Shravan. So we're getting big updates coming in where we see that on what is next, Shravan, we see that the only option which is left, they're saying, is to protest. And the interim regime wants to take the country on the brink of a civil war. This is a big statement which is coming in because these are the allegations, Shravan, which were already put that this trial is political. There were a lot of detractors of the Yunus government there, and they said this entire verdict, an entire trial is timed in a way just before the Feb 2026 elections to weaken the position of Sheikh Hasina and her party. If we have Shravan, if we can go back to Shravan, because this is it's a big update which is coming in right now. And okay, let's go back to Shravan. Shravan, we were talking about this, and we just heard our guest who is a former Bangladesh education minister, say that the interim regime is losing its credibility, and the timing of this verdict is also to be looked at. It's just before those important elections which are coming, and they say that it is to weaken.
Shivangi, I've just got the first response from the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina's response to the ICT. I'll just request you to hold on because this is what Sheikh Hasina has said. The verdicts that have been announced against me have been made by a rigged tribunal established and presided over by an unelected government with no democratic mandate. They are biased and politically motivated. In their distasteful call for death penalty, they revealed the brazen and murderous intent of extremist figures with the interim government to remove Bangladesh's last elected Prime Minister and to nullify the Awami League as a political force. Now, this is a response to a question that was basically sent to Sheikh Hasina's office here, and we do have the first response coming in from Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina. I'll just put out the more details right now. This is the first response coming in from Sheikh Hasina, where she has basically called this an undemocratic mandate. Millions of Bangladeshis toiling under the chaotic, violent and socially regressive administration of Dr. Mohammad Yunus will not be fooled by this attempt to shortchange them of their democratic rights. I'll just quickly take you through some more details coming in. She has basically, for the record, she says, I wholly deny the accusations that have been made against me in the ICT. I mourn all the deaths that occurred in July and August of last year. Shivangi, I'll just request you to hold on because I'm just putting out the full message that I've just got from Sheikh Hasina.
All right, getting a first response. Shaman will get us more updates, but getting first response coming from Sheikh Hasina. This is a verdict under unelected government. Sheikh Hasina has spoken and her team has spoken to Republic, giving the first response that this verdict has come under an unelected government. We'll go back to Shaman in a short while from now, viewers, but these are the updates that we are getting for you. Just a short while back, we see that the Bangladesh court has convicted the former and ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina of crimes against humanity, concluding the months-long trial that found her guilty of ordering a deadly crackdown on student-led uprising last year. There is a reaction, the first response from Sheikh Hasina, which has come in, which Shaman will also tell us a little bit more about. Okay, Shaman, I'm coming back to you right now. First response coming in from Sheikh Hasina on Republic, and they're saying this has come in under an unelected interim government. All right, we'll go to Shaman in a short while, viewers, but this is what we see, back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. And what we see, viewers, is that Hasina and her aides have got a sentence there, a death sentence for Sheikh Hasina. We're also getting the entire statement which has come in from Sheikh Hasina. The verdict, I'll just read it out for you. I'll just read out the statement that's coming from Sheikh Hasina. First response from Sheikh Hasina on Republic. The verdict announced against me has been made by a rigged tribunal established and presided over an unelected government with no democratic mandate. They are biased and politically motivated. In the distasteful call for the death penalty, they reveal the brazen and murderous intent of extremist figures within the interim government to remove Bangladesh's last elected Prime Minister and to nullify the Awami League as a political force. Millions of Bangladeshis are toiling under the chaotic, violent, socially regressive administration of Dr. Yunus, and they will not be fooled by the attempt to shortchange them of their democratic rights. Let's go straight across to Shaman. Shaman, we've got this response. It's a very long response, Shaman. If you could just help our viewers understand the entire response which has come in, and where it's very clear, Sheikh Hasina is making it very clear, it's an unelected government. It is not fair, and it is to weaken the political influence of the Awami League.
Well, in fact, there is a point-by-point rebuttal to the charges that have been leveled against Sheikh Hasina. And this is what Sheikh Hasina has to say with regards to the ICT, where she says that she denies the accusations that have been made against her in the ICT. She says that despite its name, there is nothing international about the ICT, nor is it any way impartial. Its agenda should be evident to anyone who considers the following incontrovertible facts. Now, number one, there are 3 facts that have been put across by Sheikh Hasina. Number one, she says that any senior judges or even senior advocates who have previously expressed any sympathy for the previous government have been removed or intimidated into silence. Point number 2, the ICT has exclusively prosecuted members of the Awami League. Point number 3, it has done precisely nothing to prosecute or even investigate perpetrators from the other parties of documented violence against religious minorities, indigenous people, journalists and others. Its guilty verdict against me was a foregone conclusion, but no genuinely respected or professional jurist in the world would endorse the Bangladesh ICT. The same court was used to try the war criminals who undermined our fight for independence in 1971. There is no other motive than the personal pursuit of revenge against a democratically elected government that upheld the nation's independence and sovereignty. She goes on to say that I am not afraid to face my accusers in a proper tribunal where the evidence can be weighed and tested fairly. That is why I have repeatedly challenged the interim government to bring these charges before the International Criminal Court, ICC, in The Hague. Now, let's just put this out. It's a clear signal coming in from Sheikh Hasina that she is going to move the International Criminal Court in Hague. She has requested that those who are basically challenging, those who are accusing her, should actually meet her in a proper tribunal, saying that she's challenging the interim government to bring these charges. She's saying that she challenges the Yunus government to bring these charges to the International Criminal Court. Interim government will not accept this challenge, she says, because it knows that the ICC would acquit me. The interim government also fears that the ICC would scrutinize its own record of human rights breaches in office. Our government was democratically elected by the people and were accountable to them. We sought their votes during elections and took pains to avoid any action that could harm ordinary citizens. Dr. Yunus, on the other hand, came to power unconstitutionally with the support of extremist elements. Under his rule, every protest from students, garment workers, doctors, nurses, teachers and professionals have been met with suppression, some of it brutal. After taking control, Yunus's forces carried out killings and attacks in Gopalganj, even filed criminal cases against the wounded victims themselves, turning the persecuted into the accused. Across the country, homes, businesses and properties belonging to hundreds of thousands of Awami League leaders and activists have been burnt and destroyed. Those responsible for the retaliatory attacks, burnings, lynchings, which were carried out on Yunus's order as part of the meticulous plan to seize power, have been granted indemnity. Instead, every criminal charge has been redirected against Awami League members through the presentation of false information by the ICT's compromised chief prosecutor to this bogus court. It's a detailed response really coming in from Sheikh Hasina, where she has also raised concerns about the charges of human rights abuses. She says that what has happened in July and August last year was a tragedy of our country and for many families who've lost their loved ones. In taking the actions, we did try to stem the disorder. Bangladesh's political leaders acted in good faith and were trying to minimize the loss of life. Now, the ICT's prosecutors produced no persuasive evidence to show that I ordered the use of lethal force against the people. Now, she is challenging the evidence that was put forth by Yunus's interim government, saying that she had ordered the use of lethal weapons against her own citizens. Now, Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, categorically denying that she has made such order. In fact, she has now challenged the Yunus government to bring these charges to the ICC in Hague.
Right, huge update coming in. Viewers, Sheikh Hasina's response minutes after the verdict, and Shravan was taking us through the response. A very, very large and a very long response Shravan was telling us about it. And she has made it very clear that the tribunal that sentenced her is rigged, biased and run by an unelected government with no democratic mandate. She also has said that the trials were never meant for justice or uncovering. They were designed to scapegoat, to weaken the Awami League. And also, she's saying that this entire tribunal wanted to distract attention from Yunus and his ministers. Also, a very important point, Shravan, if you're still there, I'm just going back to you. Shravan, she said that Hindus and minorities face assaults, and she said that the situation for Hindus and minorities has worsened under the current administration. We have highlighted this very issue here on Republic continuously, and this is exactly what Sheikh Hasina has said in that statement to Republic.
So this interim government has time and again whitewashed all the crimes that have actually taken place following the ouster of Sheikh Hasina, saying that these are whims and fancies of the Indian media and the minorities in Bangladesh haven't really been targeted. Remember, when the Prime Minister actually met Yunus, he had made it very clear that minorities should be protected. In fact, in the coming few days, when the National Security Advisor of Bangladesh will be here for the Colombo Security Conference, in all likelihood, India would once again raise the issue about how Bangladeshis are now essentially playing fiddle with the extremists. In fact, this is exactly what Sheikh Hasina also raises in this particular response that she has given to Republic TV, where she has detailed out the number of such killings actually that have taken place. She's saying that newspaper investigations that have been carried out in Bangladesh itself, they're saying 52 of those individuals who were not killed by gunfire, they died from illness, accidents or unrelated causes, and about 19 people reported dead were later found alive. This is basically her response to the allegation that has been leveled by Yunus's government that she is the one who had basically ordered the killing of the civilians here. I'm not too sure about with regards to whether at all Sheikh Hasina will immediately seek some sort of an international help at this point in time, because remember, this prevents Sheikh Hasina's return to Bangladesh at this stage, keeping in mind that the ICT has now ordered death sentence for the alleged crimes committed by Sheikh Hasina.
All right, well, thank you, Shem, for getting us all those details. Taking a short break right now, viewers. A death sentence for Sheikh Hasina by the Bangladesh courts, a tribunal. But the first response also coming in on Republic and TV. We'll get to every detail of this big global development, but a short break now.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस
Getting you more updates coming in, viewers. Live coverage continues. Death sentence given to Sheikh Hasina. Getting her first response and all the updates from Bangladesh. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. India's most authentic college rankings, built on data, powered by verified reviews. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
And viewers, much more coming up. Top updates coming in from Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina gets death penalty in Bangladesh for crimes against humanity by the International Crimes Tribunal. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education, undertaking India's largest college ranking exercise, powered by India's most credible educational portal. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा।
Getting top updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. The biggest global story. Bangladesh's International Crimes Tribunal has sentenced former Bangladesh Prime Minister to death in a case of alleged crimes against humanity.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest headline as of this minute, Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has just been handed a death sentence. She's on exile and she's in India. And a sham court in Dhaka has handed her a death sentence a few minutes back. Let's go straight to the story and the top headlines this hour. Sheikh Hasina gets death penalty in Bangladesh for what a sham court calls crimes against humanity. It's a big Republic Global exclusive. Sheikh Hasina responds to Republic questionnaire, says she will move International Criminal Court against her trial. Big statement by Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, says Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that the movie has just begun. The real movie, he says, is pending. Tragic collision between a bus and a tanker in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. A 24/7 control room set up by Indian Embassy in Jeddah. Most of the victims were from Telangana. After arresting Umar's aide from the national capital, NIA produces him in court. All eyes on the 10/11 blast conspiracy. Anil Ambani, controversial industrialist in trouble, skips Enforcement Directorate summons once again, offers only virtual appearance in FEMA investigation. Going across straight to the big story, ladies and gentlemen, of Sheikh Hasina, who's now been held guilty and handed a death sentence in Bangladesh. She's responded to Republic TV. We have the full response of Sheikh Hasina responding to a questionnaire by Republic. I'm going across straight to that. Sheikh Hasina has slammed the verdict, and she has said in her response to Republic TV that the verdict announced against her have been made by a rigged tribunal, established and presided over by an unelected government with no democratic values or no democratic mandate. She claims they are biased, politically motivated, and she says it is their distasteful call for death penalty. And she says in that call, they reveal the brazen and murderous intent of extremist figures within the interim government to remove Bangladesh's last elected Prime Minister and to nullify the Awami League as a political force. She says millions of Bangladeshi toiling under the chaotic, violent and socially regressive administration of Dr. Muhammad Yunus will not be fooled by this attempt to shortchange them of their democratic rights. She says they can see that the trials conducted by the so-called International Crimes Tribunal, or the ICT, were never intended to achieve justice or provide any genuine insight into the events of July and August 2025. Rather, their purpose was to scapegoat the Awami League and to distract the world's attention from the failings of Dr. Yunus and his ministers. And he says under his aegis, public services have fallen apart, police have retreated from the country's crime-ridden streets, and judicial fairness has been subverted, with attacks on Awami League adherents going unpunished. Hindus and religious minorities are being assaulted, women's rights are being suppressed. We have the full statement as a graphic. Can we please pull that out and put it on screen, please? She says Islamic extremists inside the administration, including figures from the Hizb ut Tahrir, are seeking to undermine Bangladesh's long tradition of a secular government. She says journalists are being locked up, menaced, economic growth has stalled, and that Yunus has delayed elections and then banned the country's most long-standing party, which is the Awami League, from participating in those elections. She says all of this is established fact and verified by the international media, NGOs and non-partisan bodies such as the IMF. And she says, I wish to add to that chorus of concern by reminding Yunus's remaining international admirers that not a single citizen of Bangladesh has cast a vote for him or been given the chance to do so. Bangladesh's future belongs to its people, and the election next year must be free, fair and inclusive. And she says, for the record, I wholly deny the accusations that have been made against me. I mourn all of the deaths that occurred in July, in August last year.
And then she talks about how she says neither her nor her political leaders belonging to a party ordered the killings of these protesters. And she says to comment further on the substance of the charges below, first, I note that I was given no fair chance to defend myself in court, nor even to have lawyers of my own choice represent me in absentia. And despite its name, there is nothing international about the ICT, nor is it any way impartial. Its agenda should be evident to anyone who considers the following incontrovertible facts. Any senior judges or even senior advocates who have previously expressed any sympathy for the previous government have been removed or intimidated into silence. The ICT has exclusively prosecuted members of the Awami League. It has done precisely nothing to prosecute or even instigate or investigate perpetrators from the other parties of documented violence against religious minorities, indigenous people, journalists and others. And I think I lost the voice there, I lost the audio. So let me go across to Shravan, my colleague who's been able to get the full details. Shravan, we have the full response from Sheikh Hasina. Immediate response, Shravan, to the hearing. If you can take our viewers through that, what she says, and what are the options for her? She's in India, she's in exile. What happens next?
Well, Niranjan, let me just quickly give our viewers a little bit of a backgrounder, because we have been in touch with Awami League leaders to get a sense of what exactly are they really planning, because some of the charges that have been leveled against them are serious in nature too, given the fact that these are corruption charges to which each of these leaders that I spoke to, some of whom actually are basically considered to be a close circle of Sheikh Hasina. At this point in time, remember, she is in India, and she has time and again basically voiced the fact that she wants to return to Bangladesh. In fact, an audio message that she had basically sent to all her leaders, because she's generally in touch with most of her leaders who are in different parts of the globe. Some are in Austria, some are in United Kingdom, and some also happen to be here in India. She has been communicating with them, and the message that she has essentially sent across is that it is not about being in hiding at this point in time, but to take the fight to the streets. And that is the reason why a short while back, when the former Education Minister Mohibul Hasan spoke to us, someone who is seen as one of the most dynamic leaders of the Awami League, he's essentially indicated that Sheikh Hasina wants to now take back the fight to Bangladesh rather than fighting from outside Bangladesh, because she believes that this is essentially a deliberate attempt that Yunus has basically made to keep her out of this entire election process. That is the reason why, remember, they have also made multiple representations before various international forums seeking some sort of reprieve. But so far, remember, there hasn't been much. In the last few days, we have written multiple times to Sheikh Hasina. In fact, a 5-set questionnaire has been sent to Sheikh Hasina. In fact, on Friday, we were told that she's going to give her response to our questions post the ICT verdict, and that is exactly what has happened. It's a detailed response more to the ICT verdict and not to few other questions that we essentially asked about Sheikh Hasina's future, as to how exactly does the Awami League really want to take this fight forward.
I'm going to free you at this point. I need to free you at this point, so I'm going to try and do that, because I'll free you for a few minutes and then I'll get you back. Sheikh Hasina has responded to Republic TV. It's a very detailed statement that she has put out, and in that detailed statement, which is available with Republic TV, Sheikh Hasina, in her response, she has responded on different subjects, on the ICT, the verdict, and all the questions that were put to her by Republic TV, and she also regarding the charges of human rights abuses, etc., that she's been held guilty of. Now, those were the charges that she was accused of. And she says, and all the details are on Republic right now, the details on your screen of what Sheikh Hasina has said in her response. Let's go back to the quotes, please. The quotes of what Sheikh Hasina has said to Republic, the global exclusive as we speak. It is a story that everyone is watching closely. Sheikh Hasina is currently in India. What happens next? What happens next? What are the options for Sheikh Hasina? These are some of the immediate questions that we have on our minds right now. She's currently living in India. Now that she's been handed a death sentence, what happens next? How will she fight back? And what options does Bangladesh really have? What options does Yunus, not even Bangladesh, what options does Yunus have? Given that she is here in India I'd like to play out the full response of the minister. We had a former minister of Sheikh Hasina's party under her regime, someone who served with her, speak to Republic TV a few minutes back. I'd like to go across to that interview that came across, that was live on Republic, of Mohibul Hasan Chowdhury, the former Bangladesh education minister. I'm playing that interview and also putting out the graphics of what Sheikh Hasina has said to Republic. Let's do that, please.
I heard the entire proceedings in which there was a constant reference of an audio transcript of Sheikh Hasina, purportedly between the call between Sheikh Hasina and the security forces. And they say that Sheikh Hasina had ordered the killing of civilians, the killing of protesters. Brute force was supposed to be used against the protesters. Now that is an audio call, an audio transcript of Sheikh Hasina that was furnished in the court.
Now, where is this audio transcript coming from? There was no source mentioned. Who gave the evidence? Where have they collected it from? Was it a WhatsApp call? Was it a direct phone call? And there's no source of this so-called conversation. It could be concocted, and also it has to be, even if it was real, it has to be taken in the context of the conversation. If police forces and security forces are being killed, shot and burned to death, then what would the head of state say? I mean, they have to use something in self-defense. And if you look at the police commissioner of Dhaka, the current police commissioner's instruction to the police there right now, he had clearly said, shoot at sight. Recently, even yesterday, he had said that. And recently, Chittagong's police commissioner said you have to do brush fire on any miscreants you think will jeopardize peace and law and order. So security forces have their own manual. What is important is that until the security forces were being killed, the instruction from the top was that no lethal weapon can be used. And you have to understand at what point was that instruction, not instruction, but the bar on the lethal weapon was withdrawn. None of this was considered in this so-called trial.
And I'm going across to the full statement, the detailed statement of Sheikh Hasina responding to Republic TV. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the full detailed statement of what she has said. It is a long statement where she has responded to at least 7 to 8 questions that were posed by Republic TV. I'll start first up with what she said about the immediate verdict. In fact, minutes after the verdict, the response was sent to Republic TV, and she has said that the verdicts announced against her have been made by a rigged tribunal established and presided over by an unelected government with no democratic mandate. Sheikh Hasina, in a response to Republic, saying that the verdict itself is biased and that it is politically motivated, and that in their distasteful call for the death penalty, they reveal the brazen and murderous intent of extremist figures within the interim government to remove Bangladesh's last elected Prime Minister and to nullify the Awami League as a political force. She says millions of Bangladeshis toiling under the chaotic, violent and socially regressive administration of Dr. Muhammad Yunus will not be fooled by this attempt to shortchange them of their democratic rights. They can see that the trials conducted by the so-called International Crimes Tribunal were never intended to achieve justice or provide any genuine insight into the events of July and August 2025. She says rather their purpose was to scapegoat the Awami League and to distract the world's attention from the failings of Dr. Yunus and his ministers. Under his age, his public services have fallen apart. Police have retreated from the country's crime-ridden streets and judicial fairness has been subverted. Attacks on Awami League adherents going unpunished, Hindus and other religious minorities being assaulted, women's rights suppressed in Bangladesh, Islamic extremists inside the administration, including figures from Hizb ut Tahrir, seek to undermine Bangladesh's long tradition of a secular government. And these are some of the aspects of what she has said. Let me also go across live to Zulkarnain Sair Khan. Zulkarnain Sair Khan is a Bangladeshi investigative journalist. He's joining us live from London. Zulkarnain, This is a sham of a hearing, nothing but a sham of a hearing. It appears, I mean, nobody expected anything lesser than a death sentence, isn't it?
Well, it's not a sham of a hearing or a sham of a sentence. It is something that, I would say that justice has been delivered. As a human rights defender, as a journalist, I do not endorse death penalty for anyone. But in Hasina's case, the highest punishment has been upheld as per the laws of Bangladesh. And that is something that I appreciate. Of course, I do not support death penalty, and it's my personal opinion, and it applies for any kind of offenses, any kind of individuals, irrespective of their political affiliation or the acts that they have conducted. But Hasina had to be tried for all the atrocities, for all the inhuman activities that happened under her regime of last 17 years in Bangladesh.
Like what? Can you please tell me, like what? Like what? Because I don't remember her government asking for any people to be murdered or orders given for...
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did.
If you're saying that, then you have to go back and...
You're the Bangladeshi journalist.
Yes.
Did Sheikh Hasina give orders to kill people during the July uprising?
Well, you have to go back and come till 2024, when she had to flee away from the country. Upon her instructions, security forces abducted hundreds of people, conducted hundreds of extrajudicial killings, kept people inside secret detention cells inside the country's military base. So what are you talking about? What she has done? If you go through our investigations, which has been highly recognized.
Zulkarnain, you're an investigative journalist. Zulkarnain,
yes.
As an investigative journalist, do you have any doubts that it was a regime change in Bangladesh? Do you have doubts?
Well, it was the people's uprising. It was
Really?
the people's demand.
Really?
Of course it was the people's demand. What do you think? What do you think? Somebody will rule
Come
just
on, who
like
are you
that?
fooling, Zulkarnain?
Man,
Come on, Zulkarnain.
I am not
The whole
fooling.
world
Are you living in Bangladesh? You are not living in Bangladesh. You are somebody commenting from...
We are neighbors.
No. I will not hold 1 minute. First, you listen to me what I have to say. You are not allowing me to talk.
No, please go ahead.
You are saying 1 minute, 1 minute. Why 1 minute? First, listen to me first.
Okay, tell me, and then I'll question you. I have the right to question you, but please go ahead.
No, you have the right. You have asked me to join. Hence, I have joined.
Yes,
so you have to hear me out, right?
I'm hearing you out. Please go ahead.
Okay, so allow me to talk. Since she has taken the power, end of 2008, she was elected. Since 2009, do you know how many people has been abducted from their homes? How many people have been killed mercilessly? People's dead bodies are still not found. I can tell you at least 56 cases that I have worked on where the dear ones have not been found. These people were taken from their houses. They were picked up by security forces. Upon Sheikh Hasina's instruction, the notorious Jail Hassan formed a death squad by the Rapid Action Battalion members. They picked up individuals like Asaduddin Owaisi, a prominent activist from Bangladesh Nationalist Party. Still, we do not know where is Shuman. We still do not know where is Chaudhry Alam. We still do not know where is Ilyas Ali. Can you ask Hasina where are these people? What happened to them? Can you ask her where was Mir Qasim Ali's son, Barrister Arman, kept? Can you ask her where was this Brigadier Azmi kept? Can you ask her where was this Colonel Hassin kept? So you got to ask her. She is living in your country. You as a journalist, you have the responsibility. Go and approach her with a boom that, hello, madam, why did you abduct these people? And what is the whereabouts of these people? And coming back to the July uprising, if you notice how systematically she has instructed the security forces, her own call records, which has been verified by multiple news agencies, multiple forensic analysts, credible organizations. We're not talking about any mambo jumbos here. So they all have verified that she has instructed all these things. And if you know Hasina as an individual, as a politician, you must also know what a massive liar she is, that she keeps on changing her statements every here and after. At morning, she will be crying her hell out that I feel for you, I have lost my everything. At evening, at night, behind the closed door, she will say, okay, drop them. Drop them means just kill them. There are people who have gone on the record saying the kind of instructions she has given. So what are you saying? That she's
Can I ask you a counter question? Because you stated 4 or 5 instances, and I appreciate that.
Yes.
That's what journalists do. They
Please,
cite
tell
facts.
me.
And I'd like to cite some counterfacts to you as well. Because you're a journalist,
Please.
and journalist to journalist, I'll tell you what we have reported, and you can
Sure.
tell me what you have reported, okay? Because
Sure.
it's a historic moment here for journalists, for Bangladesh. It's a turning point.
Yes.
Let's start with Muhammad Yunus under his regime. I won't even debate with whether the fact it's a regime change or not. The whole world knows it's a regime change. Yunus has gone to America and accepted in front of the Clintons it was a regime change. So I won't get into that. It's useless. I won't get into that. But you spoke about killings.
Yes.
In November 2024, we had facts from the Bangladesh Hindu Buddhist Christian Unity Council reporting on record that 23 Hindus had died in attacks since Yunus took to power. That is between August and November alone.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. And has it been
wait. In a separate report between January and February 2025, 11 murders of minority communities in Bangladesh. Wait, I'll give you a specific incident because that's what journalists do. They talk about facts. One reported killing was that of Babesh Chandra Roy. You should look it up. 58-year-old Hindu leader abducted, beaten to death in 2025, to which even the Indian government responded. Okay? Widespread violence, right?
Yeah.
Transparency International Bangladesh citing over 2,000 incidents of communal violence in the first 100 days of the Yunus government.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And all of this was called propaganda by Yunus. Now, as an independent, fair journalist, I'm hoping you are sitting in London.
Yeah.
Can you deny any of this happened?
Well, can you deny me, or can you at least acknowledge that between May 2015 and December 2018, 44 people, including 36 Muslims, were killed by cow vigilantes in India?
Boss, this is not about cow vigilantes. This is not a debate about India.
Boss, it is also about
this is I'll tell you what, the problem is... Zulkarnain, I'm talking...
You're talking about 2024.
This is about Bangladesh. It's not about India. This is about Bangladesh.
No.
This
Have
discussion...
you ever seen Bangladeshi authorities...
I'll tell you what, there are more Muslims in India. Let me tell you something. There are more Muslims in India than there are in all of Bangladesh.
Of course,
okay, and they're all happy. Let me tell you what, they're all happy, so don't make up this narrative.
Muslims are
my friend.
India, we are also aware of that.
Zulkarnain, see,
in Bangladesh, Muslims
I'm having a decent conversation with you. I'm having a decent conversation with you about Bangladesh.
But Bhavesh,
I'm having a decent conversation about Bangladesh. I cited facts. Why are facts triggering you, my friend?
No, I am also telling you the facts.
No, this is about Bangladesh, correct? The debate.
Tell me.
No, 1 minute. Because see, I won't let anybody sitting in London use the platform of Republic to try and target India. I'm not targeting Bangladesh. I'm not targeting Bangladesh.
If you are targeting my country,
I am not targeting Bangladesh. I am asking you questions about Yunus.
Like I'll just keep on watching because we know the kind of
Zulkarnain, I asked you a question about Yunus, the puppet.
Well,
master.
My concern is not about Yunus the puppet or whoever it is. My concern is Sheikh Hasina, who has been backed up by the BJP government over the last 15 years and vehemently backed up, who have supported all the staged elections in Bangladesh, starting from 2014, 2018, 2024. Had the BJP government raised their concern that these elections are not democratic, what you are doing is wrong, you should ensure that there is proper democratic practices, proper democracy is being practiced in the country.
We have always said that.
We have always said that. Something else. But India did not do that. They kept all their eggs in one basket, that is Bangladesh Awami League. It seems like India had the relation with Bangladesh only with Bangladesh Awami League, not with the people of Bangladesh, not with any other political party. Why did they do that? And the situation where we have reached...
What am I asking you and what are you saying?
The relationship between the both countries is so fragile.
My friend, my question was about whether or not Hindus, minorities were targeted. I cited facts. I gave you at least 4 or 5 instances. You're neither acknowledging nor denying. I asked you a fact. Let's come to the point. Let's not beat around the bush.
I'm not beating on the bush.
Did it happen or not? Were Hindus attacked?
What happened in Bangladesh?
Were extremists, were Muslim radical groups extremists in Bangladesh targeting Hindus or not?
Muslim radicals doesn't exist in Bangladesh in that way. Okay. The way you were saying, Muslim radicals are everywhere. Muslim radicals are in India, in USA, in UK. After the collapse of Sheikh Hasina's regime, businesses of Awami League people were targeted by various groups. It is easily understood that people were agitated with the Awami League leadership, the way they conducted their business affairs. They were extremely annoyed. So amongst the Awami League supporters were as well Hindu supporters, as well as Muslim supporters. So if Hindu supporters' businesses were attacked, will you label it as attack on Hindu minorities? Because at the same time, Muslims' businesses were also attacked. Hindu people if you're saying that Hindus were killed, same time, number of dozens of
I'll leave it at that,
were also killed.
I'll leave it at that, but with an assurance that I'll bring you back. Okay, we'll bring you back on the show in the evening. Okay, I'm running short of time, so I'll leave it at this. We'll bring you back. Thank you very much, Zulkarnain.
Thank you. Thank you.
Journalist sitting in London. We'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. With a big breaking story, Sheikh Hasina has been handed to the death sentence, and she has responded in a very detailed statement on Republic. Getting you the details, stay with us. Operation Sindoor, just a trailer, says Indian Army Chief. Says the real picture is pending. Umar's aide sent to 10-day custody. The man who helped Umar Nabi, the bomber, picked up from Delhi yesterday.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a
One of the big headlines of the day, Operation Sindoor, just a trailer, says Indian Army Chief.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Umar's aide is in 10-day custody. Details of the NIA hearing in Delhi. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sane Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan,
Sheikh Hasina handed the death sentence. Court says crimes against humanity. In her first response to the verdict, the former Bangladesh Prime Minister responds to Republic, says she will move the International Criminal Court against the trial.
ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए.
Big statement by the Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi says Operation Sindoor was just a trailer, says movie will unravel if Pakistan crosses the line. Tragic bus-tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room set up by the embassy. Key aide of Delhi car bomber Umar Nabi arrested, produced in court by the NIA and sent to 10-day custody. Anil Ambani skips ED summons again, offers only virtual appearance in the FEMA investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 to 3 days, there have been political comments coming in from Kashmir on the Delhi blast. We had Farooq Abdullah, who tried to get into why Umar Nabi, the car bomber, killed himself and killed 13 people. He tried to get into the psyche, trying to almost justify the terror attack. And we have a statement coming in from Mehbooba Mufti right now. That's the breaking news update. Mehbooba Mufti has said, "You told the world that everything is all right in Kashmir, but the troubles of Kashmir are echoing right in front of the Red Fort." She's trying to link Kashmir issue to the bombing in Delhi. Kashmir issue to the bombing in Delhi. She says it's happening right in the front of the Red Fort. She says, "You promised to make Jammu and Kashmir safe, but instead of fulfilling that promise, your policies have made Delhi unsafe." Take a listen. In fact, Mehbooba Mufti also says that I don't know how many people in the central government are true nationalists. If a well-educated youth, a doctor, kills himself and others by strapping RDX to his body, it means there is no safety in the nation. You may get votes by doing Hindu-Muslim politics, but in which direction is the nation heading? Mehbooba Mufti openly justifying the bombing in Delhi. This is as open as it can get. Zeenat is joining us live. Zeenat will play that soundbite out. But she says troubles of Kashmir are echoing in front of the Red Fort. How is Kashmir issue? How is Kashmir issue playing out in Umar Nabi's bombing?
See, we have been seeing these kind of statements, whether it's from today from Mehbooba Mufti or earlier from the Farooq Abdullah, instead of coming together and standing what the government is doing at present, because ultimately it is all about the national security for which the measures are being taken. But once again, we see Miss Mufti in action and challenging the government and raising questions about the policies of Delhi and Kashmir. And she has pointed about that the educated youth joining the terror ranks and they try to blow up themselves with the RDX and everything. But we need to understand that it is a society where you have the numbers, the people who are living in it. Is very difficult to put eye on everything. The government at the best can do what is possible within its reach. There have been the multiple policies that have come in Kashmir Valley as far as the rehabilitation is concerned, providing the employment, the upgradation of the infrastructure. But again, because today Ms. Mufti once again got a chance to talk about the security issues, about the challenging the government on certain things. So we see that she coming openly out and saying that this is not how the things should be controlled, and also question government as far as the policies of Delhi and Kashmir concerned, because Delhi has been maintaining for a long time that they are trying to bridge the gap between Delhi and Dil Ki Duri. There had been the statements from the Home Minister, from Defense Minister, from the Prime Minister himself that they are trying to bridge that gap. But now we see Ms. Mufti again in focus, challenging and also raising questions as far as the policies of Delhi is concerned and those being implemented in Srinagar and or in Kashmir, and the repercussion of those policies is the Red Fort bombing. So these are the statements that have come in, not from Farooq, this Mufti, but we have, if you remember, we heard just Farooq Abdullah just 2 days back, where he raised the questions as far as the mechanism of working of Delhi or the policies of Delhi in the Kashmir Valley are concerned.
Okay, I'd like to play out what Mehbooba Mufti said. Let's play that out, please.
अगर कहीं पानी नहीं होता तो लोग सड़क पे निकलते हैं तो उनको भी एसएचओ जाता है, कहता है अंदर जाओ नहीं तो पीएसए लगा लूंगा। हर चीज के लिए पीएसए, हर चीज के लिए यूएपीए। ये जो दहशत का माहौल आपने बनाया, आपने दुनिया को बोला कश्मीर में सब ठीक हो गया, मगर अब देखिए कश्मीर का मुसीबत जो हमारी थी वो परसों रेड फोर्ट लाल किले के सामने बोल पड़ी। आपने वादा किया था कि आप जम्मू कश्मीर को सेफ बनाओगे, मगर आपने यहाँ की सेफ्टी तो दूर की बात है, आपने तो दिल्ली को भी अनसेफ कर दिया अपनी पॉलिसी से। आपको सोचना पड़ेगा, मुझे नहीं मालूम दिल्ली में ऐसे कितने लोग हैं, इस सरकार में ऐसे कितने लोग हैं जो संजीदगी से नेशनलिस्ट हैं। मुझे याद है मुफ्ती साहब ने एक बार मुझे कहा था, जब हम इनके साथ सरकार बनाने वाले थे और मैं थोड़ा सा तजज्जुब में थी और मैं रिलक्टेंट थी कि हम नहीं करेंगे ऐसा। उन्होंने मुझे कहा, वह तुम्हें मालूम नहीं है, वाजपेयी जी ने जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए एक रास्ता बना दिया है, जम्मू कश्मीर को खून खराबे से बाहर निकालने के लिए। ये बीजेपी वाले, मुझे लगता है ये शायद नेशनलिस्ट हैं, इनको मुल्क का दर्द है, क्योंकि उन्होंने वाजपेयी जी का दर्द देखा था। तो आज मैं उसी बीजेपी से कहना चाहती हूं, अगर आप में से किसी लीडर के दिल में दर्द है इस मुल्क का, क्योंकि खाली जब जम्मू कश्मीर में नौजवान पढ़ा लिखा डॉक्टर अपने ऊपर आरडीएक्स बांध के अपनी जान उड़ाएगा, उसके साथ कई लोगों को उड़ाएगा, तो मुल्क में तो कोई सेफ्टी नहीं है। आप तो सिर्फ हिंदू मुस्लिम करते रहोगे, आपको बेशक वोट मिले। अगर कहीं पानी नहीं होता तो लोग सड़क पे निकलते हैं तो उनको भी एसएचओ जाता है, कहता है अंदर जाओ नहीं तो पीएसए लगा लूंगा। हर चीज के लिए पीएसए, हर चीज के लिए यूएपीए। ये जो दहशत का माहौल आपने बनाया, आपने दुनिया को बोला कश्मीर में सब ठीक हो गया, मगर अब देखिए कश्मीर का मुसीबत जो हमारी थी वो परसों रेड फोर्ट लाल किले के सामने बोल पड़ी। आपने वादा किया था कि आप जम्मू कश्मीर को सेफ बनाओगे, मगर आपने यहाँ की सेफ्टी तो दूर की बात है, आपने तो दिल्ली को भी अनसेफ कर दिया अपनी पॉलिसी से। आपको सोचना पड़ेगा, मुझे नहीं मालूम दिल्ली में ऐसे कितने लोग हैं, इस सरकार में ऐसे कितने लोग हैं जो संजीदगी से नेशनलिस्ट हैं। मुझे याद है मुफ्ती साहब ने एक बार मुझे कहा था, जब हम इनके साथ सरकार बनाने वाले थे और मैं थोड़ा सा तजज्जुब में थी और मैं रिलक्टेंट थी कि हम नहीं करेंगे ऐसा।
That's Mehbooba Mufti after Farooq Abdullah defending the bomber, trying to give a justification for what happened in Delhi. Here are the other headlines we're tracking from across the country.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tragedy in Mecca, over 42 pilgrims, all Indians, feared dead after initial reports confirmed Umrah pilgrims were all residents of Hyderabad. They were going back from Mecca when the accident took place. The MA has issued a statement expressing shock. Accident helpline numbers have also been released. The NIA has produced Amir Rashid Ali at the Patiala House Court. Amir is the terror suspect whose name the Hyundai i20 was registered. He had also reportedly travelled to Delhi to help Umar Nabi, the car bomber. Amir was arrested by the NIA from Pampore. As the NIA investigates the 10/11 blast, new revelations about Dr. Shaheen Saeed coming up. Sources saying that she acquired 3 passports at 3 different addresses, including Kanpur, Lucknow, Faridabad, and had also reportedly travelled 3 times to Pakistan. Rescue operation continues in Vadra. Death toll has risen to 5. Police sources have informed of recovering 4 more bodies overnight. Teams from the NDRF, SDRF Fire Department deployed at site as the rescue continues there. Anil Ambani has been summoned not once, not twice, but he's evading the summons again and again. Ladies and gentlemen, the ED has assets of Anil Ambani valued at over 7,000 attached, but despite the summons and the serious charges against him, he has not appeared. In fact, he has put out a statement. The statement on behalf of Anil Ambani says that ED summons to him pertains solely to the recording of his statement, and that Anil Ambani has offered to make himself available for the recording of his statement at any date and time suitable to ED via virtual appearance or recorded video. Anil Ambani, for about 15 years, from April 2007 to March 2022, always served as a non-executive director at Reliance Infrastructure, not in charge for day-to-day operations of the company. As per ED's own media release dated 3rd November 2025, the matter pertains to a FEMA case relating to Jaipur Ringus Highway project. Now, that's what they claim. The matter is 15 years old, dates to 2010, and concerns issues related to a road contractor as per ED media release. Let me go across to Pranav, joining us with the details. Pranav, irrespective of what Anil Ambani Group says, documents showed how as late as in 2020, in the minutes of the meeting, he knew exactly what was happening and was calling the shots, almost threatening lenders almost.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. In fact, this is a clear case wherein we are seeing a defiance. It's the 3rd time. This is the 3rd summons that the ED has issued, and Anil Ambani has said that he will not be able to appear in person, but in fact offered to appear virtually. The ED has previously rejected this, and just going back to the case, it's primarily about a rupees 40 crore alleged siphoning case related to a Jaipur Ringus highway, and ED has already in fact attached properties worth about 7,500 crores, and we are seeing another defiance, or so to say. They basically just said that Anil Ambani was not directly involved in the day-to-day operations of the company, and therefore is not related, or the case is not related to him directly.
Yeah. Is he fearing arrest? It's as simple as that. Is he fearing arrest? Perhaps that's why going personally or responding to the summons, could that be a possibility?
Well, that could indeed be a possibility. That is provided the ED now moves further. However, as of now, we need to wait and watch as to see whether ED permits him to, attend the proceedings of the court in a virtual manner. But we definitely need to wait and watch. The Anil Ambani group of companies has so far only denied the allegations, saying that this is a 15-year-old case, and that between 2007 to March 2022, he was a non-executive director and therefore was not involved in the day-to-day operations of the company. So we basically need to wait and watch and see how ED proceeds.
Yeah, just one last question. If you can tell our viewers, what are the primary charges against him leveled by the ED in the course of the investigation? Why have assets been attached? What are the charges? What is the role being alleged?
Okay. There are a number of cases that have been going on. Primarily in this case, it pertains to FEMA, that is Foreign Exchange Management Act. This is a case that pertains to the construction of Jaipur-Ringas Highway, and the ED has alleged that about 40 crore were siphoned off through companies that are based out of Dubai. The ED has already attached properties worth 7,500 crore in this case. So the allegation is primarily of siphoning of money through shell companies based out of Dubai in a road construction project.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Pranav, Anil Ambani once again evading summons, perhaps fearing arrest. Let's move on and get you a statement that was made by the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, at an event this morning. A question was asked to him and he said the movie hasn't even begun. He said Operation Sindoor was just a trailer, and if Pakistan gives us an opportunity in the future, we will teach them how a neighbor should behave. Strong statement from the Chief of Army Staff.
1.0 तो देखिए, मैं तो ये कहना चाहूँगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर ख़त्म हो गया था। तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं, और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए। जब कोई भी ऑपरेशन होता है उससे कुछ ना कुछ हम शिक्षा ग्रहण कर सकते हैं। तो इस ऑपरेशन में भी हमने कुछ शिक्षा ग्रहण की। जैसे सबसे पहले तो हमने ये लेसन प्राप्त किया कि इसमें सबसे पहले चीज़ ये है कि जो डिसीजन मेकिंग है या जो आपने निर्णय लेना है उसके लिए समय बहुत कम है, और निर्णय आपको हर लेवल पे लेना पड़ेगा। क्या आप यहाँ पे निर्णय लें और फिर नीचे पास करें, नहीं हो सकता। तो हर लेवल पे, हर स्तर पे लोगों को समय के हिसाब से तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी और एक्शन लेने पड़ेंगे, कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी। दूसरी चीज़ जो इंटीग्रेशन बोलते हैं, इंटीग्रेशन का ये मतलब है कि चाहे आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स, सीएपीएफ, साइबर, स्पेस, कोई भी हो, उसका इंटीग्रेशन हम जितना जल्दी करेंगे उतना हम इस लड़ाई को बड़े साजे ढंग से लड़ सकेंगे, क्योंकि आज की लड़ाई जो है वो मल्टी डोमेन है। अगर मैं बोलूं सिर्फ आर्मी अकेले लड़ सकती, नहीं लड़ सकती, हम सबको मिलकर लड़ना पड़ेगा। जो सैटेलाइट है वो बताएगी कि कौन कहां पर बैठा हुआ है, और जो उसी प्रकार से जो हमारे साइबर हैं उसका ये है कि क्या मुझे एक, मान लीजिए एक ड्रोन आ रहा है, तो ड्रोन के लिए क्या मुझे फायर करने की ज़रूरत है या मैं उसको इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रम या कहीं लेज़र से किल कर सकता हूं। तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो इतनी आपस में घुल मिल गई हैं कि हमें उसमें साथ में बैठ के सोच विचार करना पड़ेगा। तीसरी चीज़ ये है कि लड़ाई कितने दिन चलेगी ये आज हम नहीं बता सकते हैं। हमने तो लड़ाई तकरीबन मान लीजिए 88 घंटे में की, कल कोई 4 महीने भी चल सकती, 4 साल चल सकती है। इस चीज़ को मद्देनजर रखते हुए क्या हमारे पास साजो सामान है उस लड़ाई को लड़ने के लिए, क्या उसके लिए शस्त्र हैं? अगर नहीं है तो उसकी हमें तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी। हमें यह देखना पड़ेगा कि हमें 4 साल की लड़ाई तक के लिए भी तैयारी करके रखनी।
A significant reset in India-China relations. That is how the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, describes the last year, pointing to fresh political outreach, steady military talks that have cooled tensions along the line of actual control. At the Chanakya Defence Dialogue in the national capital, the Chief of Army Staff underlined the progress and what still needs to be done.
पिछले 1 साल से बहुत ज़्यादा बदलाव आया है। मतलब अक्टूबर 2024 से लेके आज की तारीख तक हमारे रिश्तों में काफ़ी सुधार आया है। सुधार इसलिए आया है क्योंकि जो हमारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हैं उनके बीच काफ़ी बातचीत हुई, और दोनों का ये संशय रहा कि हम किसी तरह वहाँ पे जितनी नॉर्मलसी ले आएंगे उससे हम दोनों देशों का फ़ायदा है। आप देखिए 21 अक्टूबर पिछले साल जब हमारी ईस्टर्न लद्दाख में जो समझौता हुआ था LAC के ऊपर, उससे कितना फ़ायदा हुआ कज़ान में। इसलिए 24 तारीख को जो दोनों की मुलाकात हुई हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर की और प्रेसिडेंट शी जिनपिंग की, वो पिछले साल अक्टूबर में हुई। और देखिए इस बार जो हमारी सितंबर में हुई, जब ये यहाँ गए थे अपनी SCO मीटिंग के लिए गए थे, तो इसमें भी बातचीत यही हुई कि सबसे पहले हमें डायलॉग करना चाहिए, यानी बातचीत करनी चाहिए, और हमें कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन ढूंढना है, यानी कोई हल ढूंढना है कि ये जो संघर्ष हमारा हुआ है इसका क्या हल मिल सकता है। तो जब वहाँ से पॉलिटिकल डायरेक्शन क्लियर होते हैं तो हर जगह फ़ायदा होता है। आप देखिए हमारे विदेश मंत्री तो मिलते ही रहते हैं, हमारे जो SR मीटिंग जिसको बोलते हैं, जो NSA साहब हमारे उनके विदेश मंत्री के साथ करते हैं, मांगी के साथ, उन्होंने पहले 18 दिसंबर को की, उसके बाद अभी उन्होंने 18-19 अगस्त को किया, तो उसमें कोई चीज़ें मसले सुलझ के आए। उसी प्रकार से हमारा देखिए रक्षा मंत्री जी वो जून में गए, जब जून में गए तो उन्होंने बल्कि वहाँ के जो डिफेंस मिनिस्टर थे, रक्षा मंत्री, उनसे बोला देखिए जी अभी वक्त आ गया है कि हमें डिसाइड करना है कि बर्फ़ पिघलनी चाहिए ना पिघलनी चाहिए, एक डिसीजन लेना चाहिए। और उसके बाद जब अभी वो बैठे हुए थे ADM प्लस में 1 नवंबर को, जब वो मलेशिया में थे, तो दोनों साथ में बैठे हुए थे और दोनों ने यही एक हल निकाला कि मेरे ख्याल से जितनी ज़्यादा बॉर्डर पे बातचीत होगी उतना में हल मिलेगा।
The Indian Air Force is participating in the 8th edition of Exercise Garuda 2025. Now, the bilateral air exercise between India and France will take place at France's Mont-de-Marsan between 16th and 27th of November 2025. Now, this Garuda exercise began in 2003, in which both countries, India and France, test their fighter aircraft, support platforms, crew training methods in varied environments. Now, the 8th edition will mark more than 2 decades of cooperation in air operations between the two countries.
The Indian Air Force is participating in Garuda 25, the 8th edition of the bilateral air exercise between India and France. The exercise will take place from 16th to 27th November 2025 at Mont-de-Marsan Air Base in France. On 10th November, IAF contingent reached France with its Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft. For the induction and de-induction phases of the exercise, the C-17 Globemaster III will provide airlift support, and IL-78 air-to-air refueling tankers will be used to increase the range and endurance of the Su-30 MKI jets participating. In this exercise, IAF's Su-30 MKI fighters will train with French multi-role fighter aircraft in complex and realistic air combat situations, including air-to-air engagements, air defense missions, and coordinated strike operations. The Garuda exercise began in 2003 and is one of the most important bilateral air exercises between India and France. Over the years, it has taken place in both the countries, with each edition specially curated for the mutual improvement, understanding, operational communication, and tactical coordination between the Indian Air Force and the French Air and Space Force. Both air forces have used the exercise to test their fighter aircraft, support platforms, and crew training methods in varied environments. With the 8th edition, the Garuda exercise will mark more than 2 decades of cooperation in air operations between the two countries. The earlier editions of this exercise have seen the Mirage 2000, Rafale, and other multi-role fighters from the French side, and aircraft such as the Su-30 MKI and Mirage 2000 from the Indian side. Now, the exercise also includes networked operations, integrated air defense, and large force engagement scenarios. For Garuda 25, the Indian Air Force is using its Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft as the main combat platform. The Su-30 MKI is a twin-engine, multi-role fighter with long-range and high maneuver capabilities. It can perform air superiority, air defense, and ground attack roles. Its advanced radar, electronic warfare systems, and long endurance make it suitable for complex missions. To support the deployment, the IAF is using the C-17 Globemaster III for strategic airlift. The C-17 can carry large equipment, personnel, and supplies needed for overseas exercises. The IL-78 air-to-air refueling aircraft are also part of the contingent. These tankers extend the flight duration of the Su-30 MKI, allowing them to perform long missions during the exercise. On the French side, advanced multi-role fighters are taking part. These include fighters capable of air superiority roles, precision strike missions, and integrated network operations. Both air forces are using ground support teams, mission planners, and maintenance crews to ensure smooth operations throughout the exercise.
Well, a surprise thaw in the US after months of attacking New York's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. President Donald Trump, that's US President Donald Trump, now says he's ready to meet him. Here's what happened.
US President Donald Trump has signaled a sudden shift, saying he is open to meeting New York City's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani and said they will work something out. This comes after months of Donald Trump labeling Mamdani a communist, predicting disaster for New York, and even threatening to deport him despite his US citizenship. The president had also warned he could pull federal funding from the city.
The mayor of New York, I will say, would like to meet with us and we'll work something out. But he would like to come to Washington and meet, and we'll work something out. We want to see everything work out well for New York.
Mamdani, born in Uganda and now a naturalized American, rose rapidly. From a little-known state lawmaker to winning the New York mayor election, defeating former Governor Andrew Cuomo by nearly 9 points. Throughout his campaign, Mamdani positioned himself as a sharp critic of Trump's immigration and economic agenda. On election night, Mamdani said he wanted New York to show the country how to defeat the president, but struck a more pragmatic tone the very next day. After the election, the incoming mayor said he was willing to work with anyone, including the president, if it helped New Yorkers. His team did not immediately comment on Donald Trump's latest remarks, but pointed to his earlier statement that reaching out to the White House would be critical to the success of the city. If the meeting happens, it would mark an unlikely détente between Republican president and a Democrat political star who have cast each other as political foils.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavan. Our top focus. ICT in Bangladesh declares that Sheikh Hasina is guilty on 3 charges and pronounces death sentence. Sheikh Hasina's first response to Republic TV. All this and much more in this edition of Live and Breaking. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Sheikh Hasina gets death penalty in Bangladesh for crime against humanity. It's a big Republic Global exclusive. Hasina responds to Republic's questionnaire, says she will move International Criminal Court against her trial.
सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसका भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
Big statement by Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi. He says that Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that the movie has just begun. Tragic bus tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room set up by Indian Embassy in Jeddah. NIA calls it a suicide attack after arresting Omar's aide from the national capital, produces him before the court. Amir sent to custody for 10 days. Anil Ambani skips Enforcement Directorate's summons again, offers only virtual appearance in FEMA Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. A detailed Republic investigation now reveals a major lapse at the T3 International Terminal in the national capital. A British national, Jordan Joseph, was deported from Thailand for trespassing and flagged as a high-risk intoxicated passenger. In fact, he managed to walk out of Delhi Airport's T3 International Transit area and completely unchecked, despite Thai authorities giving Air India advance warning. The incident stemming from Air India's handling of the deportee has now raised some serious security concerns after Joseph exited the transit area without authorization. In fact, this is an incident that took place on 28th of October when Joseph had taken the flight from Bangkok and was headed towards Heathrow. When he landed in the national capital, he in fact jumped over from the immigration area and then exited from Terminal 3 of the national capital. In fact, it turns out that till date, he hasn't been traced. We're going to get you more details. We have spoken to the Delhi police as well as CISF with regards to what really happened. And of course, thereafter, more details basically emerging with regards to what action has been taken so far as BCAS is also concerned. Let me bring in my colleague Harsha, who's getting us the latest details. Harsha, over to you with regards to this massive lapse that has now been reported from T3 area. Air India has also been showcased.
Yes, Shravan, you rightly pointed out. Now, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has issued a show-cause notice to Air India and clearly stated that they have to respond in 15 days because there's a serious security lapse and the deportee protocol lapse on the part of Air India. It was the duty of the Air India officials who were there in the international to international transit area to keep an eye on this British national, Mr. Fitzpatrick. It was their responsibility to keep an eye and then board him back into the London Heathrow aircraft of Air India. But instead of keeping an eye on him, Mr. Fitzpatrick slipped from the immigration control center, came out from the exit area, and now he's on run. He's not traceable, and Air India informed about it to the officials, to the BCAS, and to the CISF officials on 29th October at around 9:30 a.m. They told the officials to the investigating agencies that this man is non-traceable. He's unable to be located, and he has not boarded boarded his flight. He's nowhere to be found in the T3 International Airport. That was a time when the CISF checked in all the CCTV camera. They found that this particular man went to the washroom, slipped from the washroom to the landside area, slipped out of the immigration control center and exited from the T3, sat in the bus, went out. There are the CCTV cameras, almost 6 CCTV cameras are with the Delhi police and the CISF, which clearly states that how this man slipped from the immigration control center. This is some serious safety protocol lapses on the part of the Air India, and that's why this man yet now has not been located. And also, Shawan, we have been told that now the federal agency, the security agencies, the NIA has stepped into this investigation as well. There has been a series of meetings after 29th October of Delhi police officials with the NIA officials as well, and we have got to know it's been 18 days. 18 days. This man has not been located yet. Everywhere the alert has been issued. The CCTV cameras around the area of the IGI near Vasant Kunj, Mahipalpur and in the South Delhi area are basically being monitored, and basically towards the New Delhi railway station area as well, to see that if that man is found anywhere in those sites. But it's been 18 days, no location. The phone has yet not been on of this Mr. Fitzpatrick. There's no location. From that time to till now, his phone is continuously switched off, and that is the reason this passenger was a high-risk passenger. More the eye should have been kept on this passenger, but on the part of Air India, there's a serious safety lapses, and that is the reason why it raises a lot of concerns on the Air India security and the protocol issues as well. Back to you.
Well, Harshal, just to quickly recap of what we do so far, and more details now emerging from the investigation that we have also carried out from our side. We have reached out to Delhi police as well as the CISF. We'll put out the details and the show cause notice. We'll also try and see if we can get someone from the newsroom to show that show cause notice. The BCAS show cause notice that has been accessed by Republic TV. BCAS has now issued a show cause notice to Air India, details of which has now been accessed by Republic TV. I'm going to take you through some of the details basically emerging of this notice that was basically issued on 14th of November. In fact, this is what BCAS had to say. Has said that there have been lapses in communication and there's been a failure to adhere to established security procedures, and it constitutes a significant deviation from the norms that have been prescribed by the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. They've once again narrated the exact incident. The incident took place on 28th of October involving international passenger Fitzpatrick Jordan Joseph Pete, who arrived from Bangkok via Air India flight and was scheduled to depart for London Heathrow on the same day by Air India flight AI 2017. As per the airline's account, the passenger missed his onward connection and remained in the I-to-I, that's the international to international transfer area, without rebooking an alternate flight. Subsequently, on the 29th, around 9:30 in the morning, the airline reported that the said passenger was untraceable within the I-to-I air transfer area and was no longer in contact. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that the individual had exited the terminal building without authorization, thereby breaching security protocols. In the whole process, Air India neither followed the guidelines and nor provided prior intimation either immigration or CISF regarding the passenger's extended stay or subsequent disappearance. So BCAS basically pulls up Air India saying that they neither informed immigration or CISF regarding the passenger's extended stay or subsequent disappearance. We'll put this out. It's a massive security lapse and failure on the part of the airline to basically inform the immigration as well as the CISF regarding the passenger's extended stay or subsequent disappearance. It so turns out that he still remains untraceable. 15 days on, he's still untraceable. Let me go across to Harsha as we put out more details. Captain Randhawa is also joining us on this broadcast. Captain Randhawa, Republic Media Network has now accessed full details of this entire case. A short while back, Captain Randhawa, when I spoke to the Delhi police, they essentially indicated that efforts are still on to trace this British deportee. How does this actually happen? He is at the I-to-I terminal area, which means he's right inside the airport. How does he manage to exit? Who do you think is responsible for this security lapse?
You see, first of all, I would say this is a very highly security lapse which has happened. And firstly, we have to blame Air India for the security lapse. And if you see, Air India has been in the news, either it is security or it is, maintenance of the aircraft, or there was an accident. So I would say that since the time this airline is privatized, there has been a lot of problems in the airline and they are not able to streamline. The first security lapse has taken place that Air India has lowered the guard. The second part is the immigration. How did he get through the immigration? The third part is the CISF. How did he go out of the airport? Because a person cannot come outside the airport unless he is accompanied by airline rep, and he has to escort him outside in case, supposing he misses a flight or they put him in a hotel. So he has to be escorted. How this man has gone out? It is really sad that it could have been, supposing a terrorist. Now what happened? It is a normal passenger who was intoxicated, who was a deportee, but had it been a terrorist, you couldn't have taken such chances and all. And these security lapses are unacceptable as far as the airline is concerned and even the CISF is concerned. How did he get out?
Captain Randhawa, I'll request you to stay on with us as we are getting in more breaking news coming in on this very story that we are tracking very closely. Delhi police sources have now confirmed that efforts are still being made to trace the person. So it seems that they haven't been able to trace the British deportee who left from the terminal area, and it turns out that the CISF has also handed over the footage to the probe agencies. 5 set of images and CCTV images that have also been shared with the probe agencies. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Harsha, who's getting us the latest details. Harsha, you spoke to the CISF, and when I spoke to Delhi police, they have now confirmed that since 29th of October, this man is still missing.
First, CISF clearly stated that they got to know about this information on the 29th October at 9:30 a.m. and after Air India reported it to the officials, they were not aware about anything and that the passenger was offloaded. Any of the security agencies which are working inside the airport were not informed by the Air India. So first lapse was on the part of Air India that they didn't escort the passenger, the deportee, very well. And Shravan, when we have the document which clearly states that he is a high-risk passenger, in Thai, there was a case against him of disorderly trespassing, and the Thai authorities, immigration center authorities, have clearly stated that he should be escorted. He is a risk passenger. He was highly intoxicated in the time when he, when he was boarded in the flight from Bangkok to New Delhi, the Air India flight. All the risk assessment details were given by the Thai authorities to the Air India, and after that it happened. In fact, when I spoke to the CISF officials, they also stated that overall 6 CCTV footages we have received. We have got them. We have given it to Delhi police as well and the other agencies as well. This is a major security lapse which CISF also issued as a major security lapse. But first lapse on the part of Air India, and second, Shravan, on the part of the security agency, the CISF, and third on the part of the immigration officials. The particular British citizen, he passed immigration control center. He didn't complete his immigration, and without completing his immigration, without boarding in another London Heathrow flight, he just slipped from that immigration, came to the area which is a bag collecting area, and just exited from the airport terminal. In that entire 1.5 hours of time, none of the Air India officials thought that the person has not come out of the washroom. There must be something, trouble. There could be a major trouble. They should once check from their side. Nothing happened till 2 hours. This entire incident is between 7 to 10 a.m. Between 7 to 10 a.m. this entire incident has spanned out, and in this 2 hours that man has been able to slip out of washroom, go to the immigration center, slip from the immigration control center, exit the terminal T3. It's a serious major concern. 10 days, no relative, no other passenger, no point of contact of this particular British citizen. The officials are not able to contact anyone. And it's a major concern which the BCAS, which the security agencies are also looking into, because right now Delhi is on alert. We have seen what has happened in Red Fort, we have seen what has happened in Srinagar, and after that, such major lapse from the side of the Air India, it's very concerning, and that is the reason why NIA is continuously in touch with the Delhi police to track this particular British citizen every day. But 18 days, no trace of this particular British citizen, where exactly he has gone. Back to you.
Well, in fact, I've just got more details with regards to the Bureau of Civil Aviation, as my colleague Harsha is getting us details. I'm also given to understand more than 15 days, and the British citizen hasn't been tracked so far. State police, multiple state police have already been notified about the movement of this British citizen, whom they haven't been able to trace so far. Let me also go back to Captain Randhawa, getting us more details. Captain Randhawa, how does this really happen? Because it seems that the Bureau of Civil Aviation has now essentially indicated that the airline did not inform immigration, or for that matter, even the police. So no information was basically provided by them. There is a security protocol that has now been breached.
The security has been totally breached, and I would say maximum responsibility lies with the airline, because this is a major airline lapse. When you know there's a high security passenger involved, then he should have been, escorted, and even a person cannot go outside the toilet until unless, that person who was escorting him is not present. And secondly, why haven't they informed the immigration and the CISF? And thereafter, they should have lodged an FIR. So there are procedures in place. This is a serious lapse, and someone has to be held accountable. The security, in charge of Air India, he has to be held responsible for this lapse along with the accountable manager.
Captain Randhawa, I'll request you to stay on with us, because we're getting in some more breaking news. I'm told that the NIA has now also been informed about the presence of the British citizen on Indian soil. It seems that none of them have been able to trace the British citizen so far. Harsha, what more details are you picking up in terms of the investigation that has been carried so far?
Yes, so Shawan, we have got to know that the NIA also looking into to trace this British national. Everywhere, therefore, the alert has been issued. We have got to know at the major places, wherever this particular citizen would have gone to. All the places, the barricades have been put up, and everywhere the CCTV is being closely monitored. Every day, NIA is having one-on-one meeting with the DCP, IGI, one-on-one meeting to ensure that every day they have some input on this British citizen, but their hands are completely, they have not got anything. They are completely empty hands, because they have not been able to trace this particular citizen. The last CCTV footage which NIA has received from Delhi police, which exactly the CISF also gave to Delhi police, is of this British citizen exiting from the T3 terminal. The last footage is of him exiting and coming out of the Air India bus from the T3 terminal. That's the last footage of this British national. Apart from that, there's no another CCTV footage. Almost 16 to 20 CCTV footage in that particular area have been tracked by the NIA officials. But yes, NIA along with Delhi police is working together to trace this particular British national who has gone somewhere in Indian soil, but they have no clue where exactly this person has gone from last 18 days. The alerts have been issued, and the and search operation is being conducted to track this particular British citizen, but there's no clue, and right now agencies also don't know exactly which part this person has gone to. Back to you.
Before we also try and show you the BCAS notice from our newsroom, where clearly the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has pulled up Air India for not informing the immigration officials as well as the CISF with regards to the disappearance of the British citizen. That's the latest now we are getting in. I'm given to understand that the NIA has also been informed about the disappearance of this British citizen, which is a cause of concern given the fact that it has been more than 15 days. Security agencies haven't been able to trace this person who had left her from T3 in the national capital on 29th of October. He landed in the national capital on 28th of October with an Air India flight from Bangkok. Let me also put out more breaking news now coming in. This is with regards to the National Investigation Agency also being stepped in. They've been informed about the disappearance of the British citizen. Multiple teams have also been formed right now to track down the British citizen, and not just that, a lookout notice has been issued so that any airport authority would be able to immediately inform the national security agencies once he is actually traced. Let me try and go across to Captain Randhawa. Captain Randhawa, it seems that the NIA too has basically stepped in. If a deportee has been sent in, what essentially are the kind of protocols that are followed by the airlines?
The protocols, as I said, the protocol has failed. You see, the airline has not lodged an FIR. An FIR should have been lodged that this person is missing. Now, I don't know whether Air India has lodged the FIR. And from there, you see, to track the person down, if his mobile is switched off, finding out the location, it is going to be a real Herculean task. Because until unless you can get either the CCTV footage, which you're saying very few clips are available, and where this man is, there in last 15 days, if the airline is not bothered, and now Republic TV has come to know about it, this has not come out in the media at all. So the airline never allowed it to get this thing out till the time it percolated to the BCAS and NIA. So I would say that this is a serious lapse. It should be investigated, and the people who are responsible should be held accountable, and action should be taken strictly against them. But at present, to find the missing deportee is going to be a big task for the police. You can check various areas and all that, and it's very easy for a person in India to disappear because our systems are, not that geared up. As in the West, they track you down very fast.
Captain Randhawa, I'll request you to stay on with us. I'll just also get in a word from Harsha with regards to what is it that the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has to say. 15 days' time has now been given to Air India to respond to the notice. Harsha, if you have the notice with you, why don't you just quickly show this to our viewers as to what exactly have they told Air India? What is it they are asking from the airline?
Yes, so Shawan, I have right now the BCAS notice, which we received on the day when the notice was itself issued to the Air India to submit their response. It's the notice. I'll ask my camera person Mukesh also to focus on this. The notice clearly states non-compliance and violation of BCAS guidelines. It states that the violation by Air India has been brought to the notice of the undersigned. It clearly states that such lapses in communication and failure to adhere established security procedure constitute a significant deviation from the norms prescribed by the BCAS. Para 6.4 of the BCAS 6/2023 even you also have failed to communicate this incident to BCAS by any suitable means within the prescribed time limit. Your response must reach this office within 15 days from the date of issuance of this notice. Failure to submit a reply within the stipulated time will be interpreted as an acknowledgement of the violations, and appropriate actions will be initiated by the BCAS. So 15 days is the time when Air India has to submit its response. But also, Shawan, to respond to what earlier you were asking to Mr. Randhawa as well. We know that there are particular areas where which security agencies are deployed to look into each and every passenger coming out. It's very bizarre how the Air India and the airport officials responded when first time Delhi police officials questioned them. And the CISF, what CISF stated? CISF stated that at the arrival at the immigration control center, where exactly that immigration e-visa gate is there, CISF is not deployed. It doesn't come under CISF jurisdiction. This is what CISF responded to the security agency NIA. This is what CISF has responded to Delhi police as well. This is not our jurisdiction. It is a jurisdiction of immigration and the customs to ensure that passengers are coming out, they have proper power tickets or not, they have cleared or not, they are exiting after proper protocol. This is what CISF has stated. And it's very bizarre to even think that there is a gate, there's an international to international transfer, Shawan. There's a flap gate, one very small flap gate near immigration e-visa counter. This British national has opened the flap gate and along with other passengers, he just exited from that immigration e-visa flap gate. And no one noticed, no one. None of the immigration officer who were present there at that time ensured that whether he is exiting properly, this passenger can exit, cannot exit, has he completed his proper immigration process. No one did check. There was a flap gate, he exited from the flap gate, went to the exit area and exactly at gate number 11, from arrival gate number 11 of the international T3 airport, this person, this British national, exited. That's the story. That's how everyone who has been questioned from CISF, from the airport authorities, from the Air India officials, they have responded like this when they were questioned by the Delhi police, when they were questioned by the security agency. That's how bizarre. Even one cannot think that how a person can just open this flap gate of the immigration e-visa counter and just go and just exit without even completing his immigration process. That's the serious lapse which has been found in the immigration e-visa counter. And that is the reason why security agencies are also questioning not only Air India. They were responsible at first hand, they were responsible because they did escort this British national who was responsible, who was intoxicated, a high-risk passenger. They didn't escort him well, didn't keep an eye on him, but immigration officials as well and the customs official as well. What were they doing? Where were they at that point of time? A highly secured area which is every time on alert.
Harsha.
A British national just came out, exited, now he's untraceable.
Well, thank you very much, Harsha, for getting us that big exclusive. Only Republic Media Network getting you this big story developing from the T3 International Airport, where a British citizen has now gone missing. It's been over 15 days. Our security agencies haven't been able to trace this citizen that you see on your screens right now, who was deported from Thailand and was being sent back to London, landing here in the national capital. He left from the T3 airport. It seems now the National Investigation Agency has also basically stepped in. CISF has handed over the footage in which Joseph can be seen jumping over the immigration flaps and thereafter exiting from the T3 airport. So far, over 15 days and no response really coming in. A short while back, Delhi police has also now confirmed that efforts are still being made to track the British citizen. Thank you very much, Captain Randhawa and Harsha, getting us the latest. Well, in fact, the other big story that we are tracking tonight, Anil Ambani has skipped yet again. This time, the Enforcement Directorate's summons. This is the third summons that has been issued. He has offered virtual appearance in FEMA Pro.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा का राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Major security lapse at T3 of Delhi IGI Airport. Deportee passengers allowed to walk free. Air India faces scrutiny. NIA roped in to the case of missing British passenger. Bureau of Civil Aviation Security issues show cause notice to Air India. It's a big Republic Global exclusive. Hasina responds to Republic's questionnaire, says she will move International Criminal Court against her death sentence verdict.
सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसका भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
Big statement by Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi. He says that Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that the movie has just begun. NIA, after arresting Omar's aide yesterday from Delhi, produces him in the court earlier today. Anil Ambani skips ED summons again, offers only virtual appearance in FEMA probe. A massive development has now taken place in West Bengal, where SIR process has already begun. And what we see is images coming in from border areas where illegal Bangladeshis are completely in panic. In Boshirhat's Swarupnagar, the Bangladeshis, the illegal Bangladeshis who had crossed over and entered India, living in Bengal, are now wanting to return to Bangladesh. Now, there is a massive crowd of Bangladeshis at the checkpost crossing in Swarupnagar. Since they have no documents and they want to go back to Bangladesh, we are now picking up from our sources in BSF that the Border Security Force will essentially allow them into Bangladesh with their fingerprints after showing them proper documents. Now, that's the latest now we are picking up, where infiltrators are now on their way back. In fact, there is complete panic with the SIR being rolled out in West Bengal. Earlier this month, the Election Commission had made a nationwide announcement with regards to SIR to be carried out at multiple states. In fact, the process is already underway in the state of West Bengal. On your screens right now, these are images now coming in from the checkpost at Swarupnagar, where you can clearly see Bangladeshi infiltrators who have now packed their bags and they want to go back to Bangladesh and not to live in India, primarily because with this crackdown that is essentially taking place. Some allegations have also been leveled by the political parties in Bengal that several of these illegal immigrants do have Indian documentation, starting from Aadhaar cards also in their possession, and that is the reason why they've also some allegations have been levelled that they have voted in various elections. Now, ahead of West Bengal polls that are to take place early next year, this entire process of removing illegal immigrants from the voter ID list has been a process that has been undertaken by the Election Commission. Now, it seems that earlier today there was a massive crowd that had gathered around Swarupnagar border checkpost, where the BSF has been manning, and we are given to understand that efforts were essentially being made by many to cross back to Bangladesh. BSF perhaps taking certain precautionary measures, for instance, taking in the fingerprints before allowing the illegal immigrants to go back to Bangladesh. What we are not very sure as to when exactly the infiltration actually began, and the details that you see right now on your screens are based on reports coming in from Republic Bangla, where our reporters on the ground at the very place that you see right now, there has been a crowd there panicking, wanting to go back to Bangladesh, primarily because as their system base, as this entire SIR process has begun, it seems that there is complete panic. Kisholai is joining us from this broadcast. Kisholai, what more are you picking up in terms of when did this happen? What is it that the BSF is essentially indicating?
Well, exactly. Since last few days, there has been this trend of Bangladeshis leaving West Bengal after the SIR process has been started. Now, in the latest video that we are right now having, it shows that in Bosirhat, in Hakimpur checkpost, there is a very clear video of Bangladeshi infiltrators leaving West Bengal. They're leaving West Bengal out of fear of SIR, is what the BJP is saying. It's very clear that these Bangladeshi infiltrators who had come to West Bengal, staying in nearby borders, nearby areas around the border, especially in Bosirhat area, which is very close to Bangladesh. We know that the border runs from South 24 Parganas to North 24 Parganas and then towards North Bengal. This is in North 24 Pargana near Bosirhat in this Hakimpur checkpost. The Bangladeshis are fleeing for their out of fear of SIR, is what the BJP is saying. Also, it's very clear after the SIR process has started, Republic has reported exclusively from areas like New Town, Salt Lake, in Noida as well, Malda, Murshidabad, areas where Bangladeshis had their settlements, and now they are leaving those and returning back to their country.
Kisholai, thank you very much. We'll be tracking the story very closely as more details coming in from the Border Security Force here in the National Capital. We'll update you as soon as we get more details. Shifting focus now, a significant political controversy is brewing after businessman Robert Vadra publicly questioned the legitimacy of NDA's sweeping victory in the Bihar elections. He's alleged that irregularities in the polling process and is now calling a complete re-election. This is what Robert Vadra had to say.
Robert Vadra sparked controversy after he challenged the legitimacy of the NDA's landslide victory in the Bihar Assembly elections. The Gandhi family member said that the polls were not conducted properly and called for a complete re-election in the state.
बिहार चुनाव को लेकर मैं यही कहूँगा कि बिहार की जनता असल में खुश नहीं है। जो हुआ है बिल्कुल वो ईसी के वजह से हुआ है, ईसी ने मदद की है और ऐसे जो ये रिजल्ट आए कोई भी उसमें सहमत नहीं है। और राहुल जी कल सब लोग उसके साथ मिल रहे हैं, जितने भी जवान युवक हैं सब उनके साथ जुड़ेंगे और आंदोलन करेंगे कि डेमोक्रेसी होनी चाहिए। ये कोई चुनाव ढंग का नहीं था और दोबारा चुनाव होने चाहिए वहाँ, फिर आपको दिखेगा बिल्कुल रिजल्ट पलटेगा।
Doubling down, he accused the Election Commission of India of playing a role in securing the sweeping win for the NDA, claiming that many in Bihar are unhappy with the outcome. Meanwhile, the BJP has pushed back against these claims, calling the opposition a sore loser.
Mr. Robert Vadra's outrageous remarks, casting vicious aspersions on the Bihar election results, and Mr. Vadra's shocking demand for re-election in Bihar has questioned the integrity of the Bihar people and insulted the honesty of the Bihar voters. Is the Congress party now using and deploying Mr. Robert Vadra as its proxy to intimidate and threaten constitutional institutions?
He's accused of a bank fraud loan of about 14,000 crore rupees. A fresh case has now also been registered against Anil Ambani in the Foreign Exchange Violation Act. Now, third summon that has been issued against Anil Ambani, and he has refused to appear before the Enforcement Directorate in the Foreign Exchange Management Act case. It turns out that the Enforcement Directorate had earlier rejected Ambani's offer and issued him a fresh summon for today. It was not clear if the agency would issue another summon, but what I've just picked up from our sources within the Enforcement Directorate is this, and let's just break this information right now. In fact, Anil Ambani this morning has reached out to the Enforcement Directorate stating that he's unable to respond to the summons issued by the probe agency because his wife, Tina Ambani, is unwell. That is what Anil Ambani had to say. In fact, we are given to understand that when the second summon was actually issued to Anil Ambani, he had written to the agency stating that he could basically respond to the summons, but through video conferencing, not giving enough reasons as to why exactly is he not appearing physically before the Enforcement Directorate. Let me just quickly recap for all of you who are tuning in right now as to what are the charges that have been leveled against Anil Ambani and companies that have been linked to Anil Ambani. It turns out two different set of cases that are being looked into by the Enforcement Directorate. One is under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, where it is a bank fraud scam that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate following SEBI's investigation that has been carried out and the Central Bureau of Investigation, where the charges have been leveled that the loans that were received from the banks were basically siphoned off and they were basically sent to third-party related companies. And the other, of course, also being with regards to a FEMA case which has been registered against Anil Ambani. It turns out that this is pertaining to a contract that was received by Anil Ambani's company in Rajasthan, which was thereafter subcontracted to another company. 40 crore rupees was given for this particular project. It turns out 38 crore rupees was already siphoned off. And that is the reason why Anil Ambani has now been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in a fresh case that is being looked into. That is the FEMA case that has been registered. Top sources now confirming that Anil Ambani this morning has now written to the Enforcement Directorate stating that his wife is unwell, and that is the reason why he's unable to respond to the summons that have been issued. In case at all the Enforcement Directorate wishes that he could actually appear through video conferencing. Remember, this request was earlier rejected by the Enforcement Directorate, and now we are given to understand that the team that is investigating this case is yet to take a final call as to whether at all they are going to accept the request that has been made by Anil Ambani or fresh summons would be issued. There is also a possibility that if at all the Enforcement Directorate does not receive any response from Anil Ambani, they could very well move a special ED court in the national capital, suggesting that Anil Ambani is not cooperating with the investigative agency and would actually press for a non-bailable warrant to be issued. These are the latest details that we are getting in. On your screen right now, a snapshot of what we know so far in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far. The loan that was received by Anil Ambani linked companies and how exactly it was basically used. In fact, it begins with first the investment that came in from Yes Bank, and it was further diverted. There have been a diversion, laundering of public funds of RHFL and RCFL that has essentially taken place, and Anil Ambani has basically signed off as far as the movement of money is concerned. Well, Unit Home Minister chaired the 32nd Northern Zonal Council meeting in Faridabad, bringing together the Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab and Rajasthan, along with the administrations also. We're also getting in some more breaking news now coming in.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Union Home Minister has chaired the 32nd Northern Zonal Council meeting in Faridabad, bringing together the Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab and Rajasthan, along with the LGs and administrators of Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh and Chandigarh. Morgan Stanley projects 6.5% GDP growth for India in 2026 with stable inflation, strong domestic demand and a broad-based capex cycle and controlled current account deficit. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri announced a historic first with one of the world's fastest growing LPG markets opening up to the United States. Indian PSU oil companies have finalized a one-year structured contract to import around 2.2 MTPA of LPG from the US Gulf Coast for the 2026 contract year, nearly 10% of India's annual LPG imports. Well, the US interim government has called on the Indian government to hand over Sheikh Hasina after the verdict. In fact, they have now indicated that in accordance with the existing extradition treaty between the two countries, this is an obligatory duty for India. This is the second time when such a request has essentially come in from UNIS's interim government asking for Sheikh Hasina to be returned to Bangladesh. This comes in the backdrop of the ICT verdict that came in a while back, where Sheikh Hasina has been charged on 3 counts. She has been given a death sentence. There is also a response now coming in from Sheikh Hasina herself, where she has basically called this entire trial completely farce, where there was no legal representation on the part of Awami League. In fact, they have charged her of murder and using lethal weapon against her own citizens. In fact, ordering the Bangladesh police to carry out what UNIS's interim government has been calling a murderous attempt to suppress them. We have also got in the full statement right now of the UNIS government. This is coming immediately after the ICT verdict. There is no response really coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs at this point in time. But this is what UNIS's interim government on Hasina's verdict has indicated. That the death sentence announced against former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and former Home Minister for crimes against humanity is a historic verdict. Realizing the profound significance of the verdict, the interim government is calling on the people of all walks of life to remain calm, restrained and responsible. Everyone is being specifically requested to refrain from any kind of disorder, provocative behavior, and once again reiterating that the fact that the government is further clarifying that any kind of anarchy, chaos or attempt to break public order will be strictly suppressed. This comes at a time when multiple reports have come in over the last 24 hours of crude bombs being hurled, minorities once again being targeted, something that the UNIS's interim government has always denied, saying that these are whims and fancies of the Indian media. It seems that yet another attempt has been made by the UNIS's interim government to put pressure on India to send back Sheikh Hasina, who since her ouster has been camping here in the national capital. In fact, in an audio that has been released by Sheikh Hasina, she has declared that she will return to Bangladesh. She has also urged her party members to basically carry out protests in different parts of Bangladesh. The charges that have been leveled against Sheikh Hasina on your screens right now: enforced disappearance of opposition leaders, that's charge number 1. Charge number 2, ordered violence that killed about 1,400 people. Charge number 3, let's take you to the third charge, where she has been accused of killing 6 people at Dhaka's Chankan Bridge area. The fourth is murdered 13 people, linking it to the carnage that took place in the month of July last year. Killed and burnt bodies at Ashulia. These are some of the charges that have been leveled against Sheikh Hasina. She has also been charged for killing Abu Saeed, a protesting student in Rangpur. And of course, ordered shooting and murder of 6 protesters also in various parts. So overall, if you look at the charges that she has essentially been booked for, These charges, Sheikh Hasina said, are completely false and that she has been framed, and during this entire trial process, she was not even allowed to make any sort of representation. Now, in the last audio tape that has been released by Awami League, Sheikh Hasina is heard saying that she will be returning to Bangladesh soon. The other big story that we're getting to you earlier today, a bus accident was reported in Saudi Arabia, which has claimed the lives of over 42 Indian Umrah pilgrims, that with more than half of the victims hailing from Hyderabad. The bus carrying pilgrims from Mecca to Medina collided with a diesel tanker near Medina, causing a massive fire that engulfed the vehicle. The accident occurred around 1:30 early morning, and rescue teams were at the spot, working to recover the bodies. Indian Embassy, meanwhile, in Jeddah has set up a 24/7 control room with a toll-free helpline number. Take a look at this report.
In a tragic accident in Saudi Arabia, a bus collided with a diesel tank, causing over 42 deaths. The visuals are from the site of the accident. The bus caught in flames along with pilgrims, more than half of whom are suspected to be Indians from Hyderabad.
Currently standing at this particular travel agency, which had taken over 45 passengers from Hyderabad and Telangana to this religious pilgrimage of Mecca and Madinah. Almost all the passengers have boarded the bus from this particular travels. What we are learning is that this is a regular travel which undertakes this particular pilgrimage and takes over several pilgrims from Telangana and Hyderabad every year to Mecca and Madinah. Unfortunately, what we are learning is that today, late night yesterday, this particular travel bus was gutted in fire, resulting in 42 passengers who are dead from Hyderabad and Telangana. Now, what we are currently seeing is that the relatives of this pilgrims who are feared dead in this accident are waiting outside this travel agency for answers, and they are waiting outside the travel agency to have details about their families who have passed away, who are feared dead in this particular accident.
As per initial reports, the Umrah pilgrims were en route Medina, having completed their rituals in Mecca, when the bus collided with the diesel tank, with passengers sleeping on board, leaving no chance to escape as the bus burst into flames. Sources tell only one passenger along with the driver survived the accident. The other bodies have been charred beyond recognition. As the news reached India, families of the missing are desperately awaiting any information about their kins.
मेरे ब्रदर इन लॉ दो है, मोहम्मद सैफुल रहमान, मोहम्मद शुएबुर रहमान, और मेरे मदर इन लॉ है रईस बेगम। उम्रे के लिए गए थे, तो वहाँ पे उम्रा करे बाद से वहाँ से फिर वो लोग जो है मदीने के लिए निकले थे, तो रास्ते में जो है एक्सीडेंट होने की वजह से ये बताया गया कि सारे लोग का इंतकाल हो गया बोलकर।
A 24/7 control room has been set up in Saudi Arabia by the Indian consulate, with toll-free and WhatsApp helplines released. In India, the Telangana Secretariat has set up a control room and released helplines.
जो एक बस में जो ट्रैवल कर रहे थे, यहाँ पे जो पिलग्रिम्स थे जो उम्रा के लिए गए थे, मक्का शरीफ की उम्रा फिनिश करके जब मदीना शरीफ ज़ियारत के लिए जा रहे थे, तो टैंकर के साथ एक्सीडेंट हुआ और मेरे ख्याल में 47 या 48 लोग मर गए। उसमें काफ़ी छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी थे और काफ़ी लेडीज़ भी थे, औरत भी थे, बट लेकिन एक आदमी सर्वाइव हुआ बोल के ऐसे न्यूज़ आ रही। बट लेकिन सीएम साहब का 100% इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि टोटली सीएम साहब को जिस सिचुएशन को मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, और सीएम साहब का इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि इसको एकदम टॉप प्रायोरिटी मिले और काम करें। जितने भी लोग को जो भी प्रॉब्लम है, गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से फुल सहायता मिलेगी। हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि एक आध फैमिली से एक मेंबर को भिजा के उनके लास्ट राइट्स जो होते हैं, तदफीन जो होते हैं, उनको वहाँ पे रहने की हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सर, नंबर ऑफ कैजुअलिटीज एक बार अगर क्लैरिटी।
कैजुअलिटीज 47 और 48 के बीच में।
तो मैंने इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद में जो DCM है अबू मैथन जॉर्ज साहब से मेरी बात हुई, और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि कौंसल जनरल जिद्दा भी और वो ख़ुद इस पर मालूमात हासिल कर रहे हैं और जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करना है वो करेंगे। मेरी भारत सरकार से और ख़ास तौर से एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से जयशंकर साहब से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इमीडिएटली इस पर देखें और अगर जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनके परिवार ये चाह रहा है कि उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ जल्द से जल्द इंडिया को लाई जाए और अगर कोई उसमें ज़ख्मी है तो उनको अच्छी से अच्छी वहाँ पर उनको इलाज हो सके। ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से और भारत सरकार से।
As the Indian government coordinates closely with the Saudi Arabian counterpart, Prime Minister Modi took to X and expressed deep sorrow over the accident, while Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has asked for immediate information gathering, expressing deep shock.
Well, picking up more details on the terror doctor module and in specific Dr. Shaheen. Shaheen, in fact, has revealed much more in the interrogation that has taken place over the last 24 hours. She was allegedly found with 3 passports issued under different addresses in Kanpur, Lucknow and Faridabad. Reports suggest that she is also believed to have travelled to Pakistan 3 times and was allegedly involved in raising funds through Hawala channels to support the module's activities. Let me go across to my colleague Ishan getting us the latest details. Ishan, you've been there at Al Falah University getting us more details in terms of the role of Dr. Shaheen. It turns out that Dr. Shaheen was playing an active role as part of this module from inside Al Falah University.
Absolutely. Dr. Shaheen was a key conspirator in this whole game wherein she was providing active support to the terror suspects, and they have been chatting on WhatsApp with multiple people. Dr. Shaheen was named as Madam Surgeon and she was communicating with 2 other people, Madam X and Madam Z. These were the co-conspirators who were giving her instructions, and she was passing on information that package has been received, medicine has been received, all code words for explosives and planning of the terror targets. Thereafter, we have also come across information that she had 3 passports and had made multiple visits to Pakistan and was directing Hawala finances to finance this entire operation. She was providing us with she was providing NIA with all this information wherein she has shown the chats wherein she was communicating directly with her handlers, Madam X and Madam Z. These were important people who will be doing the terror operations in India. She had also received instructions to provide us with she was also being provided instructions to ensure more and more recruitment is done of female conspirators in this. She was in connect with the sister of Hafiz Saeed for this entire operation. Her 3 passports that she has acquired were from 3 different cities, Kanpur, Faridabad and Lucknow. And now we are seeing that this entire operation is being unraveled by the investigating agencies. Multiple teams are still inside the hospital and they have questioned the staff and students at Al Falah University. We will come back to this story after the break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Massive security lapse in T3. Air India allows a deportee from Thailand to escape. Former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina gets death penalty for what the court says were crimes against humanity. Sheikh Hasina responds to Republic TV questionnaire, says she will move the International Criminal Court against her trial, questions the verdict.
सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसका भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
Significant statement by the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, says Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that the movie is pending, yet to begin. Tragic collision between a bus and a tanker in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room set up. Delhi car bomber Umar's aide arrested from the national capital, sent to 10-day custody by the NIA court. Anil Ambani skips ED summons again. Is he fearing arrest? Starting with one of the top stories this evening, ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh's International Crimes Tribunal, a court that is mostly backed by the Jamaat, has handed the death sentence to former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in a case over alleged crimes against humanity. The court in Dhaka has found Hasina guilty on 3 counts, concluding a months-long trial that found her guilty of ordering a deadly crackdown on a student-led uprising last year that led to her Awami League government's fall. It was more a regime change operation than a student uprising, and Hasina, the former Bangladesh Prime Minister, has responded to a questionnaire sent by Republic TV, and in her response has questioned the verdict, calling it a sham, questioning the UNIS administration. My colleague Shravan spoke to one of the ministers who served in the Sheikh Hasina government. Here's the first response that came in from the Awami League.
পর্যবেক্ষণ করতে এসেছেন এবং
the entire proceedings, in which there was a constant reference of a audio transcript of Sheikh Hasina, purportedly between the call between Sheikh Hasina and the security forces. And they say that Sheikh Hasina had ordered the killing of civilians, the killing of protesters. Brute force was supposed to be used against the protesters. Now that is an audio call, an audio transcript of Sheikh Hasina that was furnished in the court.
Now, where is this audio transcript coming from? There was no source mentioned. Who gave the evidence? Where have they collected it from? Was it a WhatsApp call? Was it a direct phone call? And there's no source of this so-called conversation. It could be concocted, and also it has to be, even if it was real, it has to be taken in the context of the conversation. If police forces and security forces are being killed, shot and burned to death, then what would the head of state say? I mean, they have to use something in self-defense. And if you look at the police commissioner of Dhaka, the current police commissioner's instruction to the police there right now, he had clearly said, shoot at sight. Recently, even yesterday, he had said that. And recently, Chittagong's police commissioner said you have to do brush fire on any miscreants you think will jeopardize peace and law and order. So security forces have their own manual. What is important is that until the security forces were being killed, the instruction from the top was that no lethal weapon can be used. And you have to understand at what point was that but the bar on the lethal weapon was withdrawn. None of this was considered in this so-called trial. The whole trial is a farce. The process.
You are saying, if I'm to ask you, Mohibul, you're making a serious charge. You are saying that this entire tribunal is a complete farce. If I may ask you, on what grounds are you saying that it is a complete farce? Because here the allegations are also this, that you have not really heard the people of Bangladesh. They say that there was corruption, and that is the reason why she had to face what she had in the month of July. How do you really respond to these direct charges that have been leveled against you as well as your party?
See, the protest was not about corruption. It was about job losses. And therefore, you cannot really include the job loss protest into some kind of a corruption allegation, and specifically in this trial, which is about crimes against humanity, genocidal charges, and instruction to kill a particular group of people. If you are to consider something as a genocide, you have to prove that the instruction was given to kill a particular group of people for ethnic, religious, or whatever reason. None of this has happened in Bangladesh. It was a riot gone wrong. Bad riot management at worst. So it wasn't a planned killing of a particular group of people in the country with a political objective. So that's why it is a farce. And this to bring this amendment in the law, you have to have a sitting parliament. And a future parliament, whoever will be elected in the future, if they do not accept this ordinance as a proper law, it will all just be an illegal process, illegal trial. And it has happened in the past in Bangladesh. Military regimes in the past had passed ordinances and tried people, and after some years, the highest court said this ordinance does not have the will of the people reflected, and it was not passed under any legal authority. So a lot of allegations were brought in. It was entirely one-sided. Our lawyers were not allowed to represent us in the trial. So when you do not even have legal representation, how do you ensure a fair trial? There was no fair trial. Not just that it was an illegal process, the entire trial process was fast-tracked. Usually it takes around a year for criminal proceeding to complete in Bangladesh. Also in Indian subcontinent, because we share the same criminal procedure code and the penal code. There is a proper process in place. None of those processes were followed under this particular tribunal. It was fast-tracked just to give conviction to Sheikh Hasina and her colleagues and the Awami League leadership in order to convict them before the next election. So their objective is to keep the senior leaders out of the election. They're anxious that these leaders might stand independently, even if the party is banned. So they want to close all doors for Awami League leaders and followers from taking part in the next election.
The former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina's son, Sajid Wazir, an advisor, has declared that the Awami League in Bangladesh and its supporters will disrupt February's national elections unless the ban on their party is lifted. Wazir, the son of Sheikh Hasina, stated that protests would intensify and could turn violent if the interim government does not reverse its decision, underscoring heightened tensions as the International Crimes Tribunal delivers death sentence to Sheikh Hasina.
First of all, is my personal gratitude to Prime Minister Modi for his government's quick action in saving my mother.
My mother's upset, angry, and outraged, and we are all determined to fight back by whatever means necessary. Our protests are going to get stronger and stronger, and we will do whatever it takes.
Amid Bangladesh's former PM Sheikh Hasina's death sentence verdict, son Sajid Wazir has warned violence against the interim Yunus government. He warned that the supporters of the Awami League will block next year's national election if the party's ban is not lifted.
We will not allow elections without the Awami League to go ahead. We know exactly what the verdict is going to be. They are televising it. They are going to convict her, and they'll probably sentence her to death.
The International Crimes Tribunal Bangladesh convicted Hasina in absentia, and prosecutors have demanded death sentence for Hasina. Meanwhile, amidst Hasina's son's violence threat, Commissioner S.M. Sajat Al-Khan releases a statement.
I stated over the wireless that anyone who sets a bus on fire or throws crude bombs with intent to kill should be shot. This authority is clearly provided in our law.
As Bangladeshi court prepares to deliver highly anticipated verdict on former ousted PM Sheikh Hasina. Armored vehicles, special units from police and army donning riot gear seen outside premises in the capital Dhaka. According to Dhaka Tribune, ex-PM Hasina, ex-Home Minister Asaduddin Khan, and ex-IG of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al-Mamun are facing trial. All three are pressed and convicted with charges of committing crimes against humanity during July-August 2024 unrest.
Quick check of the other top headlines we're tracking from across the country. Bharat in 1.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired the 32nd Northern Zonal Council meeting in Faridabad, bringing together Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, along with the Lieutenant Governors and Administrators of Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, Chandigarh. The Council discussed key interstate and central state-related issues with senior officials. Morgan Stanley projects 6.5% GDP growth for India in 2026 with stable inflation, strong domestic demand, a broad-based capex cycle and controlled current account deficit. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri announced a historic first with one of the world's fastest growing LPG markets opening up to the United States. Indian PSU oil companies have finalized a 1-year structured contract to import around 2.2 MTPA of LPG from the US Gulf Coast for the 2026 contract year, nearly 10% of India's annual LPG imports. The Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, speaking this morning on Operation Sindoor, spoke of how what we did in May as a response to Operation Sindoor post-Pahalgam was just a trailer. He said if required, India will finish the movie and teach Pakistan how a neighbor should behave. These were the words of the Army Chief. Here's a full excerpt of that soundbite.
1.0 तो देखिए, मैं तो ये कहना चाहूँगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर ख़त्म हो गया था। तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए। जब कोई भी ऑपरेशन होता है उससे कुछ ना कुछ हम शिक्षा ग्रहण कर सकते हैं। तो इस ऑपरेशन में भी हमने कुछ शिक्षा ग्रहण की। जैसे सबसे पहले तो हमने ये लेसन प्राप्त किया कि इसमें सबसे पहले चीज़ ये है कि जो डिसीजन मेकिंग है या जो आपने निर्णय लेना है उसके लिए समय बहुत कम है और निर्णय आपको हर लेवल पे लेना पड़ेगा। क्या आप यहाँ पे निर्णय लें और फिर नीचे पास करें, नहीं हो सकता। तो हर लेवल पे, हर स्तर पे लोगों को समय के हिसाब से तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी और एक्शन लेने पड़ेंगे, कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी। दूसरी चीज़ जो इंटीग्रेशन बोलते हैं, इंटीग्रेशन का ये मतलब है कि चाहे आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स, सीएपीएफ, साइबर, स्पेस कोई भी हो, उसका इंटीग्रेशन हम जितना जल्दी करेंगे उतना हम इस लड़ाई को बड़े साजे ढंग से लड़ सकेंगे, क्योंकि आज की लड़ाई जो है वो मल्टी डोमेन है। अगर मैं बोलूं सिर्फ आर्मी अकेले लड़ सकती, नहीं लड़ सकती, हम सबको मिलकर लड़ना पड़ेगा। जो सैटेलाइट है वो बताएगी कि कौन कहां पर बैठा हुआ है और जो उसी प्रकार से जो हमारे साइबर हैं उसका ये है कि क्या मुझे एक मान लीजिए एक ड्रोन आ रहा है, तो ड्रोन के लिए क्या मुझे फायर करने की जरूरत है या मैं उसको इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रम या कहीं लेजर से किल कर सकता हूं। तो बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो इतनी आपस में घुल मिल गई हैं कि हमें उसमें साथ में बैठ के सोच विचार करना पड़ेगा। तीसरी चीज ये है कि लड़ाई कितने दिन चलेगी ये आज हम नहीं बता सकते हैं। हमने तो लड़ाई तकरीबन मान लीजिए 88 घंटे में की, कल कोई 4 महीने भी चल सकती, 4 साल चल सकती है। इस चीज को मद्देनजर रखते हुए क्या हमारे पास साजो सामान है उस लड़ाई को लड़ने के लिए, क्या उसके लिए शस्त्र हैं? अगर नहीं है तो उसकी हमें तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी। हमें यह देखना पड़ेगा कि हमें 4 साल की लड़ाई तक के लिए भी तैयारी करके रखनी।
And a significant reset in the India-China relations. That is how Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, describes the last year, pointing to fresh political outreach, steady military talks that have cooled tensions along the line of actual control.
पिछले 1 साल से बहुत ज़्यादा बदलाव आया है। मतलब अक्टूबर 2024 से लेके आज की तारीख तक हमारे रिश्तों में काफ़ी सुधार आया है। सुधार इसलिए आया है क्योंकि जो हमारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हैं उनके बीच काफ़ी बातचीत हुई और दोनों का ये संशय रहा कि हम किसी तरह वहाँ पे जितनी नॉर्मलसी ले आएंगे उससे हम दोनों देशों का फ़ायदा है। आप देखिए 21 अक्टूबर पिछले साल जब हमारे ईस्टर्न लद्दाख में जो समझौता हुआ था LAC के ऊपर, उससे कितना फ़ायदा हुआ। कज़ान में इसलिए 24 तारीख को जो दोनों की मुलाकात हुई हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर की और प्रेसिडेंट शी जिनपिंग की, वो पिछले साल अक्टूबर में हुई। और देखिए इस बार जो हमारी सितंबर में हुई, जब ये यहाँ गए थे अपनी SCO मीटिंग के लिए गए थे, तो इसमें भी बातचीत यही हुई कि सबसे पहले हमें डायलॉग करना चाहिए, यानी बातचीत करनी चाहिए और हमें कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन ढूंढना है, यानी कोई हल ढूंढना है कि ये जो संघर्ष हमारा हुआ है इसका क्या हल मिल सकता है। तो जब वहाँ से पॉलिटिकल डायरेक्शन क्लियर होते हैं तो हर जगह फ़ायदा होता है। आप देखिए हमारे विदेश मंत्री तो मिलते ही रहते हैं, हमारे जो SR मीटिंग जिसको बोलते हैं, जो NSA साहब हमारे उनके विदेश मंत्री के साथ करते हैं, मांगी के साथ, उन्होंने पहले 18 दिसंबर को की, उसके बाद अभी उन्होंने 18-19 अगस्त को किया, तो उसमें कोई चीज़ें मसले सुलझ के आए। उसी प्रकार से हमारा देखिए रक्षा मंत्री जी, वो जून में गए। जब जून में गए तो उन्होंने बल्कि वहाँ के जो डिफेंस मिनिस्टर थे, रक्षा मंत्री, उनसे बोला देखिए जी अभी वक्त आ गया है कि हमें डिसाइड करना है कि बर्फ़ पिघलनी चाहिए ना पिघलनी चाहिए, एक डिसीजन लेना चाहिए। और उसके बाद जब अभी वो बैठे हुए थे ADM प्लस में 1 नवंबर को, जब वो मलेशिया में थे, तो दोनों साथ में बैठे हुए थे और दोनों ने यही एक हल निकाला कि मेरे ख्याल से जितनी ज़्यादा बॉर्डर पे बातचीत होगी उतना में हल मिलेगा।
Indian Air Force is participating in the 8th edition of Exercise Garuda 2025. Now, the bilateral air exercise between India and France taking place at France's Mont de Marsan between the 16th and 27th of November. Now, in this exercise, which first began in 2003, both countries test their fighter aircraft, support platforms and crew training methods in varied environments. And in the 8th edition, they will mark more than 2 decades of cooperation in air operations between both India and France.
The Indian Air Force is participating in Garuda 25, the 8th edition of the bilateral air exercise between India and France. The exercise will take place from 16th to 27th November 2025 at Mont de Marsan Air Base in France. On 10th November, IAF contingent reached France with its Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft. For the induction and de-induction phases of the exercise, the C-17 Globemaster III will provide airlift support and IL-78 air-to-air refueling tankers will be used to increase the range and endurance of the Su-30 MKI jets participating. In this exercise, IAF's Su-30 MKI fighters will train with French multi-role fighter aircraft in complex and realistic air combat situations, including air-to-air engagements, air defense missions, and coordinated strike operations. The Garuda exercise began in 2003 and is one of the most important bilateral air exercises between India and France. Over the years, it has taken place in both the countries, with each edition specially curated for the mutual improvement, understanding, operational communication, and tactical coordination between the Indian Air Force and the French Air and Space Force. Both air forces have used the exercise to test their fighter aircraft, support platforms, and crew training methods in varied environments. With the 8th edition, the Garuda exercise will mark more than 2 decades of cooperation in air operations between the two countries. The earlier editions of this exercise have seen the Mirage 2000, Rafale, and other multi-role fighters from the French side and aircraft such as the Su-30 MKI and Mirage 2000 from the Indian side. Now, the exercise also includes networked operations, integrated air defense, and large force engagement scenarios. For Garuda 25, the Indian Air Force is using its Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft as the main combat platform. The Su-30 MKI is a twin-engine, multi-role fighter with long-range and high maneuver capabilities. It can perform air superiority, air defense, and ground attack roles. Its advanced radar, electronic warfare systems, and long endurance make it suitable for complex missions. To support the deployment, the IAF is using the C-17 Globemaster III for strategic airlift. The C-17 can carry large equipment, personnel, and supplies needed for overseas exercises. The IL-78 air-to-air refueling aircraft are also part of the contingent. These tankers extend the flight duration of the Su-30 MKI, allowing them to perform long missions during the exercise. On the French side, advanced multi-role fighters are taking part. These include fighters capable of air superiority roles, precision strike missions, and integrated network operations. Both air forces are using ground support teams, mission planners, and maintenance crews to ensure smooth operations throughout the exercise.
And quick check of the top stories from across the country. Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Bengaluru crime branch has busted a counterfeit ghee manufacturing network operating across states. They've seized 8,100 and more litres of fake Nandini ghee. 4 arrests have been made, including Mahindra, KMF distributor, his son Deepak, Muniraju, a supplier from Tamil Nadu, and Abhi Arasu, the key handler who transported fake ghee from Tamil Nadu to Bengaluru. Now, the gang was allegedly preparing adulterated ghee in Tamil Nadu and supplying it to Bengaluru. The Anantnag police have taken action against 3 youth who were allegedly are moving around the hill area with dummy weapons, causing panic among residents. The three individuals, identified as Yasir Ahmad Kasana, Ajaz Ahmad and Shahid Ahmad, were apprehended by a joint team of Kokarnath Police and SOG. The rescue operation in the Bili Markundi mining area of Obrason Vadra has yielded more remains, with the death toll now standing at 6. 4 bodies were recovered overnight. Rescue teams are working to locate more trapped workers. Getting in some details now of the Delhi blast conspiracy investigation. Delhi police sources telling Republic that they are in touch with the Al-Falah University founder. The Al-Falah University founder, Jawad Farooqi, in contact with the Delhi police crime branch, and according to sources, Jawad Farooqi is not absconding, nor has he fled India. Jawad Farooqi will be questioned by the Delhi police crime branch in the next few days. A notice has been sent to Jawad Farooqi in which he has requested to join the investigation soon. He's asked for more time, and that time has been given to him. From the details we're picking up, Ishan is joining us live with the details. Ishan, he will be questioned. We have a date on when this questioning will take place.
The date of the questioning has not yet been come forward. However, Jawad Farooqi, who is the founder of Al-Falah University, has been required to join the investigation by the police. Now, this notice to join the police investigation has been issued to Jawad Farooqi, and he is in communication with the Delhi police team, and he will be joining the investigation soon. Now, this joining may entail questioning and may lead to further revelations of the facts that may come out of the university. We know that a lot of the doctors and students of this university were involved in the terror attack. We know that Shaheen, who is a professor at the university, was one of the key conspirators and was involved with a lot of the handlers, and she was communicating with 2 unknown persons, and she has during investigation revealed that she was in connect with Madam X and Madam Z. These 2 people were key allies who provided information, material support, and had passed on instructions to her to increase recruitment of females in the nation for further attacks. Now we are seeing that this investigation has proceeded further, wherein the founder of the university has been required to join the investigation, and during this investigation further details will be coming out soon. Back to you.
Ishan, taking a break now. Al-Falah founder to be questioned. Soon we'll take a break. Back with details of the other aspect of the investigation. You had an aide of the bomber being arrested yesterday. The NIA has sent Umar's aide to 10-day custody. More details on Anil Ambani and why he skipped ED summons, the excuse he gave while skipping the summons again.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे
It's a Republic TV exclusive. British deportee on transit from Thailand to London via Delhi, now untraceable. Air India lets him escape. They don't have any details of where he is. Government pulls up Air India. Former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina gets death penalty for crimes against humanity in the July uprising of last year. Sheikh Hasina challenges the verdict, responds to Republic in an exclusive interview, says she will move the International Criminal Court against the trial.
सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसका भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
On Operation Sindoor, Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi says it was just a trailer and that if given a chance, they will teach Pakistan how to behave. Tragedy in Mecca, bus carrying Indians collides with a tanker. Nearly 45 Indians killed. Delhi car bomber Umar's aide arrested by the NIA. He's been sent to 10 days of custody. Anil Ambani skips ED summons this time. Says he didn't appear because of his wife's ill health.
Some breaking news coming in. A British national, Jordan Joseph, was deported from Thailand for trespassing and was flagged as a high-risk intoxicated passenger. He managed to walk out of Delhi Airport's Terminal 3, the international transit area, unchecked, despite Thai authorities giving Air India a warning in advance. The incident stemming from Air India's handling of the deportee has raised serious security concerns after this gentleman, Jordan, exited the transit area without any authorization. That is the big breaking news that we're tracking at the moment from the national capital. A major security lapse that has now been reported at Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport Terminal 3. This individual that we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, he's a British deportee who was deported from Thailand. We're learning at this point of time that he was intoxicated and he was allowed to pass through the transit area without any checks. In fact, as we speak, the BCAS, that is the security agency, has issued a show cause notice to Air India over the matter and ordered an inquiry. Let's go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins me live with more details. Harsha, give us the latest developments in the case that you're picking up.
Yes, Sayona. So the latest development is that the BCAS, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, has issued a show cause notice to Air India pertaining to the untraceable of this British citizen, Mr. Fitzpatrick, who in the morning of 29th October just slipped out of the T3 International Arrival Airport, and from that time to till now he's untraceable. And there's a major security lapse on the part of the Air India, because it was the Air India airport security team who were authorized at that time to monitor and to keep an eye on this British national, because he was a high risk passenger. So there was no time that he should be left alone. But once the escorting team left the spot, this particular British citizen, he slipped from the immigration, crossed the immigration flap gate and exited the T3 arrival gate. And that is the reason why Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has clearly stated that there was no proper communication on the part of Air India to the airport authorities, and also there was no proper communication to anyone. And that is the reason why there was so much of delay at the time when this particular passenger slipped from the washroom and exited immigration. That time Air India didn't inform the security agencies. It was much late. It was almost, there was a delay of 2.5 hours when it was informed to the security agencies that this particular British national is untraceable and he was supposed to board the London Heathrow flight. He was intoxicated. His behavior was in question, but now he's not able to be located. And from that time to till now, BCAS have been continuously asking Air India that what they have done so far in this, and latest they have issued a show cause notice where Air India has to respond and send an entire response to BCAS within 15 days. And if in 15 days this particular British citizen is not found and there's no appropriate response from the side of Air India, then a serious stringent action will be taken against Air India by the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. But because this matter, Ayona, pertains to the security protocol, the deportee protocol, it's very important right now. Whatever the conditions our country is into right now, there's a massive security alert, not only in Delhi but in different parts of the country. After the Red Fort blast, there are several places where the massive security heightened arrangements have been made, and at this point of time this man is untraceable for more than 15 days, which is a serious security concern. And that is the reason why the National Investigative Agency, that is NIA, has also stepped into this matter and right now is trying to locate this British citizen, exactly where he has gone in our Indian soil, where he's not able to be located. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, thank you for giving us those details as we keep a close eye on those developments for you. Let's quickly move on to more news that we're tracking, ladies and gentlemen. Anil Ambani Group of Companies Chairman Anil Ambani refused to appear before the Enforcement Directorate in a Foreign Exchange Management Act case for the second time today. The ED had rejected his offer and issued him a fresh summons for today. It was not clear if the agency would issue a third summons for now. But just a short while back, we reported that Anil Ambani issued a statement saying that the reason for his non-appearance before the central agency, that is the Enforcement Directorate, is that his wife, Tina Ambani, was ill. Now remember, viewers, trouble is mounting continuously for the Anil Ambani Group chairman in the FEMA case. This is a case that relates to mass-scale siphoning of funds. We are learning that rupees 13,600 crores was diverted for evergreening loans, 12,600 crores diverted channeled to related parties, 1,800 crores rerouted back to group entities. These are just some of the initial details that was revealed by the investigators in this case as multiple raids were conducted on his residence and firms across the national capital and in Mumbai. And to give you more details about what is it exactly that the ED is looking at, the ED is looking at how loans were taken from one bank and were used to repay other old loans. These loans were transferred to related parties. RCOM, which is Ambani Group firm, had allegedly diverted rupees 13,600 crores to connected parties, and these are the latest details that we're picking so far. All right, viewers, move on. Hours after the Nowgam police station explosion that triggered nationwide concern after the Delhi blast that claimed 9 lives and left over 20 injured. As part of the ongoing probe, raids have been conducted across the state of Jammu and Kashmir to hunt down the white-collar terror jihad across the nation. With intel agencies on high alert, this has been the largest ever non-kinetic operation that has been unleashed across multiple districts of Srinagar, Pulwama, Shopian, Kulgam and Baramulla. Take a look. Just days after the Delhi blast, a deadly explosion ripped through the Nowgam police station in Srinagar, claiming 9 lives and leaving 32 injured. With intel agencies on high alert, the Jammu and Kashmir police have launched a massive non-kinetic operation to bust white-collar terror module, many of whom are doctors.
जम्मू कश्मीर में हम लोग इतने सालों से जो है टेररिज्म को फेस कर रहे हैं, तो हमें नहीं इंतज़ार करना चाहिए कि कोई इनपुट है या नहीं है. हमें ये मालूम है कि यहाँ पे हमें थ्रेट है, और उस थ्रेट को लेके जितने भी किस्म के पैरामीटर्स स्टेप्स उठाए जाने चाहिए, वो J&K पुलिस के साथ साथ हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस हैं, आर्मी एंड हमारी जो इंटेलिजेंसीज हैं, वो सारे के सारे हम लोग इसके.
As the raids continue, SSP Jammu have revealed exclusive details assuring operational readiness and the ongoing countermeasure initiatives to dismantle white-collar terror jihad. All right, we quickly take a look at everything else that is making news across the country at this hour. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a tragic accident in Mecca, over 42 Indian pilgrims have been reported dead. Initial reports confirm that the Umrah pilgrims were all residents of Hyderabad. They were going back from Mecca when the accident occurred. The Ministry of External Affairs has issued a statement expressing deep shock at the accident. Helpline numbers have also been released. The NIA produced terror-accused Amir Rashid Ali at the Patiala House Court today. Amir is the man in whose name the Hyundai i20 was registered. He had also reportedly travelled to Delhi to help Umar Nabi. He was arrested by the NIA from Pampore. As the NIA investigated the 10/11 blast conspiracy, new revelations about terror Dr. Shaheen Saeed have come up. Sources tell Republic she had acquired 3 passports at 3 different addresses, including Kanpur, Lucknow and Faridabad. She had also reportedly travelled 3 times to Pakistan. As the Umrah rescue operation continues in Sonbhadra, the death toll has risen to 5. Police sources have informed of recovering 4 more bodies overnight, taking the death toll to 5. Teams from the NDRF, SDRF and Fire Department have been deployed at the site as the rescue operation continues. All right, we move across to some breaking news coming in. This is a statement that has now been released by India regarding the verdict in Bangladesh on former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who was handed the death sentence. India has now issued a notice saying that it has noted the verdict announced by the International Crimes Tribunal of Bangladesh concerning former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. As a close neighbor, India remains committed to the best interests of the people of Bangladesh, including in peace, democracy, inclusion and stability in the country, and that India will always engage constructively with all stakeholders to that end. This is a statement that has now been released by India just hours after the Yunus government called on India to restate the demand of the repatriation of the extradition of ousted former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who was handed the death sentence earlier today by the Dhaka court in a crime against humanity trial. She was found guilty of several charges, including orchestrating and masterminding the July-August 2024 violence in Dhaka. All right, viewers, now Sheikh Hasina has challenged the evidence presented in her death sentence trial, calling the proceedings and the evidence against her politically motivated and fabricated. Deepak Vora, India's former diplomat, has shared his perspective on the potential future of Bangladesh and its people post this verdict.
To suffer very badly. Violence will erupt very soon. Already it has started. We are talking at about, let me check the time on my watch. It's 1500 hours on the 17th of November, Indian Standard Time. There is going to be more trouble. And this is not going to die down easily. Namaskar, मेरा नाम दीपक वोरा है and on your amazing channel today we are talking about Sheikh Hasina को जो सजाए मौत सुनाई गई है on various charges, crimes against humanity, genocide, ये वो दुनिया भर की चीजें उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाए गए हैं. There are four things that stand out. First, इस ट्राइब्यूनल का नाम दिया इंटरनेशनल क्रिमिनल ट्राइब्यूनल, लोगों को बेवकूफ़ बनाने के लिए, as though this is some kind of international sanction या संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ ने इसको बनाया, which is all rubbish. दूसरा ये है शेख हसीना is going to fight for her political survival. She still got a lot of energy. मैं मिला हूँ, मैंने देखा है, अभी भी वो चाहती हैं कि बांग्लादेश में वापस जाएं. And during her regime, बांग्लादेश के development indicators बहुत ऊंचे हो गए थे. But right now we are seeing that the economy has totally collapsed ever since this buffoon, Mohammed Yusuf Khan, who used to be Hillary Clinton's either her cook or her gatekeeper or her washerman or something like that. He got the Nobel Prize and then he has now become chief advisor over there. He will fight for his actual physical survival because it's quite possible that the Awami League people, and they have regrouped over the last few months, anticipating that there would be an unfavorable verdict for Sheikh Hasina and that they will have to go to the streets. Because when the system doesn't work, people take to the streets. Ultimately, the streets will decide. The next issue that is going to happen is, and there's a proverb, when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. The people of Bangladesh, they have suffered enough. There's massive poverty, there's an increase in poverty, there's a shortage of food, there's energy crisis, all kinds of things are happening over there. They are going to suffer very badly. Violence will erupt very soon. Already it has started. We are talking at about, let me check the time on my watch. It's 1500 hours on the 17th of November, Indian Standard Time. There is going to be more trouble. And this is not going to die down easily. Ultimately, and I hope it doesn't happen, the Bangladesh army might have to take over if the situation gets out of control. So, my prayers and best wishes for all my friends in Bangladesh. I've been there many times. I hope you overcome this crisis too, as you have overcome so many in the past. As far as India is concerned, we wish you well. And please tell this useless Khan fellow not to keep provoking us, because the Ganga Waters Treaty is up for renewal in 2026. And if we decide not to renew it and we decide to exercise certain rights that we have, Bangladesh will die of thirst. And I don't say this for melodramatic effect. I know what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
All right, viewers, now speaking at an event, Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi has highlighted the evolving nature of conflict. He has said that battles are multi-domain in today's world and that the armed forces of India must prepare for this new age of war. Take a look.
फ्यूचर वॉर को मद्देनजर रखते हुए हमने काफ़ी रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग लाई, जैसे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के हमने कुछ बदलाव लाए हैं. हमें लेसन क्या मिला कि हमें इंटीग्रेटेड लड़ाई लड़नी है, यानी हमें छोटी टुकड़ियां रखनी पड़ेंगी बट वो आपस में इंटीग्रेटेड हों. तो हमने रुद्रा ब्रिगेड की. फिर हमें पता लगा कि हमें कुछ छोटी एजाइल यूनिटें चाहिए जो मॉडर्न भी हों और छोटी हों तो ज़्यादा मूवमेंट भी कर सके, तो हमने भैरव खड़ी की. फिर ड्रोन वॉरफेयर शुरू हुआ तो उसके लिए हमने शक्तिमान और दिव्यास्त्रा खड़ी की और इन्फेंट्री बटालियन के अश्नी प्लेटून खड़ी की. तो कहने का ये मतलब है कि हमने रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग जो है बहुत तेज स्पीड से अभी हम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. मॉडर्नाइजेशन में तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि जैसे हमारे अभी हमें पता है कि हमारे ऑपरेशन वॉइड्स क्या हैं, लेकिन ऑपरेशन वॉइड्स आप लंबे समय के ऑर्डर्स नहीं दे सकते। क्यों? क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी बदलती रहती है। जो बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी थी हम उसको लाए, क्योंकि जब बेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास आती है तो जो हमारे जवान होते हैं, जो हमारे ऑफिसर्स होते हैं, वो इस टेक्नोलॉजी को समझते हैं। जब समझते हैं तो उसका इस्तेमाल कैसे करना है और इन चीज़ों की कितनी अहमियत है, कितनी ज़रूरत है, उसको बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं।
And we have more news that we are tracking across the country. This is the latest edition of Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Bengaluru Central Crime Branch has busted a major counterfeit ghee manufacturing network operating across states and seized 8,136 litres of fake Nandini ghee. 4 arrests have been made, including Mahindra, a KMF distributor, his son Deepak, a supplier from Tamil Nadu, and Abhi, the key handler who transported counterfeit ghee from Tamil Nadu to Bengaluru. The gang was allegedly preparing adulterated ghee in Tamil Nadu and supplying it to Karnataka. The Anantnag police have taken swift action against 3 youths who were allegedly roaming the Hiller area with dummy weapons, causing panic among residents. The 3 individuals, identified as Yasir Ahmed, Ajaz Ahmed and Shahid Ahmed Teli, were apprehended by a joint team of Kokernag police and the SOG of Kokernag. The rescue operation in the Billi Markundi mining area of Sonbhadra has yielded more bodies, with the death toll now standing at 6. 4 bodies were recovered overnight, and rescue teams are working tirelessly to locate more trapped workers. All right, viewers, Republic TV has now accessed 38 CCTV grabs that reportedly track the movements of key suspect Umar Nabi in the days leading up to the 10/11 Delhi conspiracy, capturing his locations across the Delhi National Capital Region between the 29th of October and the 10th of November. The footage begins on the 29th of October at 6:36 p.m. in the evening, when he is first seen parking his Hyundai i20 at his university campus, and subsequently charts his extensive travel through university parking areas, highways, toll plazas and high security zones in central Delhi. The surveillance trail concludes on November 10th at 6:50 p.m. when the final CCTV grab shows his i20 arriving at the blast site. Republic TV now brings you the details of these 38 clincher tapes. And joining me live is my colleague Ishan, who's reporting live from the Al Falah University campus in Faridabad. Ishan, give us the latest details as far as this investigation is concerned. It's been a week. There have been arrests. The interrogation of these terror doctors is on in full swing. What more can you tell us?
The investigation has progressed quite a lot, and we can see that the investigative teams are still at Al Falah University. They have questioned the staff of Al Falah University. Also, the students have been questioned by the security agencies. Furthermore, it has come to light that the doctor who was holding 3 passports clearly showed that she has been involved in the matter since long. She was arranging for hawala transactions and money from her handlers. She was constantly in communication with 2 people, Madam X and Madam Z. These are the 2 handlers. However, we are not aware of the correct identities of these 2 people. The NIA investigation team is investigating the matter in deep, and we can also see that an investigation team has been deployed to Al Falah University. There is movement of police vehicles in and out of the university since today evening, and we can also see that the lot of the terror suspects and a lot of the angles are coming out of the investigation. We'll keep bringing you live updates on the same. Back to you.
All right, Ishan, thank you for giving us those crucial details as you report from the Al Falah campus, which has now become the focal point of the investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, we also move on to more news that we're getting right now. Right, a devastating bus accident in Saudi Arabia has claimed the lives of over 40 Indian Umrah pilgrims, with more than half of the victims hailing from Hyderabad. The bus, which was carrying pilgrims from Mecca to Medina, collided with a diesel tanker near Medina, causing a massive fire that engulfed the vehicle. The accident occurred around 1:30 a.m. local time, and rescue teams are on the scene working to recover the bodies. Meanwhile, the Indian Embassy in Jeddah has set up a 24/7 control room with a toll-free helpline number. In a tragic accident in Saudi Arabia, a bus collided with a diesel tank, causing over 42 deaths. The visuals are from the site of the accident. The bus caught in flames along with pilgrims, more than half of whom are suspected to be Indians from Hyderabad.
Currently standing at this particular travel agency, which had taken over 45 passengers from Hyderabad and Telangana to this religious pilgrimage of Mecca and Madinah. Almost all the passengers they have boarded the bus from this particular travels. What we are learning is that this is a regular travel which undertakes this particular pilgrimage and takes over several pilgrims from Telangana and Hyderabad every year to Mecca and Madinah. Unfortunately, what we are learning is that today, late night yesterday, this particular travel bus was gutted in fire, resulting in 42 passengers who are dead from Hyderabad and Telangana. Now, what we are currently seeing is that the relatives of this pilgrims who are feared dead in this accident are waiting outside this travel agency for answers, and they are waiting outside the travel agency to have details about their families who have passed away, who are feared dead in this particular accident.
As per initial reports, the Umrah pilgrims were en route Medina, having completed their rituals in Mecca, when the bus collided with the diesel tank, with passengers sleeping on board, leaving no chance to escape as the bus burst into flames. Sources tell only one passenger along with the driver survived the accident. The other bodies have been charred beyond recognition. As the news reached India, families of the missing are desperately awaiting any information about their kins.
मेरे ब्रदर इन लॉ दो है, मोहम्मद सैफुल रहमान, मोहम्मद शुएबुर रहमान, और मेरे मदर इन लॉ है रईस बेगम। उम्रे के लिए गए थे, तो वहाँ पे उम्रा करे बाद से वहाँ से फिर वो लोग जो है मदीने के लिए निकले थे, तो रास्ते में जो है एक्सीडेंट होने की वजह से ये बताया गया कि सारे लोग का इंतकाल हो गया बोलकर।
A 24/7 control room has been set up in Saudi Arabia by the Indian consulate, with toll-free and WhatsApp helplines released. In India, the Telangana Secretariat has set up a control room and released helplines.
जो एक बस में जो ट्रैवल कर रहे थे, यहाँ पे जो पिलग्रिम्स थे जो उम्रा के लिए गए थे, मक्का शरीफ की उम्रा फिनिश करके जब मदीना शरीफ ज़ियारत के लिए जा रहे थे, तो टैंकर के साथ एक्सीडेंट हुआ और मेरे ख्याल में 47 या 48 लोग मर गए। उसमें काफ़ी छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी थे और काफ़ी लेडीज़ भी थे, औरत भी थे, बट लेकिन एक आदमी सर्वाइव हुआ बोल के ऐसे न्यूज़ आ रही। बट लेकिन सीएम साहब का 100% इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि टोटली सीएम साहब को जिस सिचुएशन को मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, और सीएम साहब का इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि इसको एकदम टॉप प्रायोरिटी मिले और काम करें। जितने भी लोग को जो भी प्रॉब्लम है, गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से फुल सहायता मिलेगी। हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि एक आध फैमिली से एक मेंबर को भिजा के उनके लास्ट राइट्स जो होते हैं, तदफीन जो होते हैं, उनको वहाँ पे रहने की हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सर, नंबर ऑफ कैजुअलिटीज एक बार अगर क्लैरिटी।
कैजुअलिटीज 47 और 48 के बीच में।
तो मैंने इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद में जो DCM है अबू मैथन जॉर्ज साहब से मेरी बात हुई, और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि कौंसल जनरल जिद्दा भी और वो ख़ुद इस पर मालूमात हासिल कर रहे हैं और जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करना है वो करेंगे। मेरी भारत सरकार सर ख़ास तौर से एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से जयशंकर साहब से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इमीडिएटली इस पर देखें, और अगर जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनके परिवार ये चाह रहा है कि उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ जल्द से जल्द इंडिया को लाई जाए, और अगर कोई उसमें ज़ख्मी है तो उनको अच्छी से अच्छी वहाँ पर उनको इलाज हो सके। ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर सर भारत सरकार से।
As the Indian government coordinates closely with the Saudi Arabian counterpart, Prime Minister Modi took to X and expressed deep sorrow over the accident, while Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has asked for immediate information gathering, expressing deep shock. All right, viewers, we slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the details of how former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina plans to move the International Criminal Court against her trial. More on that in upcoming 6 Stories at 6 with my colleague Tanisha. Stay with us.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
So in the past, we would see most of the text.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Awasi. This is the Monday edition. On this edition, let us tell you about the 6 stories that have made headlines today and are setting the agenda. The 10/11 terror conspiracy is unraveling, with more details now coming to fore on how the investigators say that the code name called D6 was given for the operation. What was the plan? What was the modus operandi? We will decode that in this edition. Meanwhile, the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, has given a direct warning to Pakistan. He says Operation Sindoor is a trailer and that the movie is still pending. Meanwhile, Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has been sentenced to death by a Jamaat court in Dhaka. And all of this while she is in exile, while she is in India. Was it justified or was it biased? And what did Hasina tell Republic? We'll get you those details shortly. Meanwhile, Anil Ambani, who is in the center of the storm in the FEMA investigation, has skipped the Enforcement Directorate summons. And remember, this is for the second time. The question is, why has he been given a free hand and should he now be arrested? Moving on, we'll also tell you about what's happening in the state of Bihar. On one hand, while there are talks about the cabinet reshuffle on who could be a possible part of the new cabinet, on the other hand is the family feud in Lalu Yadav's family. We'll get you all that's happening in the state of Bihar as well. And the last story that we're tracking on this edition is extremely unfortunate and tragic, where an incident was reported this morning when a bus carrying nearly 42 Indian pilgrims en route Madinah crashed
with the oil tanker. The Indian government is in touch with the agency and the embassy. We're getting you these 6 stories, starting first up with the top focus story. The Delhi terror blast investigation has now uncovered a sinister plot codenamed D6, also known as Delhi 6. Remember, Delhi 6 in a very Delite language is also known as the Old Delhi. We learned that it was a layered attack, a blueprint that was aimed at India. Sources now reveal that Plan A involved multiple serial blasts across cities on December 6. Now, why December 6 is important is because this is the day of the anniversary of the Babri Masjid demolition, while Plan B was a high-impact suicide blast targeting Delhi 6, also known as the Old Delhi. Now, the National Investigation Agencies has arrested Amir Rashid Ali. He was a very trusted aide of the suicide bomber Umar Nabi and obtained crucial information from Shaheen, the terror doctor, also known as quote-unquote Madam Surgeon, who confirms that Umar wanted to do something spectacular and was planning attacks in September. Shaheen's interrogation has revealed detail that no other channels has had, and she has said that Umar and Muzammil were at a point in time were moving the explosives back then in July and were meeting Pakistani handlers in Turkey. The NIA, remember, has placed Amir in a 10-day police custody, indicating that he holds the key to the answers to the attack.
As more layers of investigations in the Delhi terror blast unfold, new revelations suggest that the blast was codenamed D6. A twin-layered attack blueprint, D6 was a double operational code. As per sources, plan was to execute multiple serial blasts across the city on December 6th, the day Babri Masjid was demolished. If failed, Plan B of D6 was to be activated. Singular, high-impact suicide blast targeting Delhi 6, synonym to Old Delhi. Declared as premeditated suicide attack carried out by the terror doctor Umar Nabi, NIA has also held Amir Rashid Ali, the trusted aide of Umar Nabi, in 10 days police custody. Producing Amir in front of the NIA special court and granting 10 days of police custody shows that the agencies believe that he holds key answers to the suicide bomb attack.
10 दिन की कस्टडी में अब आमिर को एनआईए की कस्टडी में भेजा गया है और संभवतः एनआईए अब लगातार आमिर से पूछताछ करेगी। वो सभी सवालों के जवाब अब आमिर से निकलवाए जाएंगे, जो कि इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक अहम रोल आने वाले दिनों में देखे जाएंगे। सबसे बड़ी बात कि कोर्ट में अपने रिमांड नोट में एनआईए ने बहुत साफ बताया कि आमिर का रोल एस्टैब्लिश हो चुका है, क्योंकि उसने गाड़ी खरीदी, उमर के कहने पर गाड़ी खरीदी और गाड़ी खरीदने के बाद उस गाड़ी को डॉक्टर उमर को दे दिया गया। और उसके बाद की तस्वीर हर किसी ने देखी कि कैसे लाल किले के बाहर धमाका होता है और उसके अंदर उमर जो है वो फिदाइन हमला करता है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि आमिर को क्या इस ब्लास्ट के बारे में जानकारी दी, ये सवाल पूछना बहुत जरूरी है। लेकिन दो बड़ी बातें एनआईए ने कोर्ट ने बताई। एक, एनसीआर के इलाकों में आमिर को लेकर जाना है, एक उस शोरूम में लेकर जाना है जहां से गाड़ी खरीदी गई थी, दूसरा अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी लेके जाना है, क्योंकि इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बताया गया कि जब वो दिल्ली आया था तो वो अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी भी गया।
The investigation deepens, key information being obtained from Shaheen, also known as Madam Surgeon, among her colleagues. During an interrogation, Shaheen confirms that Umar was planning to do something spectacular. Shaheen further said that Umar wanted to carry out the attack in September. The EcoSport car was used to move the explosives in identical barrels in July. A meeting was to be held with park handler in Turkey. These are some revelations made by Shaheen.
लखनऊ के लालबाग एरिया में मैं पहुंचा हूं। आप देख सकते हैं कितनी सकरी गली है कि यहां पर आप कोई भी 4 व्हीलर गाड़ी लेकर नहीं आ सकते हैं। सिर्फ यहां पर साइकिल और या बाइक आप लेके आ सकते हैं या पैदल आ सकते हैं। ऐसी गली है। आप इधर भी देख सकते हैं, इधर भी वही गली है जैसा कि मैं आपको बता रहा हूं। इसके बाद मैं चलता हूं शाहीन के पिता के घर पे। शाहीन के पिता यहीं रहते हैं। 2 बेटे हैं, एक बेटी शाहीन जिसको डॉक्टर बनाया उन्होंने। डॉक्टर बनाने के बाद उसकी शादी कानपुर में की। हालांकि शादी दोनों अलग हो चुके हैं। शाहीन जिस मुकाम पे काम कर रही थी, जिस टारगेट पे काम कर रही थी, वो अलग होके उस काम में लगी थी.
As NIA tightened its grip around Amir, new information from Shaheen points at more deeper plot.
Moving on, at the Chanakya Defence Dialogue, India's Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, has issued a stark message to the world and to the neighbour across the border. This is the story of Operation Sindoor. Not a full chapter in India's defence saga, but a mere trailer. As General Dwivedi declared, and I quote, Operation Sindoor was just a trailer which ended in 88 minutes. We are prepared for any circumstances in the future. In a 2-minute 43-second address, General Dwivedi has emphasized India's readiness to tackle any threat. His message was clear. India's defense forces are prepared for any scenario. The address was no mere review. It was a direct warning to Pakistan, accused of fueling state-sponsored terrorism that hampers India's progress.
At the Chanakya Defence Dialogue, India's Chief of Defence Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, issued a stark message to the world and to a neighbour across the border. This is the story of Operation Sindoor. Not a full chapter in India's defence saga, but a mere trailer. A swift 88-hour demonstration of resolve that ended before it truly began. As General Dwivedi declared, Operation Sindoor was just a trailer which ended in 88 hours. We are prepared for any circumstances in the future.
1.0 तो देखिए, मैं तो ये कहना चाहूँगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर ख़त्म हो गया था. तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं. और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए. जब कोई भी ऑपरेशन होता है उससे कुछ ना कुछ हम शिक्षा ग्रहण कर सकते हैं.
The address was no mere review. It was a direct warning to Pakistan, accused of fueling state-sponsored terrorism that hampers India's progress.
अभी इस बार तकरीबन में 31 मिलिटेंट मारे हैं, टेररिस्ट मारे हैं, जिसमें कि तकरीबन 61% जो पाकिस्तान टेररिस्ट हैं. रिक्रूटमेंट इस बार सिर्फ एक हुआ था और वो भी पकड़ा गया. तो जम्मू कश्मीर में बदलाव आ रहा है, अच्छे के लिए आ रहा है. जो उसका एक यूथ है, जो जवान है, वो जो उसे चाहिए एक आशा और विश्वास की जो एक जागरूकता है वो बढ़ती जा रही है और भारत के प्रति जो एक सम्मोह है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है. पाकिस्तान की तरह उसका मोह भंग होता जा रहा है.
In the theatre of global security, India has previewed its strength. Pakistan, the curtain call is yours, but heed the trailer. As General Dwivedi reminds us, progress demands vigilance. India is ready and the world is watching.
Let's now tell you what's happening in Bangladesh. Bangladesh's International Crimes Tribunal has sentenced former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to death in a case over alleged crime against humanity committed. Now, the court has found Hasina guilty of 3 counts, concluding months-long trial that found her guilty of ordering a deadly crackdown on a student-led uprising last year that had led to the fall of her Awami League government, after which Yunus government had taken over. Amidst this, Hasina has responded to Republic in her first statement that came out after the verdict. She said that the verdict is against her and was rigged by Tribunal and is biased and politically motivated. Here is what Hasina's statement were, and this is how India is responding to it.
Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has been sentenced to death. Bangladesh's Special Tribunal Court found her guilty on charges against what they call crimes against humanity. They found her guilty on 3 grounds: incitement, order to kill, and failure to prevent atrocities and failing to take actions against perpetrators. The Jamaat-backed court pronounced the verdict for Sheikh Hasina along with former Home Minister Kamal and former Inspector General of Police Mamun. Hasina and the former Home Minister have received the death penalty, while the Inspector General has been given 5 years of jail time. Meanwhile, Sheikh Hasina has responded to Republic, saying that the verdict against her is biased and politically motivated by a rigged tribunal. Sheikh Hasina told Republic that she will move to International Court in Hague against her verdict. Meanwhile, former Bangladeshi Education Minister Mohibul Hasan Chaudhry told Republic that Awami League will now protest the verdict.
Usually it takes around a year for criminal proceeding to complete in Bangladesh. Also in Indian subcontinent, because we share the same criminal procedure code and the penal code. There is a proper process in place. None of those processes were followed under this particular tribunal. It was fast-tracked just to give conviction to Sheikh Hasina and her colleagues and the Awami League leadership in order to convict them before the next election. So their objective is to keep the senior leaders out of the election. They're anxious that these leaders might stand independently, even if the party is banned.
He reiterated that this interim change wants to take the country on the brink of a civil war. With the verdict on Sheikh Hasina out, Bangladesh remains on edge. And now all eyes are on Hasina to see her next course of action.
Moving on to the other stories that we are tracking, this one is coming in from Mumbai. Now, Reliance Group chairman Anil Ambani has skipped the second summons by the Enforcement Directorate in the FEMA case. Now, the industrialist cited that his wife was unwell and that is why he wanted to skip the summons and that he's ready to appear before the ED, but by any virtual means. However, Earlier, the Enforcement Directorate had already rejected the virtual appearance request after the first summons. Here is a report on what could be next for Anil Ambani since he's already skipped 2 summons and the third one is incoming.
Reliance Group chairman Anil Ambani skipped second summons by the Enforcement Directorate in the FEMA case. The clock went past 11 a.m., but Anil Ambani or his convoy was nowhere to be seen, signaling another absence in the case. Later in the day, it was said that he skipped the notice because his wife, Tina Ambani, was unwell.
Anil Ambani skipped ED summons for the second time. When the first time Anil Ambani skipped the ED summon, at that time fresh summons were given to Anil Ambani to appear before the federal agency. The summon was issued on 14th of November and today on Monday, Anil Ambani was supposed to appear physically in front of the federal agency, which he skipped. During the first summon, Anil Ambani, through with the spokesperson, stated that he would be virtually recording his statement and not physically appearing. But Enforcement Directorate rejected this offer and this request of Anil Ambani by stating that only physical appearance will be applied for the recording of the statement. But this time, second time, Anil Ambani has skipped the summon. Let me tell you that the investigation pertains under the FEMA case and under the allocation of the Jaipur-Ringas Highway project, where almost during the search operations conducted by the agency at the hour infra, it was found that rupees 40 crore was siphoned off from the highway project, and how the shell companies based out of Surat were directly linked to the Dubai Hawala network.
The FEMA investigations against Anil Ambani concern the Jaipur-Ringas Highway project. In an earlier statement, ED had said investigation against Reliance Infrastructure Limited revealed that 40 crore rupees were allegedly siphoned off the highway project. The trail against Reliance appears to stretch wider as money has been moved to Dubai, unearthing an international Hawala network exceeding rupees 600 crore. Anil Ambani's spokesperson issued a statement saying that he was ready to appear before ED by all virtual means. However, the Directorate had already rejected the virtual appearance request after the first summons. Defending Anil Ambani, it was also stated that he served for 15 years only as a non-executive director and was never involved in day-to-day management. But then the question arises, why is Anil Ambani evading the ED summons?
The Bihar government, led by Chief Minister-elect Nitish Kumar, has recommended dissolving the cabinet 3 days after the historic mandate. As the new government prepares to take oath on the November 28th, the opposition has raised concerns about the election rigging, with Congress leader Robert Vadra taking the lead and alleging that the Election Commission played a role in the NDA's landslide victory. Meanwhile, what's also happening in Bihar is that tensions are simmering within the Yadav clan as RJD chief Lalu Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya has made some explosive claims against the family, leading to 3 more daughters leaving their residences in Patna. Here's all that's happening in the state of Bihar.
Days after the historic mandate, the Bihar government led by CM-elect Nitish Kumar recommended dissolving the cabinet. An official letter was handed by outgoing cabinet members to Governor Arif Muhammad Khan. And as the new government is set to take oath on 20th of November, the opposition has raked up the issue of election rigging yet again.
बिहार की जनता असल में खुश नहीं है। जो हुआ है बिल्कुल वो ईसी के वजह से हुआ है। ईसी ने मदद की है और ऐसे जो रिजल्ट आए कोई भी उसमें सहमत नहीं है और राहुल जी कल सब लोग उसके साथ मिल रहे हैं। जितने भी जवान युवक हैं सब उनके साथ जुड़ेंगे और आंदोलन करेंगे कि डेमोक्रेसी होनी चाहिए। ये कोई चुनाव ढंग का नहीं था और दोबारा चुनाव होने चाहिए वहाँ। फिर आपको दिखेगा बिल्कुल रिजल्ट पलटेगा।
This comment of Robert Vadra sparked controversy after he challenged the legitimacy of NDA's landslide victory in the Bihar Assembly elections. The Gandhi family members said that the polls were not conducted properly and called for a complete re-election in the state. Doubling down, he accused the Election Commission of playing a role in securing the sweeping win for the NDA, claiming that many in Bihar are unhappy with the outcome. Meanwhile, the BJP has pushed back against these claims, calling the opposition a sore loser.
Mr. Vadra's shocking demand for re-election in Bihar has questioned the integrity of the Bihar people and insulted the honesty of the Bihar voters. Is the Congress party now using and deploying Mr. Robert Vadra as its proxy to intimidate and threaten constitutional institutions? It is the height of hypocrisy that Mr. Robert Vadra talks about the integrity of democratic process when the Nehru-Gandhi first family has undemocratically hijacked political leadership as a birthright.
Meanwhile, in the opposition camp, tension simmers within the Yadav clan after RJD chief Lalu Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya's explosive claims against the family.
कल मेरे माता पिता भी रो रहे थे, मेरी बहन रो रही थी मेरे लिए। मुझे भगवान ने मुझे सौभाग्य दिया कि मुझे मेरे इस तरह के माता पिता मिले जो मेरा हर समय मेरा साथ दिए। मुझे बस इतना ही कहना है कि भगवान ना करे कि आप लोग के भी घर में कभी मेरे जैसी बहन बेटियां हो। जिस घर में भाई हो, भाई लोग का ही योगदान होना चाहिए। काहे सारा बलिदान बेटी लोग दी और जब बेटी कुछ सवाल पूछे तो आप बोल दीजिएगा कि आप ससुराल में जाओ, तुम्हारा शादी हो गया है।
With the controversy snowballing, 3 more daughters of the Yadav patriarch have left the Patna residence.
जब एक परिवार ऐसी कठिन परिस्थितियों से गुजरता है तो वो किस मानसिक दबाव में रहता है, इसका अंदाज़ा मुझे है क्योंकि मैं भी इस दौर से गुजरा हूँ। हम लोगों के राजनीतिक मतभेद ज़रूर रहे हैं, पर मैंने हमेशा आदरणीय लालू जी के परिवार को अपना परिवार माना है। मैंने हमेशा तेजस्वी हूँ, तेज हूँ, मीसा दी हूँ, रोहिणी जी हूँ, सबको मैंने अपने भाई बहन ही माना है। ऐसे में बस मैं सिर्फ इतनी प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द ये पारिवारिक विवाद सुलझे। घर में एकता बनी रहती है तो इंसान बाहर कठिन परिस्थितियों से लड़ लेता है।
ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी तो चुनाव के पहले ही कह दिया था कि चुनाव के बाद लालू जी का परिवार ही बिखर जाएगा। और जब कोई पार्टी परिवार की पार्टी हो जाती है, आज इंदिरा जी के बाद राहुल गांधी, राजीव गांधी और संजय गांधी के परिवार तो बिखर ही गए, अब इसमें से एक ही परिवार रहा। उसी ढंग से परिवारवाद को अब लोकतंत्र में खत्म होने का समय आ गया है।
With days to go for the new government to assume office, the political showdown continues and escalates.
And on to the last story that we're tracking on this edition of 6 Stories at 6. A devastating bus accident in Saudi Arabia has claimed the lives of over 42 Indian Umrah pilgrims, with more than half of the victims hailing from Hyderabad. The bus carrying pilgrims from Mecca to Medina collided with a diesel tanker near Medina, causing a massive fire that engulfed the vehicle. The accident occurred around 1:30 a.m. local time, and the rescue teams are on the scene currently as we speak, working to recover the bodies. The Indian Embassy, meanwhile, has set up a 24/7 control room with the toll-free helpline number. Here are all the details.
In a tragic accident in Saudi Arabia, a bus collided with a diesel tank, causing over 42 deaths. The visuals are from the site of the accident. The bus caught in flames along with pilgrims, more than half of whom are suspected to be Indians from Hyderabad.
Currently standing at this particular travel agency, which had taken over 45 passengers from Hyderabad and Telangana to this religious pilgrimage of Mecca and Madinah. Almost all the passengers they have boarded the bus from this particular travels. What we are learning is that this is a regular travel which undertakes this particular pilgrimage and takes over several pilgrims from Telangana and Hyderabad every year to Mecca and Madinah. Unfortunately, what we are learning is that today, late night yesterday, this particular travel bus was gutted in fire, resulting in 42 passengers who are dead from Hyderabad and Telangana. Now, what we are currently seeing is that the relatives of this pilgrims who are feared dead in this accident are waiting outside this travel agency for answers, and they are waiting outside the travel agency to have details about their families who have passed away, who are feared dead in this particular accident.
As per initial reports, the Umrah pilgrims were en route Medina, having completed their rituals in Mecca, when the bus collided with the diesel tank, with passengers sleeping on board, leaving no chance to escape as the bus burst into flames. Sources tell only one passenger along with the driver survived the accident. The other bodies have been charred beyond recognition. As the news reached India, families of the missing are desperately awaiting any information about their kins.
मेरे ब्रदर इन लॉ 2 है, मोहम्मद सैफुल रहमान, मोहम्मद शुएबुर रहमान, और मेरे मदर इन लॉ है रईस बेगम। उम्रे के लिए गए थे, तो वहाँ पे उम्रा करे बाद से वहाँ से फिर वो लोग जो है मदीने के लिए निकले थे, तो रास्ते में जो है एक्सीडेंट होने की वजह से ये बताया गया कि सारे लोग का इंतकाल हो गया बोलकर।
A 24/7 control room has been set up in Saudi Arabia by the Indian consulate, with toll-free and WhatsApp helplines released. In India, the Telangana Secretariat has set up a control room and released helplines.
जो एक बस में जो ट्रैवल कर रहे थे, यहाँ पे जो पिलग्रिम्स थे जो उम्रा के लिए गए थे, मक्का शरीफ की उम्रा फिनिश करके जब मदीना शरीफ ज़ियारत के जा रहे थे, तो टैंकर के साथ एक्सीडेंट हुआ और मेरे ख्याल में 47 या 48 लोग मर गए। उसमें काफ़ी छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी थे और काफ़ी लेडीज़ भी थे, औरत भी थे, बट लेकिन एक आदमी सर्वाइव हुआ बोल के ऐसे न्यूज़ आ रही। बट लेकिन सीएम साहब का 100% इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि टोटली सीएम साहब को जिस सिचुएशन को मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, और सीएम साहब का इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि इसको एकदम टॉप प्रायोरिटी मिले और काम करें। जितने भी लोग को जो भी प्रॉब्लम है, गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से फुल सहायता मिलेगी। हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि एक आध तो फैमिली से एक मेंबर को भिजा के उनके लास्ट राइट्स जो होते हैं, तदफीन जो होते हैं, उनको वहाँ पे रहने की हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सर, नंबर ऑफ कैजुअलिटीज एक बार अगर क्लैरिटी।
कैजुअलिटीज 47 और 48 के बीच में।
तो मैंने इंडियन एम्बेसी रियाद में जो DCM है अबू मैथन जॉर्ज साहब से मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि कौंसल जनरल जिद्दा भी और वो ख़ुद इस पर मालूमात हासिल कर रहे हैं और जो भी ज़रूरी कार्रवाई करना है वो करेंगे। मेरी भारत सरकार से और ख़ास तौर से एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से जयशंकर साहब से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इमीडिएटली इस पर देखें और अगर जिन लोगों की डेथ हुई है उनके परिवार ये चाह रहा है कि उनकी डेड बॉडीज़ जल्द से जल्द इंडिया को लाई जाए और अगर कोई उसमें ज़ख्मी है तो उनको अच्छी से अच्छी वहाँ पर उनको इलाज हो सके। ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर से और भारत सरकार से।
As the Indian government coordinates closely with the Saudi Arabian counterpart, Prime Minister Modi took to X and expressed deep sorrow over the accident, while Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has asked for immediate information gathering, expressing deep shock.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
And these are the top headlines that we're tracking at 6:30 p.m. this Monday evening. British deportee walks out of Delhi airport transit zone, now untraceable. NIA has been informed about the case and the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has issued notice to Air India. Sheikh Hasina gets a death penalty in Bangladesh for crimes against humanity. A big Republic Global exclusive. Hasina responds to Republic, says she will move the International Criminal Court against her trial.
सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसका भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए।
Big statement by Chief of Army Staff General Dwivedi. He says that Operation Sindoor was just a trailer and that the movie has just begun. Tragic bus tanker collision in Mecca leaves over 40 Indian pilgrims dead. 24/7 control room has now been set up by the Indian embassy. NIA, after arresting Umar's aide from Delhi yesterday, produces him in court. He's now been sent to 10-day of NIA custody. Anil Ambani, for the second time, skips the Enforcement Directorate. Summons offers only virtual appearance in the FEMA probe. All right, starting this edition with the top focus story that we're getting here on Republic, and this is coming in about the 10/11 conspiracy, the terror attack conspiracy. We now learn that the police officials have arrived at the Al Falah University in Faridabad. Remember, this is the same university that was responsible on harboring terror doctors like Muzammil, like Umar Nabi, and like Shaheen Shahid. These terror doctors were employed in Al Falah. The terror links are under the scanner. We also learned that the founder of Al Falah University has now been taken in for questioning. He will be questioned by the Delhi police, and that's the live visual that we're getting in from the Al Falah University, where the investigation team have now reached the spot where they will be questioning certain officials of the Al Falah University on the alleged terror links of the university, if any, to the terror doctors, on how is it possible that these terror doctors had been employed, had been working in the university since many years, and yet nobody got to know about their real intentions. I believe Ishan is joining me live from the Al Falah University in Faridabad. Ishan, what's the update on ground zero right now?
I have been at Al Falah University since morning. We have been monitoring everything that has happened here. We saw an investigation team of the Haryana police move into it. 2 vehicles went in, and then after around 40 minutes, those vehicles exited. We have seen the teams enter and keep conducting investigations. On speaking to the staff here at Al Falah, we have come across information that a lot of the students and the faculty have been questioned by the police and various investigation teams. The investigation at Al Falah is deepening, and a lot of the activities are still taking place day and night. We saw that 2 investigative teams came to Al Falah University in late evening. They were here for around 40 minutes to an hour. They were inside the university and investigation was being conducted. After investigation, they left the premises for after 40-45 minutes. We have been here live since morning and all day monitoring the Al Falah University. Back to you.
Right, Ishan, also when we talk about these investigation officials being there at the spot, what is it that they're now looking forward to? Are there any more people that they will be taken into question?
We have not yet received any information. We tried talking to the investigating officers. However, no response was there. They kept their windows rolled up and drove past us. We could see them entering the university. However, during the larger investigation, it has come to light that the terror doctors who were in the university had various WhatsApp and specialized groups to investigate the same.
Right. Ishan, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to some more breaking news that's coming in the same case, where we now learn that there have been fresh arrests that's taken place by the National Investigation Agency, where another key associate of the terrorist who carried out the Red Fort car bomb blast, Umar Nabi, has now been arrested. Continuing with its probe in the Red Fort car bomb blast case, the National Investigation Agency has now arrested another key associate of the terrorist involved in the blast. His name is Jasir Bilawal Wani, alias Danish. He was also a resident of Kashmir, was arrested from Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir by an NIA team that was in the valley in the case RC 21-20-25. That's the name that the NIA has given. The NIA investigations have revealed that Jasir had allegedly provided technical support for carrying out terror attacks by modifying drones and attempting to make rockets ahead of the deadly car bomb blast, which had killed nearly 15 people now and had left 32 people injured. Now, the accused is a resident of Kazigad in Anantnag district of Jammu and Kashmir. He was an active co-conspirator behind the attack and had closely worked with terrorist Umar Nabi to plan the terror carnage. Now, the NIA continues to explore various angles to unravel the conspiracy behind the bombing. There are several teams of the anti-terror agency that are pursuing multiple leads and are conducting searches across the states to identify every person involved in the terror attack case. So, 2 arrests that's taken place so far. Gursimran, on that note, is joining me live from Jammu on that. Gursimran, yesterday, in a late-night development, it was Umar Nabi's close aide who was arrested from the national capital. He was responsible for giving the car to Umar Nabi. Today we learned that another arrest has taken place. The NIA has arrested a resident from Srinagar. Talk to us about what role did this other person play who has today been arrested.
Yes, 2 arrests have been made by the National Investigation Agency in 2 days. First arrest was Amir Rashid Ali, and now the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani Ilyas Danish has been made by the NIA in Srinagar. This was the Jammu and Kashmir unit of NIA that made the arrest. Earlier, he was picked by the Special Operations Group, that is Cargo Srinagar, for the questioning, and when his role was established, he has now been arrested officially by the National Investigation Agency. But now one thing is very clear. See, yesterday the investigation of the NIA hinted that it was a suicide blast, first ever suicide blast bombing that has taken place in the national capital. And today it is very clear that it was not only limited to the suicide bombings to take place in different parts of the country, but it was also the planning to carry out drone attacks in different parts of the country. First drone attack has taken place at the Air Force Station in Satwari in the year 2021. It was in July month when the drone attack took place. It was also handiwork of Jaish-e-Mohammed, that was believed. Then they were also planning to carry out the rocket attacks. So it was that projectile attacks they were planning to carry out in different parts. So this was a larger conspiracy that was not only limited to carry out the Fidain attack, but different modules and also the way he was providing technical support to modify the drones so that the drones can be fitted with the explosives and then attacks can be carried out. So a larger conspiracy is being unraveled by the National Investigation Agency with each passing day. And now with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani alias Danish from the Srinagar, he is a resident of Kazikund and was actively involved along with Umar Nabi in this entire conspiracy that has been hashed by Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us those details. Zeenat is also joining us live on the broadcast. Zeenat, I believe this man who has today been arrested by the NIA in Srinagar, his family has also reacted to the arrest that's taken place. What are they saying?
See, Tanisha, this started 3 days before when they were arrested. Both the brothers, Jasir and his another brother, was arrested by the joint interrogation team of Jammu and Kashmir police along with the father. Father was set free, but 2 of the brothers were kept in custody. Then when father reached the home, there was an act of self-immolation and he was immediately admitted first to GMC Anantnag and later he was shifted to Srinagar's SMHS hospital where he succumbed to injuries today midnight. Now, because he was demanding that his son should be released because this family actually is the neighbor of Adil and also Muzaffar. The Muzaffar who is still absconding and the Adil who has been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as the GMC Anantnag's rifle in the locker is concerned. Jasir is the neighbor of he's the neighbor of Adil as well as Muzaffar who is still absconding. Now the NIA has come up with another revelation that he was Dr. Omar's aide and he was also modifying drones to carry the bigger attacks. That is the revelation that has come from NIA. As far as the arrest was made, I clearly remember this was the arrest carried by the JIC, Joint Interrogation Team of Jammu and Kashmir Police, some 3 days back. There had been the family versions on the record about the arrest also, and government as well as the security agencies here have been maintaining that they are investigating the module of Jaish-e-Mohammed for which the questioning was being done, and because they are the neighbors, both the boys, Jasir as well as his brother was in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police because NIA is also camping in Srinagar. Now it is that the NIA has taken over the case, and now another lead that has come forward with the investigations finding Jasir Bilal's loan. Basically, his father is also a dry fruit seller who has put himself on fire, and self-immolation act was also created. So this became one of the news from the Kashmir Valley. But now the NIA has made it clear the role of the Jasir, who was arrested by the Srinagar police first, and now it is being handed over to the NIA as the NIA is taking care of all the arrests that have been made. There have been the 72 witnesses that have been questioned as far as the
Absolutely. In fact, Zina, the one question also lingers around is that will more arrests take place in the case? Because what we're talking about here is a cabal, is a network that was together working to cause harm to India, and a result of which was seen already in the national capital. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, in less than 24 hours, the Nogam police station explosion has triggered nationwide concern after the Delhi blast that claimed already 9 lives and had left 20 injured. As a part of the ongoing probe, raids have been conducted across the state of Jammu and Kashmir to hunt down the white-collar terror jihad across the nation. With intel agency is on high alert. Largest ever non-kinetic operation has already been unleashed across multiple districts of Srinagar, Pulwama, Shopian, Kulgan and Baramulla.
Just days after the Delhi blast, a deadly explosion ripped through the Naugam police station in Srinagar, claiming 9 lives and leaving 32 injured. With intel agencies on high alert, the Jammu and Kashmir police have launched a massive non-kinetic operation to bust white-collar terror module, many of whom are doctors.
जम्मू कश्मीर में हम लोग इतने सालों से जो है टेररिज्म को फेस कर रहे हैं, तो हमें नहीं इंतज़ार करना चाहिए कि कोई इनपुट है या नहीं है. हमें ये मालूम है कि यहाँ पे हमें थ्रेट है, और उस थ्रेट को लेके जितने भी किस्म के पैरामीटर्स स्टेप्स उठाए जाने चाहिए वो J&K पुलिस के साथ साथ हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस हैं, आर्मी एंड हमारी जो इंटेलिजेंसीज हैं, सारे के सारे हम लोग इसको.
As the raids continue, SSP Jammu have revealed exclusive details assuring operational readiness and the ongoing countermeasure initiatives to dismantle white-collar terror jihad.
Shifting our focus to some breaking news that's coming in, and this is a statement that has been released by India regarding the recent verdict in Bangladesh on Sheikh Hasina. This is a statement dated November 17, that is today, where it says, and I quote, India has noted the verdict announced by the International Crimes Tribunal of Bangladesh concerning former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and as a close neighbour, India remains committed to the best interest of the people of Bangladesh, including in peace, democracy, inclusion and stability in what the country wants. We will always engage constructively with all stakeholders till the end. This is what India has said. Remember, earlier in a statement as well, the Yunus interim government had demanded India to send back Hasina since she's on exile and is in India. India, after which, had issued a statement saying that we will be cooperating with our neighbour Bangladesh. Meanwhile, Sheikh Hasina has challenged the evidence presented in her death sentence trial, calling the proceedings and the evidence against her politically motivated and fabricated. Deepak Vora, India's former diplomat, shares his perspective on the potential future of Bangladesh and its people. Watch this.
They are going to suffer very badly. Violence will erupt very soon. Already it has started. We are talking at about, let me check the time on my watch. It's 1500 hours on the 17th of November, Indian Standard Time. There is going to be more trouble. And this is not going to die down easily. Namaskar, मेरा नाम दीपक वोरा है and on your amazing channel today we are talking about Sheikh Hasina को जो सजाए मौत सुनाई गई है on various charges, crimes against humanity, genocide, ये वो दुनिया भर की चीजें उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाए गए हैं. There are 4 things that stand out. First, इस ट्राइब्यूनल का नाम दिया इंटरनेशनल क्रिमिनल ट्राइब्यूनल, लोगों को बेवकूफ़ बनाने के लिए, एज दो दिस इज सम काइंड ऑफ इंटरनेशनल सैंक्शन या संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ ने इसको बनाया, विच इज ऑल रबिश. दूसरा ये है, शेख हसीना इज गोइंग टू फाइट फॉर हर पॉलिटिकल सर्वाइवल. शी स्टिल गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ एनर्जी. मैं मिला हूँ, मैंने देखा है, अभी भी वो चाहती हैं कि बांग्लादेश में वापस जाए. एंड ड्यूरिंग हर रेजीम बांग्लादेश के डेवलपमेंट इंडिकेटर्स बहुत ऊंचे हो गए थे. बट राइट नाउ वी आर सीइंग दैट द इकोनॉमी हैज टोटली कोलैप्स्ड एवर सिंस दिस बफून मोहम्मद यूसुफ खान, हु यूज्ड टू बी हिलरी क्लिंटन's either her cook or her gatekeeper or her washerman or something like that. He got the Nobel Prize and then he has now become chief advisor over there. He will fight for his actual physical survival, because it's quite possible that the Awami League people, and they have regrouped over the last few months, anticipating that there would be an unfavorable verdict for Sheikh Hasina and that they will have to go to the streets. Because when the system doesn't work, people take to the streets. Ultimately, the streets will decide. The next issue that is going to happen is, and there's a proverb, when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. The people of Bangladesh, they have suffered enough. There's massive poverty. There's an increase in poverty. There's a shortage of food. There's energy crisis. All kinds of things are happening over there. They are going to suffer very badly. Violence will erupt very soon. Already it has started. We are talking at about, let me check the time on my watch. It's 1500 hours on the 17th of November, Indian Standard Time. There is going to be more trouble. And this is not going to die down easily. Ultimately, and I hope it doesn't happen, the Bangladesh army might have to take over if the situation gets out of control. So, my prayers and best wishes for all my friends in Bangladesh. I've been there many times. I hope you overcome this crisis too, as you have overcome so many in the past. As far as India is concerned, we wish you well. And please tell this useless Khan fellow not to keep provoking us, because the Ganga Waters Treaty is up for renewal in 2026. And if we decide not to renew it and we decide to exercise certain rights that we have, Bangladesh will die of thirst. And I don't say this for melodramatic effect. I know what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a tragic accident in Mecca, over 42 pilgrims have been feared dead. Initial reports had confirmed that the Umrah pilgrims were all residents of Hyderabad. They were going back from Mecca when the accident occurred. The MEA has issued a statement expressing deep shock at the accident. Helpline numbers have also been released. The NIA has produced and taken into custody Amir Rashid Ali at the Patiala House Court. Amir is the man in whose name the Hyundai i20 was registered. He had also reportedly travelled to Delhi to help Umar Nabi. Amir was arrested by the National Investigation Agencies from Delhi yesterday. As the NIA investigates the 10/11 blast, new revelations about Dr. Shaheen Shahid have now come up. Sources tell that she had acquired 3 passports at 3 different addresses, including Kanpur, Lucknow and Faridabad, and that she had reportedly travelled 3 times to Pakistan. As the Umrah rescue operation continues in Sonbhadra, the death toll has risen to 5. Police sources have informed of recovering 4 more bodies overnight, taking the total death toll to 5. Teams from the NDRF, SDRF and fire department have been deployed to the site, as well as the rescue operation that is still underway. In a significant reset in India-China relations that is now growing closer, the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, describes the past year pointing to fresh political outreach and steady military talks that have cooled tensions along the LAC. At the Chanakya Defence Dialogue in Delhi, he underlined the progress and what still needs to be done. Listen in.
पिछले 1 साल से बहुत ज़्यादा बदलाव आया है। मतलब अक्टूबर 2024 से लेके आज की तारीख तक हमारे रिश्तों में काफ़ी सुधार आया है। सुधार इसलिए आया है क्योंकि जो हमारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हैं उनके बीच काफ़ी बातचीत हुई और दोनों का ये संशय रहा कि हम किसी तरह वहाँ पे जितनी नॉर्मलसी ले आएंगे उससे हम दोनों देशों का फ़ायदा है। आप देखिए 21 अक्टूबर पिछले साल जब हमारे ईस्टर्न लद्दाख में जो समझौता हुआ था LAC के ऊपर, उससे कितना फ़ायदा हुआ। कज़ान में इसलिए 24 तारीख को जो उनकी मुलाकात हुई हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर की और प्रेसिडेंट शी जिनपिंग की, वो पिछले साल अक्टूबर में हुई। और देखिए इस बार जो हमारी सितंबर में हुई, जब ये यहाँ गए थे अपनी SCO मीटिंग के लिए गए थे, तो इसमें भी बातचीत यही हुई कि सबसे पहले हमें डायलॉग करना चाहिए, यानी बातचीत करनी चाहिए और हमें कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन ढूंढना है, यानी कोई हल ढूंढना है कि ये जो संघर्ष हमारा हुआ है इसका क्या हल मिल सकता है। तो जब वहाँ से पॉलिटिकल डायरेक्शन क्लियर होते हैं तो हर जगह फ़ायदा होता है। आप देखिए हमारे विदेश मंत्री तो मिलते ही रहते हैं, हमारे जो SR मीटिंग जिसको बोलते हैं, जो NSA साहब हमारे उनके विदेश मंत्री के साथ करते हैं, मांगी के साथ, उन्होंने पहले 18 दिसंबर को की, उसके बाद अभी उन्होंने 18-19 अगस्त को किया, तो उसमें कोई चीज़ें मसले सुलझ के आए। उसी प्रकार से हमारा देखिए रक्षा मंत्री जी वो जून में गए, जब जून में गए तो उन्होंने बल्कि वहाँ के जो डिफेंस मिनिस्टर थे, रक्षा मंत्री, उनसे बोला देखिए जी अभी वक्त आ गया है कि हमें डिसाइड करना है कि बर्फ़ पिघलनी चाहिए ना पिघलनी चाहिए, एक डिसीजन लेना चाहिए। और उसके बाद जब अभी वो बैठे हुए थे ADM प्लस में 1 नवंबर को, जब वो मलेशिया में थे, तो दोनों साथ में बैठे हुए थे और दोनों ने यही एक हल निकाला कि मेरे ख्याल से जितनी ज़्यादा बॉर्डर पे बातचीत होगी उतना में हल मिलेगा।
And well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. But coming up next this is exclusive with my colleague Shavan. And what we have for you on that edition is about the massive lapse that had happened at the T3 where a British national had been given a long rope. The Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has now taken cognizance of the matter.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो।
Anil Ambani skips ED summons again. Second no-show puts Anil Ambani under scanner. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 8:40 p.m.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of
Evidence trail explodes into a bigger conspiracy. Mehbooba Mufti's soft on terror politics. Appeasement politics aiding radical networks, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Monday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shah Vincent. Tonight on This is Exclusive, we put the spotlight on two investigative stories. One, the 10/11 conspiracy that has now been unmasked. We get you full details of what exactly was the plan of this terror doctor module. Not just that, the other big security lapse on the part of Air India. A British citizen has now gone missing. This story and much more on this edition of This is Exclusive. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking in this hour. Jaish-e-Mohammed's 10/11 conspiracy completely unmasked. Republic gets complete details of terrorist Dr. Shaheen's interrogation. Major security lapse at T3 of Delhi IGI airport. Deportee passenger allowed to walk free. Air India faces scrutiny. It's a big Republic Global exclusive. Hasina responds to Republic, says she will move International Criminal Court against her death sentence verdict. Anil Ambani skips Enforcement Directorate summons again, offers only virtual appearance in FEMA probe. Before I take you through the details of the 10/11 conspiracy, which has now been unmasked only on Republic TV, where we take you through every details of the interrogation that has taken place in the last 48 hours. But there is also a development that's taking place at the terror den. The Al-Falah University. The reason why it's now being called the terror den, because almost every accused in this terrorist doctor module has now been linked to Al-Falah University. In fact, as we speak, multiple teams of the probe agencies have entered Al-Falah University, the last being Delhi police team entering Al-Falah University to carry out further investigation. We'll go across to Ishan, who's joining us live from outside Al-Falah University and getting us the latest details. Ishan, we're given to understand that there's been some movement. I want you to first show us the pictures of what's really happening on the ground and just walk us through the details that you're picking up.
Shawan, there have multiple investigation teams have arrived at Al-Falah. Delhi police team has just entered the campus. We can see that multiple teams inside the Al-Falah campus are investigating. They are trying to bring something out of the vehicle. and they are trying to bring out, we are trying to get more details of the same. The Delhi police team, andar se visuals dikhao. And we are trying to get the same details about the same. And I'll ask my VJ to show the visuals of the same. There are multiple teams that have arrived and they are trying to see what is, we are trying to determine what is exactly happening to the investigation. They have shown that around 20-25 police officers in 3 different vehicles have come in, and we can see that there are at least one team of the Delhi police and the other 2 vehicles had civilian number plates. So assuming that it is possible that they might be from the special investigative teams that have formed. We are trying to get more details from the same. However, nobody is really speaking on the same, and they are all standing in front of us at Al Falah University and awaiting arrival of more investigative teams. Back to you, Shavan.
Well, I'll just stay with these visuals coming in as I take our viewers through the latest. Ishan, if you can just ask your camera person to stay with these latest visuals. I'll just speak over these images that are now coming in, breaking news coming in as far as the crackdown inside Al Falah University. Now, this university, which is in the Delhi NCR region, has now become the focal point of the investigation that is being carried out by the Delhi Police along with Jammu and Kashmir Police and the National Investigation Agency. On your screens right now, multiple teams of the probe agencies now carrying out this entire probe, following fresh details really emerging of how this university was being used by the terrorist doctor module, starting with Dr. Muzammil himself. Of course, thereafter, Omar being the other person who was present at Al Falah campus. Latest images that we're going to show you in a short while from now. The entire footage, 38 CCTV grabs that have been accessed by Republic TV clearly goes on to indicate that here at Al Falah campus was the entire planning that was essentially done. A base was being created by this particular module to carry out their entire plan. In fact, the movement of explosives have also taken place. And not just that, what we are also given to understand is that multiple meetings between Omar, Muzammil, as well as Adil and Dr. Shaheen actually took place at this very campus. The Hyundai i20 that was actually used was also kept at the university campuses. There is another vehicle that is basically going in right now. So entire focus now shifting at Al Falah campus, because it is also suspected that some amount of weapons, ammunition was actually brought inside the Al Falah campus. While the management of Al Falah campus has tried to distance themselves from this entire incident, saying that they have nothing to do. In fact, it turns out that it is far from the truth. In fact, you also have more details coming in of the owners, the management of Al Falah campus also being under the radar of the investigative agencies. Financial audit is also going to be carried out very soon, is what we are being told. The Enforcement Directorate will be looking at the financial irregularities, as it is suspected that suspicious financial transactions have also taken place, and that is the reason why Al Falah campus has now come under the radar. Well, in fact, now I'm going to take you through the details of the interrogation that has taken place so far. In the last few days, the Jammu and Kashmir police has actually intensified the interrogation of Dr. Shaheen, the terrorist doctor, who's now revealed that Omar, in fact, was intent on executing a spectacular attack and had planned to carry out in September, with Shaheen stating that Omar as well as Muzammil were already shifting explosives as early as July. She added that identical explosive-laden barrels were transported to multiple locations using an eco-sport vehicle, and that Omar and Muzammil even argued over this movement. Now, according to Shaheen, Omar, Muzammil and Muzaffar planned to meet their alleged Pakistan-based handler in Dhaka. What we are going to do over the next couple of minutes is going to take you through what we know so far in terms of the investigation that has been carried out. So far, remember, Dr. Shaheen, the terrorist doctor, has revealed that there was also an altercation that took place between Muzammil and Omar with regards to the movement of explosives, which was taking place using the red Eco Sport, which has now been taken into custody by Delhi police. In fact, Dr. Shaheen had asked Muzammil as to why exactly the explosives are being moved and what are these barrels for. Muzammil had initially told Shaheen that these barrels were largely used for cleaning purposes, but had not revealed that this was to be used for movement of arms and ammunition. In fact, what we are being told, a laptop bag was also being used to store some of the arms and ammunition that was being used. And we are being told on 30th of October, there was, following Muzammil's arrest, she had actually dumped all the details, all the weapons. We're also picking up some more details on the terror Dr. Shaheen. Shaheen has, we're given to understand that there are 3 passports that were basically issued under different addresses in Kanpur, Lucknow and Faridabad. So reports basically suggest that she also was believed to have travelled to Pakistan 3 times and was allegedly involved in raising funds through Hawala channels to support the module's activities. Now, this is following reports now coming in from our sources that there was a passport verification actually done by Faridabad police. This was just days before the blast actually took place, and she was actually taken into custody. They were present there. In fact, her picture was also taken by Faridabad police. What we do not know is that what kind of a report was submitted by Faridabad police. Let's also take you to the other angle that we are getting in. Investigative agencies probing the Delhi blast say that they have gained crucial insights from Dr. Shaheen alias Madam Surgeon. After recovering her WhatsApp chats, she regularly received messages from 2 unidentified numbers, which was basically saved as Madam X and Madam Z, in which the word medicine was repeatedly used as a code word for explosives, while references to an operation allegedly pointed to a terror attack. Now, that's the other details that we are essentially getting in right now with regards to Shaheen's questioning that has taken place. Now, we are now going to take you through the entire conspiracy, how exactly it was planned, when was it planned, and who started. In fact, the alleged plot began in 2021 and 2022 with the purported aim of reviving Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind in India, recruiting vulnerable youth from Kashmir as well as from other parts of the country. The 4 terrorist doctors were known to each other, and Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Umar lived nearby, while Shopian-based cleric Irfan Wage had once taken a family member to Muzammil for treatment. Is said to have conducted radicalization sessions with Muzammil, Adil and Muzaffar. Now, investigators claim that Muzammil wanted to join Ansar in Afghanistan, and in October 2022, the group basically travelled to Turkey, stayed there for 15 days but was unable to go to Afghanistan. That is when they essentially decided to return, and they got in touch with their Pakistan-based handlers, Ukasa, who we are being told stays close to the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Ukasa was the one who told Muzammil that they need not travel to Afghanistan, and it is through online that they are going to be given further training of bomb making. What were they essentially targeting? Investigators say that the detained terrorist doctors have revealed that Jaish-e-Mohammed, which traditionally focused on striking state symbols, and this time instructed them to target the country's economic backbone, including MNCs, hospitals, cinema halls and other financial institutions, marking a shift towards attempts to damage India's economy. In fact, the idea was to target MNCs, hospitals as well as cinema halls. In fact, it turns out that this was a change in the tact adopted by Jaish-e-Mohammed. In fact, Jaish-e-Mohammed largely has always targeted state symbols, but this time the idea was completely different, and they essentially wanted to target financial institutions of the country. Let me also take you through the other details we're getting in right now as far as the 10/11 conspiracy is concerned, where the investigators suspect that the doctor module was being directed by Pakistani-based handler Abu Ukasa, who is believed to operate near the Afghanistan-Pakistan border and had reportedly instructed accused Muzammil that he did not need to travel to Afghanistan, assuring him instead that bomb-making training would be provided online, further deepening the group's remote operational links. In fact, it was Ukasa who had actually told Muzammil that he need not travel any further. And while he is based out of Srinagar and Faridabad, he would be provided with all instructions and where exactly he could actually get the explosives from. In fact, it turns out that over a period of time, they not only imparted bomb-making training, but also radicalization materials, which was part of their recruitment module. And the task that was basically given was to identify vulnerable Indians, vulnerable students from across the country so that they could actually get them on board. Now, investigators say that the terror doctor module had established bases in Faridabad as well as Saharanpur, where it reportedly procured explosive materials such as ammonium nitrate and potash in small batches from shops in Sonipat, Gurgaon and other locations, many of which have already been identified. Now, officials have also confirmed to Republic TV that some shopkeepers had questioned the buyers, prompting the accused to present their medical IDs to avoid suspicion, and a quantity of explosive material was later recovered from a vehicle that was believed to have been used by the module. Now, these are the latest details that we have got. Now, we're going to get to the final angle with regards to how there is a new link that is basically emerging. Investigators have traced the new link, saying that Omar Nabi left the Al-Falah campus on 30th of October in the same I-20 car and travelled to Noor, returning to Delhi early Monday morning after crossing the Firozpur Jirka toll plaza. This was around 1:36 in the morning. Records essentially show that Omar had travelled to Srinagar on 18th of October and came back to Delhi on 24th of October, allegedly leaving both his phones behind in Kashmir before returning. That's the latest now coming in, that Omar had basically left Al-Falah campus on 30th of October for noon. Let's now take you through some of the details that we're essentially getting in. We have pieced together what really happened before the bombing. In fact, Republic TV has now accessed 38 different CCTV footage clips that trace Omar Nabi's movements across multiple locations in the hours leading up to the Red Fort blast in Delhi. The exclusive surveillance material reveals key moments from his parking stops to his movement through various city points and university areas, offering critical insight into the trail before the attack. Now, the first CCTV footage is of 6:34 in the evening on 29th of October. In fact, this is at the parking lot at Al-Falah University. It seems Omar had entered Al-Falah University on 29th of October in the evening around 6:34. Let's take you to the second CCTV footage, which is around 8:18 in the evening, where he is essentially seen close to the Al-Falah hostel. In fact, that is CCTV number 2, that is 8:18 in the evening inside Al-Falah hostel, where we are given to understand where he spent the night. Let's move to CCTV number 3. This is on 30th of October in the afternoon, 2:38 in the afternoon, when a mechanic and a compounder basically arrive. This is on 30th of October. It seems that they had gone inside and Omar had actually called them. The mechanic as well as the compounder have been questioned by the Delhi police as well as the National Investigation Agency. That is around 2:38 in the evening on 30th of October when both of them enter. The fifth CCTV footage is of 2:41 in the afternoon on 30th of October when the I-20 basically exits the campus. Now, it is suspected that ammunition that was basically prepared inside Al-Falah University was inside this vehicle, exiting from the campus. That is CCTV 5. CCTV 6 is about 11:43 in the evening on 9th of November, where the I-20 was spotted at Khalilpur Toll Plaza. That is around 11:43. So starting from the time that he left from Al-Falah for New, it turns out that he was staying there. CCTV number 7, it is around 1:45 in the morning. That is on 10th of November when the I-20 basically reappears at Khalilpur toll. Once again, it seems that he was essentially leaving from there. That's 7, the CCTV footage that we have accessed. The 8 CCTV footage, let's move to the other one. It's the 10th CCTV footage that we have. This is around 8 o'clock in the morning on 10th of November when the car once again makes an entry into Badarpur. Let's move to the 11th CCTV footage that we have. This is around 8:31 in the morning where the I-20 is once again spotted at Ashram Chowk and was basically moving towards Ring Road. The 13th CCTV footage is of around 8:37 in the morning on the 10th of November that basically the vehicle moves towards Mayur Vihar and from there goes towards DND, that is in Noida area where this car is spotted. 8:39 in the morning on 10th of May, the car is once again spotted near Mayur Vihar, entering Mayur Vihar. Not very sure as to what exactly was he doing there. The next CCTV footage that we have is of 8:47 in the morning, November 10th, when he's seen near the Chilla CNG pump, which is again in closer towards the border areas. Now, 10th of November, when he's seen near the Chilla CNG pump. The next is 8:56 in the morning, November 10th, again seen in Mayur Vihar area. He seems to have spent some time in Mayur Vihar area, and now Delhi police have also picked up a few people from the area. The next is around 8:58 in the morning on 10th of November. He's back on the DND, returns towards Ashram Chowk. The 18th CCTV footage that we have accessed, let's move to that. It is 9:17 in the morning, November 10th, when it passes in front of Nizamuddin police station. He was seen crossing Nizamuddin after spending some time in Mayur Vihar area. The next CCTV footage that we have is of 9:18 in the morning. He's seen heading towards India Gate area. So this vehicle with arms and ammunition had gone to central Delhi. 9:25 in the morning, he basically reaches Shah Jahan Road. Then let's take you through the other CCTV footage that we have. It is CCTV number 22 when around 9:26 in the morning he's seen at Akbar Road. This is a VVIP zone where you can see the vehicle at Akbar Road. Let's move to the other. The 23rd CCTV footage shows that he has reached near Rail Bhavan. In fact, another VVIP area not very far away from the parliament where you have this car moving around. Let's move to CCTV number 24, 9:31 in the morning. It is seen at Kartavya Path. That's again at Kartavya Path from Akbar Road moving towards India Gate, and finally at Kartavya Path he's spotted. Then he's seen near Suneri Bagh Road, that is CCTV 25. Let's take you through the others. CCTV number 26, 9:33 in the morning, which passes Tughlaq Road police station. He still is in that area. In fact, I'm told that Niranjan is getting us some more breaking news right now. Niranjan, over to you as we have also accessed more details. 38 CCTV footage. We'll stay with those CCTV images while we take you through some more details coming.
Staying with the pictures, Shravan. In fact, I wanted to add to that, go to CCTV number 28 because we were supposed to get more details of the CCTV. So I'm just trying to help you with the CCTVs right now because we're on number 29 right now. In the CCTV number 29, Shravan, 9:48 a.m. the Hyundai I-20 seen passing Safdarjung Hospital. That is the next footage, 29. That's the same car there spotted there. CCTV number 30 at 2:04 p.m. seen at Connaught Place Outer Circle. So this is one of those rare times when a bomber is entirely traced. I'm going to CCTV 31 now, 2:10 p.m. near Barakhamba Road in the national capital, the same Hyundai I-20 with a car bomber. At 2:17 p.m. CCTV number 32. I'll go to 33 now first up. 2:34 p.m. at Masjid across Turkman Gate, which we have already reported on. This is the Shazi Ilahi Mosque. And then CCTV number 34 at 3:15 p.m. he was spotted at the Delhi Gate signal. CCTV number 35 3:16 p.m. outside Daryaganj police station. CCTV number 36 at 3:29 p.m. 13 minutes later, seen entering the Red Fort parking area, which of course was one of the first CCTV videos that we accessed, and we put that out in great detail. And perhaps in what would be one of the last CCTV videos before he exploded, 6:23 p.m. on the 10th of November, the same white car was seen exiting the Red Fort parking, and 38, he was at the blast location. That is CCTV number 38, 6:50 p.m. 1 minute before the blast. That was the last footage. So I think this is it is fascinating how every journey, every point where there was a CCTV, he was captured, but it's all coming out. It's exactly 1 week, Shavan. Last Monday, this time we broke it. And again, exactly 7 days later, we've been able to map the entire journey. Back to you for now, Shavan.
Thank you very much, Niranjan, for getting us the latest details. 38 CCTV images that gives us a sense of to how this entire conspiracy was planned. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague, Ayun.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity.
Evidence trail explodes into a bigger conspiracy. Mehbooba Mufti's soft on terror politics. Appeasement politics aiding radical networks, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Anil Ambani skips ED summons again. Second no-show puts Anil Ambani under scanner. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 8:40 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From your smartphones to your smart televisions, trending stories are breaking the internet. Tonight, we start with the photograph that's wowed the internet, the recreation of the fall of Icarus by astrophotographer Andrew McCarthy and skydiver Gabriel C. Brown. As the internet clamors on one end, the internet is seen slamming on the other end disrespectful behavior on part of fans during the Akon concert on the 14th of November. And lastly, we faced the loss at the hands of South Africa yesterday at Kolkata's Eden Gardens. The Indian team were finished off at a mere 93 runs, losing pace and a run rest of less than 125 runs for the first time in over 28 years. We have this and a lot more packed in this episode for you tonight. I'm Oyana and this is Trending. An astrophotographer has captured the most stunning shot of the sun one can imagine. The photo isn't all about the sun, but a moment showing a skydiver falling down with the flaring sun in the background. This is Andrew McCarthy's one-of-a-kind picture, which he calls the Fall of Icarus. This brilliant shot was in collaboration with skydiver Gabriel C. Brown as he jumped with the sun behind him, captured in hydrogen alpha light, which clicks the turbulent hydrogen layer above the sun's bright surface. And let's take note, viewers, it's not just one click, there are multiple clicks, with one showing the complete sun behind the skydiver and another a close-up shot where you can also see the sunspots and plasma flaring around. Each visual shows a perfect silhouette of Brown with every detail clearly visible. Sharing the photo on his X account, McCarthy wrote, "We decided the release in print both as an up-close shot and showing the full disk of the sun, which you can see here." And the internet was left in awe as the pictures were shared. After all, the sun has been captured in photos several times by astrophotographers before, but nothing like this has ever been attempted. From gasping in sheer wonderment at the visuals to heaping praises upon the feat, the internet has reacted in all ways positive and in appreciation. The skydiver from the shot itself, Gabriel Brown, also left a comment cheering the click and calling it the best skydive of his life. And that's not all, ladies and gentlemen. Amidst the swarm of praises came a compliment from the ex-business leader himself, Elon Musk. He left a comment on McCarthy's post complimenting the click. McCarthy returned the compliment with a cheeky comment of his own, which said that he would soon get a Starship transit. Globally acclaimed music icon Akon is currently gracing India with a tour which began with a concert in Delhi on the 9th of November, followed by a concert in Bengaluru on the 14th of November and one last stop at Mumbai on the 16th of November. Fans across the nation flocked to these cities as they braced for Akon's concerts, bringing in a wave of nostalgia, rhythm and unforgettable energy. Akon's Bengaluru concert went notoriously viral, however, and all for the wrong reasons. What started off as a high-energy celebration of his biggest hits soon became the center of an online controversy. Clips from the concert went viral as fans were seen tugging at his pants, pulling them down as he stepped closer to the barricaded VIP section to interact with the audience mid-performance. The star was seen visibly uncomfortable as he kept adjusting his pants amid the fan interaction and singing. The behavior has been widely condemned online, with many calling it harassment. And well, netizens were angered and infuriated at the fans' lack of basic concert etiquette. In fact, for many attendees and viewers who later saw the clip online, the incident dominated the conversation, taking away attention from the concert in itself and the performance. From calling out such atrocious behavior to slamming the act as harassment, netizens did not hold back in expressing their anger at the incident. And ladies and gentlemen, here's a slew of trending news piping hot right from the internet to your feeds. Biocon founder Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw has weighed in on the ongoing debate over the rising demand for wheelchair assistance at airports. Responding to a viral video showing Indian passengers insisting on wheelchair services, she remarked, "Charge rupees 5,000 and see how many are genuine." However, her comment deeply offended a lot of netizens. Elon Musk has once again taken aim at Bill Gates for his long-running short position against Tesla. Musk urged the Microsoft co-founder to finally close the bet, adding fresh fuel to the years-old disagreement. This comes after reports claimed the Gates Foundation sold 65% of its Microsoft shares worth around $8.8 billion. Musk hinted that if Gates is still shorting Tesla, it's time to wrap it up. Shubman Gill remains doubtful for the second test against South Africa in Guwahati, beginning on the 22nd of November, even though he has been released from a Kolkata hospital. Gill experienced a neck spasm on day 2 of the first test after facing only 3 balls and was ruled out the following day. His absence hurt India as they eventually lost the match. What initially seemed minor required hospitalization later that evening. Former India fast bowler Venkatesh Prasad has hit out at the selectors and head coach Gautam Gambhir after India's defeat to South Africa in the first test at Kolkata. India, who were in control for the first 2 days, collapsed while chasing 124 and were dismissed for 93. With Shubman Gill absent due to a neck injury, Prasad questioned the team's selection decisions and criticised India's recent test performance under Gambhir's leadership. Actor Huma Qureshi and her rumoured partner Rachit Singh, who is also an acting coach, were recently spotted together at Himesh Reshammia's concert in Mumbai. Their PDA moments quickly went viral, and Huma, noticing the cameras, even warned Rachit about the attention their outing might attract. The duo also appeared together at the screening of Thamma, further fueling speculation. Several reports suggest they may have gotten engaged in a private ceremony. Actor Disha Patni's father, Jagdish Patni, a retired DSP, had applied for a weapons license following an attack on their ancestral home in Uttar Pradesh on the 11th of September. The attack was allegedly carried out by the Goldie Brar and Rohit Kudara gang. After the incident, Jagdish Patni approached the Bareilly district magistrate, and he has now been granted a license for a revolver and pistol. Shortly after Jasprit Bumrah ended the first test at Eden Gardens in Kolkata, he approached South Africa skipper Themba Bavuma and shared a brief conversation. This comes amid recent controversy over Bumrah and Rishabh Pant allegedly mocking Bavuma's height on the stump mic. Despite the tension, Bumrah placed his arms around Bavuma's shoulders and the interaction concluded with a handshake. Billionaire investor Bill Ackman became the internet's latest source of jokes after he shared his old-school thoughts on dating. The Pershing Square chief suggested that young people should politely ask, "May I meet you?" when approaching someone in public instead of relying on apps. His well-intentioned advice quickly went viral, sparking a flood of memes on X as users made fun of his traditional approach to modern romance. And viewers, India achieved an unwanted feat as the hosts were defeated by 30 runs in the first test encounter against South Africa at Eden Gardens in Kolkata on Sunday. Chasing a target of 124, India were bundled out for just 93, with only Washington Sundar registering a 30-plus score. It was an extremely disappointing show for the batters as South Africa spinner Simon Harmer took 4 wickets, while Marco Jansen and Keshav Maharaj took 2 wickets each. Following India's loss, the Eden Gardens pitch came under the scanner with 15 wickets falling on day 2 of the match, and the Indian team's management's decision to prepare such a surface was widely criticised. This isn't uncommon, as pitches have often hogged headlines whenever a test match has ended early in the subcontinent. This was the first time since 1997, viewers, that India failed to chase down a target below 125 in the tests. The only other instance was back in 1997 when India failed to chase down 120 in Bridgetown. In 2025, India's test performance seems to have really taken a beat, as it first recorded a loss against England's 193 runs at Lord's, and then comes the Eden Gardens loss from Sunday. And then in 2024, when India lost to New Zealand's 147 runs. The earliest instance since 1997 being in 2015, where India lost to Sri Lanka's 176 runs. India's test performance has rarely ever been dismal, with in fact its lows being sparse and few over the years. India has since 1997 only failed to chase down as low targets around 3 more times. Now, Indian head coach Gautam Gambhir commented on the pitch, garnering the internet's ire and much critique from cricketing legends all over. He defended the stadium's pitch and playing conditions at the post-match conference, despite its evident sharp turn and uneven bounce, leading to a collapse in the Indian batting lineup. Gambhir, in fact, went on to place the blame squarely on the players' performance, not the playing surface, stating it was precisely what the team had asked for. His remarks, stating that there were no demons on the pitch, swiftly garnered critique from both fans as well as cricketing legends. And well, Gambhir's statement was swift to be viral on the internet as fans reacted in anger and disappointment at his words, especially since the bad pitch conditions were as visible through the game. From calling out the BCCI for letting the team play in such conditions, to questioning Washington being sent off at 3, to addressing the spin in the field despite Gambhir's dismissal of it, the internet rage held no bounds as netizens sprung forth to defend their players and slam the unfair playing conditions handed to them. The first of the India vs South Africa Test series was replete with controversial moments. Here's another one from day 1, where stump audio captured Bumrah and Rishabh Pant allegedly referring to South African batter Temba Bavuma. The remark was widely circulated online, even though the Indian team did not pursue the review and replays show the ball would have gone over. Bavuma was dismissed soon thereafter by Kuldeep Yadav for 11. In a warm gesture on day 3 as the match concluded, Jasprit Bumrah and Temba Bavuma was seen in a light-hearted moment which soon became viral and the biggest talking points of the match. The Gambhir commentary, especially amongst other viral moments that emerged from this match, shows the general debate as to the test team's performance intensify as India looks ahead to the second test in Guwahati, with the team's strategy on home pitches now under intense public scrutiny. And here are a couple of trending news that's taken the internet by a storm. Viewers, let's take a look. Jannik Sinner got the better of his great rival Carlos Alcaraz to successfully defend his ATP Finals title. The Italian has not dropped a set in front of his home fans in Turin since the final in 2023, and that did not change here as he edged a 7-6, 7-5 success against Alcaraz, saving a set point in the opener. It was the sixth meeting this season between the two players, who are dominating men's tennis all in finals, and Sinner claimed only a second victory, adding to his success at Wimbledon. The win is also a 31st in a row on indoor hard courts and sets the stage perfectly for 2026. Well, a NASA astronaut has captivated the internet by sharing a stunning video from the International Space Station, revealing a mesmerizing view of the Northern Lights sweeping across North America. Shared by astronaut Johnny Kim, the clip moves forward and shows the swirling clouds give way to the main highlight. A brilliant green aurora stretches along the Earth's edge, creating a luminous arc that appears to ripple and pulse. The aurora seems to rise and fall in slow waves, illuminating the surrounding darkness and giving viewers a sense of scale and beauty of the natural phenomenon. Eternal founder Deepinder Goyal shared a thought-provoking series of posts on X as a personal note to the users of the platform, presenting what he described as a scientific yet unconventional hypothesis linking gravity to human aging. The thread crossed 4 million views on X, attracting a wide range of reactions as users expressed surprise, amusement, and curiosity at the bold proposition. Some even suggested in jest that hanging upside down might be the fix to not aging after all. All right, viewers, the cold desert morning at the Mahajan Field firing range slowly warmed into a scene of intense military precision as India and the United Kingdom formally launched the 8th edition of their joint military exercise Ajaya Warrior 2025. What began in a quiet ceremonial formation soon transformed into a powerful demonstration of resolve, discipline, and international military cooperation. The long rows of Indian and British soldiers standing in uniform symmetry against the rising desert sun created a striking contrast that symbolized both heritage and modern warfare readiness. Over the next 14 days, this vast expanse of the Thar Desert, often seen as unforgiving, harsh, and isolated, will serve as the training ground for one of the most advanced bilateral counter-terror operation exercises currently underway anywhere in the world. With a total strength of 240 soldiers equally divided between the two armies, Ajaya Warrior 25 marks the latest chapter in a military partnership that has grown steadily deeper, more practical, and more future-oriented since its inception in 2011.
Anil Ambani skips ED summons again. Second no-show puts Anil Ambani under scanner. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 8:40 p.m. Evidence trail explodes into a bigger conspiracy. Mehbooba Mufti's soft on terror politics. Appeasement politics aiding radical networks, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Robert Vadra sparked controversy after he challenged the legitimacy of the NDA's landslide victory in the Bihar Assembly elections. The Gandhi family members said that the polls were not conducted properly and called for a complete re-election in the state.
बिहार चुनाव को लेकर कैसे देखते हैं? मैं यही कहूँगा कि बिहार की जनता असल में खुश नहीं है। जो हुआ है बिल्कुल वो ईसी के वजह से हुआ है। ईसी ने मदद की है और ऐसे जो ये रिजल्ट आए कोई भी उसमें सहमत नहीं है। और राहुल जी कल सब लोग उसके साथ मिल रहे हैं, जितने भी जवान युवक हैं सब उनके साथ जुड़ेंगे और आंदोलन करेंगे कि डेमोक्रेसी होनी चाहिए। ये कोई चुनाव ढंग का नहीं था और दोबारा चुनाव होने चाहिए वहाँ, फिर आपको दिखेगा बिल्कुल रिजल्ट पलटेगा।
Doubling down, he accused the Election Commission of India of playing a role in securing the sweeping win for the NDA, claiming that many in Bihar are unhappy with the outcome. Meanwhile, the BJP has pushed back against these claims, calling the opposition a sore loser.
Mr. Robert Vadra's outrageous remarks, casting vicious aspersions on the Bihar election results, Mr. Vadra's shocking demand for re-election in Bihar has questioned the integrity of the Bihar people and insulted the honesty of the Bihar voters. Is the Congress party now using and deploying Mr. Robert Vadra as its proxy to intimidate and threaten constitutional institutions?
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत
Anil Ambani skips ED summons again. Second no-show puts Anil Ambani under scanner. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 8:40 p.m. Evidence trail explodes into a bigger conspiracy. Mehbooba Mufti's soft on terror politics. Appeasement politics aiding radical networks, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and
Anil Ambani skips ED summons again. Second no-show puts Anil Ambani under scanner. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 8:40 p.m. Evidence trail explodes into a bigger conspiracy. Mehbooba Mufti's soft on terror politics. Appeasement politics aiding radical networks, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Anil Ambani skips ED summons again. Second no-show puts Anil Ambani under scanner. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 8:40 p.m. Evidence trail explodes into a bigger conspiracy. Mehbooba Mufti's soft on terror politics. Appeasement politics aiding radical networks, debating tonight at 9 p.m. Anil Ambani skips ED summons again. Second no-show puts Anil Ambani under scanner. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 8:40 p.m.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Anil Ambani skips ED summons again.
second no-show puts Anil Ambani under scanner. Will Anil Ambani be arrested? Debating tonight at 8:40 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the show tonight, the Election Commission's SIR exercise is creating panic in Bengal. Republic Bangla is bringing you tonight a super exclusives of infiltrators who are revealing where they are from, where they came from, and why they are stuck right now. Infiltrators on tape for the first time. At 8:40 p.m. this evening, why I think Anil Ambani should be arrested and why I think it's absolutely embarrassing that the government is giving him such a long rope. And at 9 o'clock tonight, as the 10/11 blast exposes a deep nexus, the usual suspects are out. A week after the blast, the terror sympathizers and why they should be locked up first. And ladies and gentlemen, I come to you with an exclusive, but with not just another exclusive this evening. In this case, we have infiltrators who have decided to expose the Mamata Banerjee government. Mamata Banerjee says there are no infiltrators in Bengal. And she defends the infiltrators. She says, why is it my responsibility to throw them out? Who allowed them to come in the first place? Go ask the BSF, she says. Now tonight we have all these people on tape who have been recorded in Basirhat by the Republic Bangla reporter and camera team. And all of these people have packed up their belongings because they know that once the Bihar elections are over, the focus of the special intensive revision is going to be in Bengal, and since that is going to be the case, they are worried that the police, if not the West Bengal police, then other security agencies, the BSF and other central agencies will come and locate them. And having found out that these are illegal infiltrators, will put them in jail. So they're doing the right thing. They're trying to run back to Bangladesh, which is where they belong. Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting to see that the local Tribunal Congress leaders are taking very good care of them. They're getting them food. They are taking care of them, they are defending them, and all these people are giving out their stories. They are saying we paid 5,000 to 6,000 rupees to enter India. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. 5,000 rupees is all it takes to enter India. And with a few more thousand rupees, you can get an Aadhaar card. You can get some other form of semi-official citizenship proof, and the Tribunal government knows this, which is why they want the criteria for citizenship to be extremely lax. They do not want them to be stringent. Now, in a situation where you can pay 5,000 rupees, self-confessed, to enter India, a few more thousand rupees to get an Aadhaar card, what is the solution? These are people who, had the government in Delhi not been stringent, they would have been voting and probably for Mamata Banerjee the next time. Interestingly, some of these people are now saying that it is the state government which has freed them. Does this mean that for such a long time, and the question must be asked, were they under some kind of control of the Mamata Banerjee government? has Mamata Banerjee's government now realized that under the new scheme of SIR, these people are no longer useful cannon fodder, that they cannot be used to cast a vote for the Tribunal Congress, which is why they have been freed. Interestingly, these people are locked up, ladies and gentlemen, in this area, waiting to go home. And all of this is happening, ladies and gentlemen. All of this is happening in Basirhat. Basirhat, some 50 to 100 kilometers or less from Kolkata. Basirhat has a 30-mile, it's a border district, not very far from Kolkata, North Chobbish Pargana and beyond. And it has 30 miles of a border, adjoining border with Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where the Muslim population of Bengal is growing by the day. And why is the Muslim population of Bengal growing? Why are Hindus becoming a minority in South Bengal? Because Muslim infiltrators are being welcomed with open arms by Mamata Banerjee, who is only keen on one thing, the Muslim vote bank. It is interesting that when the Republic Bangla mic is put before them, each one of them comes up with their personal confession. Ladies and gentlemen, in that sense, the report that we are about to show is rightly called hashtag the infiltrator tapes. Let's show this.
Carrying bags on their heads and shoulders. Whatever they can as they walk towards the border crossing in Basirhat. These Bangladeshis are stuck, and the BSF is keeping a close watch on them.
দাদা কোথা থেকে আপনারা আসছেন?
আমরা নিউটাউন থানাতে আছি।
কোথায় যাবেন কোথায়?
বাংলাদেশ যাব।
কোথায় ছিলেন?
নিউটাউন থানা।
ছিলেন ওখানে?
হ্যাঁ, শরণগড়ির মধ্যে।
তো আমরা এখানে এইভাবে এখানে অনেক লোক দেখছি বসে আছেন কেন?
ওরা চলে যাবে বাংলাদেশ।
আপনিও কি যাবেন?
হ্যাঁ, আমিও চলে যাব।
কতদিন আগে আপনি এখানে এসেছিলেন?
আমি আইসে প্রায় 10 বছর মতন
এসেছিলেন। তো এখানকার কোনো ডকুমেন্ট তৈরি করেছেন?
আমি কোনো তৈরি করিনি।
তো এখানে বাস করে কোনো ডকুমেন্ট নেই?
না।
This Bangladeshi here claims he worked as a carpenter. He was working in Salt Lake. He tells our reporter there was no need for papers at a time when India is debating SIR. Interestingly, he says the government says he's free to go back. Suspiciously, he doesn't mention which government.
আমরা ছিলাম কলকাতায়।
হ্যাঁ কলকাতায় কোথায় ছিলেন?
কলকাতা বিভিন্ন জায়গা থাকতাম, কাশীপুর।
আমরা কিভাবে এই রাজ্যে এসেছেন?
আমরা তো অ্যাকচুয়ালি পাসপোর্ট করে আসা হয়নি, ঠিক আছে?
হ্যাঁ,
পাসপোর্ট ভিসা করে আসা হয়নি আমাদের।
আপনারা এলেন কিভাবে হতে পারে?
আমরা এসেছি একমাত্র দালালের মাধ্যমে।
কলকাতায় এসে এখানে কত বছর ছিলেন?
না, 2 বছর হলো।
এখন চলে যাচ্ছেন কেন?
এখন যেহেতু সরকার এটা বাধ্যতা করেছে, আর থাকা যাবে না।
যখন প্রবেশ করেন তখন কত টাকা দিয়েছিলেন?
তখন মোটামুটি 5-7 হাজার
দিয়েছেন। এখন কিভাবে যাবেন?
এখন তো সরকার আমাদের ফ্রি করে দিয়েছে, আমরা ফ্রিতে তার জন্য যেতে পারছি।
কোন পথে দিয়ে আমরা এসেছিলেন?
আমরা এসেছিলাম বনগা দিয়ে।
বনগা দিয়ে এসেছিলেন? তো এখান থেকে এবার কিভাবে যাবেন? কোনো দালাল কি ধরেছেন?
না, এখন তো সরকার আমাদের পার করে দিচ্ছে, আমরা দেশে গেলে আমরা।
আপনাদের কাছে তো ভারতীয় টাকা আছে, এগুলোকে নিয়ে কি করবেন?
এখন ভারতীয় টাকা কি করবো, যা আছে খেয়ে দিয়ে শেষ করে ফেলবো।
এই যে প্রচুর যে রয়েছে বাংলাদেশি, এদের সঙ্গে আমরা কথাও বলেছিলাম। এদের যেটা দাবি, কেউ এসছে 5 বছর আগে, কেউ এসছে 6 বছর আগে। পুরো সীমান্ত যে কাঁটাতার, সেই কাঁটাতার থেকে তারা অবৈধভাবে তারা এখানে প্রবেশ করেছিল। প্রবেশ করার পর তারা আবার এসআইআরের আবহে তারা আবার বাংলাদেশে প্রবেশের চেষ্টা করছে। কেউ ছিল কলকাতায়, কেউ ছিল সল্ট লেকে, কেউ ছিল হাওড়া সহ রাজ্যের বিভিন্ন জায়গায়। এদিকে আমি ক্যামেরা পার্সনকে বলবো, এদিকে প্রচুর দেশি একদম এই যে স্বরূপনগরের সীমান্তবর্তী হাকিমপুর চেকপোস্টে তারা কিন্তু আশ্রয় নিয়েছে। একেবারে ব্যাগ নিয়ে তাদের যে শেষ সম্বল ছিল, এই যে বড় বড় যে ব্যাগে করে তারা সমস্ত রকমের বাড়ির যে জিনিসপত্র, সেই সমস্ত জিনিসপত্র নিয়ে তারা কিন্তু এখানে এসেছে। তারা আবার বাংলাদেশে প্রবেশের চেষ্টা করছে। তাদের যেটা দাবি যে তারা আবার বাংলাদেশে ফিরে যাবে।
At the Hakimpur border in Swarupnagar, there are hundreds of them that the Republic Bangla team encountered. Some from Newtown, many from Salt Lake. The timing is interesting. 48 hours after the Bihar elections and just ahead of the Bengal SIR exercise.
আপনি দাদা কলকাতায় কোথায় ছিলেন?
সল্টলেকে।
হ্যাঁ?
সল্টলেকে।
কত বছর ধরে ছিলেন?
এই 2 বছর।
কিভাবে এসেছিলেন এপারে?
এই এসেছিলাম চোরাই পথে।
কি টাকা দিয়ে এসেছিলেন?
জি, দালালের মাধ্যমে।
তো এবার কি করবেন?
সরকার ফ্রি করে দিয়েছে চলে যাওয়ার জন্য, চলে যাচ্ছি।
এখানে কি করতেন কি?
এখানে রাজমিস্ত্রির কাজ করতাম।
The local Pradhan looks uncertain. Listen to her stutter and struggle for answers.
এরা মানে এখানেই ছিল, পশ্চিমবঙ্গের ভিতরেই ছিল, এরা এখানে ওদেরকে তাড়ি দেওয়া হয়েছে।
তাড়ি দেওয়া হচ্ছে? এরা তো বলছে যে আমরা অবৈধভাবে মানে এপারে এসেছিলাম গত 4 বছর আগে। তাহলে এরা তাহলে এখানে তাহলে কিভাবে তাহলে এতদিন ধরে বাস করছিল?
মানে এখানে অবৈধভাবেই ছিল। তাহলে
এখানে এতদিন ধরে অবৈধভাবে ছিল, তাহলে রাজ্য সরকার তাহলে এদেরকে নিয়ে কি করছিল, কি বলবেন?
কেন্দ্রের বাইরেও তো ছিল, মানে পশ্চিম কেন্দ্রের বাইরেও তো ছিল। এবার
এরা তো দাবি করছে কোথায় সল্টলেক, হাওড়া, হুগলি এই সমস্ত জায়গাতে এরা অবৈধভাবে বাস করছিল। এর সঙ্গে আমরা কথা বলেছিলাম, এরা পরিষ্কার বলেছেন যে অবৈধভাবে সীমান্ত পেরিয়ে বাস করছিল।
তখনকার স্টেপ নেওয়া হয়নি, যখন ওনারা এসেছিল তখন তো স্টেপটা নিতে হতো।
Republic Bangla in 2021 had exposed the nexus of people being brought into the state to vote for a price.
তুমি কবে আসছো বাংলাদেশ থেকে?
কিছুদিন আগে আসছি।
আচ্ছা, তো পরিবার কোথায় তোমার?
পরিবার বাংলাদেশেই আছে।
তো এখানে এসে কি ভোট দেবে তুমি?
হ্যাঁ, এখানে ভোট দেওয়ার জন্য আসছি।
ভোট দেওয়ার জন্য আসছো, তো ভোটার কার্ড আছে তোমার কাছে?
হ্যাঁ, কার্ড আছে।
কে পঞ্চায়েত বানায় দিছে?
ওরা ওরা এখানে অনুপ্রবেশ করে তারা এখানে ছিল এতদিন, আপনারা কেউ জানতে পারেননি। আপনাদের সরকারে আছেন তো গত প্রায় 15 বছর ধরে আপনারা সরকারে আছেন, এতদিন জানতে পারেননি। বিজেপিটা তো দাবি করছে আপনারা এই সমস্ত অনুপ্রবেশকারীদের নাকি আশ্রয় দিয়েছেন, বিজেপিটা বলছে।
না না, এটা সম্পূর্ণ মিথ্যে। এরা যখন অবৈধভাবে আসে, প্রথমত তো বিএসএফ এর সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্টের ব্যস্ততা, তারপরে এরা দেশের কোথায় ছিল? এরা যে বাংলায় ছিল এরকম কোনো কথা নেই। এরা গুজরাটে থাকতে পারে, মুম্বাইয়ে থাকতে পারে, ইউপিতে থাকতে পারে, বিহারে থাকতে পারে। এর জন্য পশ্চিমবাংলা সরকার কেন দায়ী নেবে?
These Bangladeshis are under watch. Will they be allowed to go back? The Republic Bangla investigation continues.
Make it absolutely clear that the infiltrators have spoken out on tape for the first time. So Niladri of the Tribunal Congress, Tariq Ahmad Lari of the Samajwadi Party, Akhil Swami of the Congress, Atikur Rahman, Islamic scholar, Subrashta and Tuin Sinha. I want to just make one point clear to you, Niladri, that the infiltrators have said we are infiltrators. We have entered illegally. We are living in Bengal. We don't have any papers. We are now realizing that we can't stay here and we are now going to go back. And this has happened after the Bihar results, which means the infiltrators have realized that if they don't go back, they will be picked up and put in jail. So rather than be in an Indian jail, they want to go back to Bangladesh. But your leader, Mamata Banerjee, says there are no infiltrators in Bengal. She has been using them. Who are these people then who are speaking to Republic in Basirat?
The first question which I think we should ask is how did the infiltrators enter the country? We all know it doesn't take rocket science to understand that the borders are being guarded by the BSF. And if they say that they have paid 5,000 to 6,000 rupees to enter the country, then it raises
okay, so
serious
let's start with that premise out here. One minute. Let's say here. One minute. Let's say here that these people have paid 5,000 to 10,000 rupees to enter the country. And let's say that they have managed to breach the international border because there are corrupt officials on both sides. Now, but they come to a very welcoming environment where there is Didi who will take care of them. My question to you is, how did they stay here all this while? I want to go to Tuhin on that. How were they staying in Bengal all this while, and how come now they are going away? Because SIR is happening, because otherwise they'll be caught and put in jail. Tuhin, this has never happened before. The infiltrators have been caught on tape by the Republic Media Network. Tuhin.
Well, good evening, Arnab. Good evening, everybody. Hats off to the Republic team for always taking. Hats off to the Republic team for always taking a very firm nationalist stand, and so it did today on the issue of illegal migration. Now, Mamata Banerjee, for her vested interest, for her vested petty political interest, has been presiding over a human catastrophe in Bengal, and she has been doing it knowingly. There is a simple calculation. From 2001 till date, the population of Bengal has grown by 31%. The total number of voters has grown by 67%. If I were the Chief Minister of Bengal, I would be alarmed. If anybody else who is firmly rooted in nationalist sentiments would be the Chief Minister, he or she would be alarmed. But here is Mamata Banerjee, here is Abhishek Banerjee, who vehemently oppose SIR. Why? The SIR would put a tab on illegal voters, would drive out illegal voters, and these people suddenly assume the form of Hussein Sohrawardi,
Niladri,
star of Maulana Bhasha.
One of them
they
says,
threaten that we will send 1 lakh people to protest in Delhi.
Yeah, so what they are saying is,
I'm challenging them on your show, Arnab. They dare send those people to protest in Delhi. They will not even 1,000 people will support their stupid mission of coming to Delhi to protest against SIR. The same antics were employed in Bihar. What happened in Bihar? Ultimately, people punished those parties which were shielding and protecting illegal voters. And that is exactly what is going to happen in Bengal. Even now, Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee have time. They should encourage SIR, and obviously they should, get over this mindset of encouraging fake Aadhaar card scams with people like, Hakim, Firad Hakim taking the lead on these matters.
I would only like to say this here. Viewers, please remember, a reporter asks, Tariq Lari, please listen to me, Akhil, Tariq Lari and Atikur Rahman, don't take a view that we have to support infiltrators because they are Muslim. Yes, they are Muslim. They are Muslim infiltrators, but most importantly, they are infiltrators. Because they are Muslim, you don't support them, Lari. Atik, if Muslims do something wrong, we have to support them. Even if they do something wrong, we have to support them because they are Muslim. No, Lari. They are Muslim, but they are doing something wrong. You must stand against them. Right? They are all Bangladeshi Muslims, Tariq. Now, my question is, these Bangladeshi Muslims, what are they saying? They are saying we are enjoying life in Bengal still now. Now we have to go back. Because SIR is coming, we will be caught. 10 years I have spent here. I don't have any papers. Now the government is making it impossible for us to stay here, so we have to go back. Which means SIR is working. There may be so many Bangladeshi infiltrators. Let's catch them in UP also. Tariq, let's catch them in UP also.
Yeah. Obviously, should be
Audio is not clear. I'll tell Akhil to come in. Audio is not clear. Audio is not clear. Akhil can come in. Akhil, what are they saying here? They are saying that we have taken everything, all our belongings, and we are running away. Subrashta, they are saying we have taken away all our belongings and running away. And I'm so happy to see these people.
What is the status of Sheikh Hasina? What is the status of Sheikh Hasina, who has been declared by the International Court as a murderer? And she has been charged, and she has been given shelter in India. No other country in the world gives a shelter to a murderer. And she has been given because she had a...
It is not an international court, first of all. It is a Bangladeshi tribunal.
Are you really?
1 minute.
What is the status of...
It is not an international court, it is a Bangladeshi tribunal court.
What is Sheikh Hasina?
You don't understand the difference between a Bangladeshi tribunal court?
Who is Sheikh Hasina? Is not an infiltrator? Is not
a... You are not a serious person, so you are sounding like an infiltrator yourself now.
Is she not a Bangladeshi Muslim?
I think the gentleman needs a crash course in understanding
Subrashta.
migration. Sir, illegal migrants are those. I don't think Sheikh Hasina had to